16 countries ready for battle, split into 4 groups, everything on the line. All of them facing one brutal, demanding track. 5 tight funnels waiting down below. Then 3 wild cyclone funnels. A punishing start gate and a towering electric elevator. Welcome to the Marble World Cup. 16 countries, 4 groups, 1 dream. They drop fast, chasing a spot in the next round. So choose your favorite nation. "16 countries enter this race, but only one will take it all. Strap in, Fubeca race is on. India and England, Spain and Belgium, Brazil and Algeria, Honduras, Ivory Coast, Mexico, Japan, Costa Rica and France, Portugal, Argentina, Germany and the United States. Group A, India, England, Spain and Belgium. Everything is set for the start. And they're off. They explode out of the gate. 2 shoot to the left, and 2 dive to the right. Early moments here. Everything's still wide open, straight into the central funnel. 1 marble breaks free. It's India. Big contact behind. Spain surges into the lead. Now they rush to the next funnel. India answers back, charging toward the elevator. Locked on the rail. India climbing the elevator, entering Sector 2 at speed, through the seesaw section. Back on the rail. Final sector now, 4 funnels to survive. India still holding the lead. Spain running second, Belgium right behind in third. England fighting hard to avoid last place. Spain jumps into the lead, now into the second to last funnel. Watch India here. India drops fast, puts the pressure on, hits the final funnel, and takes the lead. England trying to recover. And now, we're about to meet our winner. And it will be India. India crosses in first, securing a spot in the next round. Spain advances as well. England and Belgium are eliminated and bow out here. England right there, coming home last. India and Spain move on to the next phase. Let's get ready for our next group. Here we go. Spain advances and India advances. Now on to the next matchup. We're back with another group here. Group B, Portugal, Argentina, Germany, and the United States. Everything set for the start. And the gate is open. Once again, the marbles explode out, 2 to each side, straight into the cyclone funnels. The United States out front, but Portugal is looking very strong. Germany takes the lead. Look at this, an intense battle. Now into the maze section. Heading for the elevator. Portugal back in front. Portugal enters the elevator first. Germany right behind, running second. Argentina sitting in third. The United States battling not to fall behind. We're now in Sector 3 of the track, the section with 4 smaller funnels. Portugal out in front. The United States manages to recover. Right now, all 4 competitors in the same funnel. Portugal takes the lead. Second to last funnel. Argentina falls behind, and Germany is the new leader at this moment. Only 1 funnel remaining. Argentina drops. Argentina surprises at the end, secures qualification, and Germany as well, finishing in second. The United States and Portugal are eliminated from the race. It's not just about speed. You need skill on this treacherous track. Argentina and Germany did a great job. and advance to the next round. Next group, Brazil, Algeria, Honduras, and Ivory Coast. 4 teams. Only 2 will qualify. The battle is intense. They're already in the cyclone funnel. Brazil out front. Brazil drops first into the maze. Here comes Honduras. Honduras and Brazil hit the first funnel. Honduras drops, calls the elevator first. First position. Honduras enters the rail section. Honduras is the leader. Ivory Coast in second. Honduras opens a small gap. Ivory Coast closes in right on them. Ivory Coast surprises and takes the lead. Brazil running second. Now Honduras loses momentum. Honduras recovers and heads to the penultimate funnel. Remember, only 2 spots are available to advance. Brazil now in the final funnel. Brazil and Ivory Coast battling for first. Brazil advances. Brazil qualifies, and Ivory Coast as well. Honduras and Algeria are saying goodbye to the championship, our Marble World Cup. Algeria had issues and stopped on track. Bad luck for them and for the entire coaching staff. Brazil advances. Ivory Coast as well. A new group forms. A new group. Ivory Coast and Brazil. India and Spain. Next group, Mexico, Japan, Costa Rica, and France. Group D. The referee signals. And they're off. 2 marbles on each side. Into the cyclone funnels. Let's see who drops into the maze. First big battle. Heavy collisions. Here comes France. France takes the lead. Costa Rica surprises and calls the elevator first. Costa Rica takes the lead. France in second. Mexico in third. Japan right there, fighting to stay close. Close to the pack. Costa Rica leading. France charging hard. Mexico moves up into second. Now the pressure is on Mexico, right behind Costa Rica. France heads to the penultimate funnel. France takes the lead. Down they go. Costa Rica. Only 2 funnels left to the finish. Just 2. Advance to the next round. Mexico in front, dropping into the final funnel. The fight is on. Costa Rica crosses first. Costa Rica and Mexico. Mexico also qualifies. Japan and France are saying goodbye to the Marble World Cup. Precision, speed, skill. That's what it takes to advance in the World Cup. Costa Rica and Mexico. Job well done. And now, we move on to the semifinals. Ivory Coast, Brazil, India, and Spain. Time for the showdown. Only 2 will reach the grand final. The referee gives the signal. The gates are open. Ivory Coast, Brazil, India, and Spain. So far, everything tied in the cyclone funnels. Who comes out in front? Ivory Coast. Spain takes the lead. Brazil arrives strong and makes the pass. Brazil is the new leader. Calls the elevator and heads to Sector 2. Brazil increases the pace, opening a big advantage. Brazil in control. Ivory Coast running second. Dropping into the rail section as well. Brazil first, Ivory Coast second, India third. Spain at the back. Spain moves up into third. Spain nearly makes the pass. Watch out, Ivory Coast surprises. Ivory Coast takes over the lead. Brazil drops to second, Spain in third. We're now at the penultimate funnel. Only 2 advance to the grand final. Here come India and Ivory Coast. Brazil drops. Everyone drops. Brazil. Brazil is heading to the grand final. Ivory Coast also qualifies. Spain and India are eliminated from the World Cup of Marbles. Brazil advances to the grand final. Ivory Coast as well. And if your country isn't here, leave it in the comments. Maybe it's in the next competition. Next matchup, Mexico, Costa Rica, Germany, and Argentina. Only 2 reach the final. The referee signals the gates are open. 2 marbles on each side. Into the cyclone section. Central cyclone. Argentina out front. Contact. Argentina leading. Almost stops there. Germany. Here comes Germany. Calls the elevator and heads to Sector 2. Into the rail section. Germany charging. Germany pushing hard. Costa Rica now running second. Argentina through the rail section. Germany leads. Costa Rica second. A spot in the grand final on the line. Only 2. Will qualify? Mexico charges up front and takes the lead. Argentina in second. Costa Rica drops as well. Argentina drops. Mexico wins the race and secures qualification. The final spot goes to Argentina. Argentina and Mexico in the final. Germany and Costa Rica are eliminated from the Marble World Cup. Costa Rica drops now. It's all decided. We have our 4 finalists. And here they are. Brazil and Ivory Coast. Mexico and Argentina. Welcome to the grand final. The golden trophy on the line. Who wins this Marble World Cup? Drop your pick in the comments. 4 competitors. Only one will be champion. Everything's set, and we're underway. Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, and Ivory Coast. All chasing the world title. Into the central funnel. Contact. This fight is massive. Brazil drops. Mexico comes out first. Mexico calls the elevator. Up they go. Ivory Coast in second. This is the grand final. Only one gets closer to that golden trophy. A huge battle in the funnel. Mexico still leading. And the fight for second. Brazil versus Ivory Coast. Brazil gets the better run. Brazil into second. Mexico holds the lead. Argentina arrives. Brazil stays up front. At the penultimate funnel. So close now to the end of the championship. Who's taking the crown? Tell us in the comments. Penultimate funnel. 4 competitors fighting for the title. Look at that. Ivory Coast comes through first. Now who takes second? The battle is on. Into the final funnel. Argentina grabs second. Mexico takes third. And Brazil finishes in 4th. Congratulations to Ivory Coast. Precision, skill, and pure hunger to win. Ivory Coast, the champions of the Fubeca Race Marble World Cup. Let's check the podium. Ivory Coast in first. Mexico takes third. And Argentina holds second on the podium. Hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for watching. And remember, leave a comment if your country isn't here. See you next time.
A packed arena tonight. Sold out, not a seat left. All right, let's go. Welcome to another Fubeca Race Marble Championship. A track full of obstacles, multiple elevators in play, and plenty of funnels, plus a very tricky starting gate. Buckle up, because we're underway. It's a Marble World Cup. 12 nations. Here we go. 12 flags on the grid. We've got the semifinals and the grand final. Get close to that golden trophy, and you take it. First up, Germany versus Indonesia. Starter gives the nod. Germany rolls out the gray marble. Indonesia in red, with a white accent. Both drop into the funnels. Germany exits first into the maze section, looking for the clean line. And contact, big contact, again! Multiple bumps in the maze. Indonesia slips ahead and calls the spiral elevator. 3 spiral elevators on this course. Now into the next funnel. Germany reaches the seesaw sector. A brutally difficult section. Watch Indonesia. A brilliant move and straight to the elevator. Up the spiral lift again and into the penultimate funnel. The penultimate funnel is turning into a fight. Remember, only one advances to the semi-final. Germany. Germany drops through. Germany is out and Indonesia follows. Final funnel now. A place in the quarters on the line. Who gets the clean descent? And it's going to be Indonesia. Wow. Indonesia advances. Straight into the semi-final. Germany is left behind. And Germany bows out of this World Cup. Indonesia moves on to the semi-finals, waiting for Japan versus the United Kingdom. Starter signals. The gate opens. United Kingdom in blue. Japan rolls in black. Both marbles into the 2 funnels. UK drops first into the maze. Left option, then right. Japan tries to pressure. Japan nearly stalls. The UK exits the maze cleanly. Nice and smooth, up the spiral elevators. And onto the second level of the track. Japan climbs too, looking for contact, but can't land it. UK reaches the seesaws. Japan is still in the funnel. Japan drops to the seesaws now. And the UK still stuck on the seesaws. This sector is unforgiving. A semi-final spot is on the line. For now, the UK leads, calling the last spiral elevator. Into the penultimate funnel. United Kingdom, Japan still battling the seesaws. UK is circling the penultimate funnel. Needs a clean drop to the final funnel. And there it goes. Final funnel. Now the UK. Japan climbs again to the penultimate funnel, trying to close the gap. But it's tough. The UK pace is relentless. And it looks like the UK will qualify. And they do. United Kingdom through. The UK advances to the semifinals. Japan is just too slow today. Japan is eliminated. United Kingdom, absolutely delighted. Into the semifinals they go. And you, how are you enjoying this Marble World Cup? Tell us below if your country isn't here. And if it is, drop a comment so we know. Which team are you backing? Alright, next matchup, India versus Argentina. India comes in with the red marble. Argentina answers with the white. Who gets the first drop into the maze section? For now, both are circling inside the funnel. Split lanes, 1 funnel each, drifting side to side. And here we go, into the maze. Contact. Argentina pushes through. India slips past the collision. That is a strong read in the labyrinth. India with a real surprise move. Here comes the call. The spiral elevator engages. India is sent into Sector 2. Second spiral elevator, activated. India still the red marble out front, already in the upper funnel, second floor. Argentina arrives. Immediate bumping, physical racing, side by side, body to body. India drops first. India hits the seesaw section. Argentina slams down, overtake. Argentina takes the lead now. But both get stuck on the seesaws. Argentina escapes first. Last spiral elevator. Called in. Argentina heads to the penultimate funnel. India is there too. India is flying. So much speed from India. Closes in and taps the white marble. Shoulder to shoulder. Now both in the penultimate funnel. This is a huge fight. Argentina drops into the penultimate funnel. It's a semi-final spot on the line. Locked together again. Just centimeters from the finish. And India clinches the semi-final place. Argentina was the slower one there. And Argentina is eliminated out of our Marble World Cup. On to the next matchup. Mexico versus Canada. Mexico brings the green marble. Canada is brown with white detail. A sharp look on that one. Both are spinning in the funnels. They need a clean drop to the maze. Mexico drops first. Mexico is through and takes the lead. Canada responds straight into contact. That contact is heavy, and we've got a restart. All right, reset for the relaunch. The referee gives the signal. Restart confirmed, back underway. A fierce battle through the maze section. Mexico drops again. Canada comes in. Another big hit. They're strong, and they do it again. Mexico still out front. Canada surprises and takes the lead. Both spiral elevators are called. Here comes Canada. Canada accelerates up the lift. Mexico answers body to body. Now into the Sector 2 funnel upstairs. Mexico nudges ahead, but Canada overtakes. This race is tight from start to finish. Tell me in the comments, who are you cheering for? And remember, next Saturday, Marble Champions begins. 2026, the most anticipated series of all time. The last one was back in 2021. Stay tuned. Hit the bell. Let's go! Back to the race. Mexico and Canada go again. Still wide open. No clear favorite. Too close to call right now? Into the final funnel they go. Mexico, Canada, neck and neck. A fierce race, my friends. Look at this. And it's Canada. Wow. Canada punches the ticket. Mexico is out. Eliminated from our Marble World Cup. Canada will face India in the semifinals. Indonesia and the United Kingdom are also through. On to the next matchup. United States versus Brazil. Start authorized. The gates are open. Both marbles into the funnel. The United States in white. Brazil is in yellow. The United States drops first. Straight into the maze section. Brazil takes the left lane. The United States goes right. Who gets the edge? Brazil calls the elevator first. That quick decision opens space on the track. And suddenly, Brazil is in front. The United States stays close. This race is intense. Both into the upper funnel. Who drops to the seesaws? Here comes Brazil. Brazil drops. The United States follows. Hard contact. Another collision. This is razor tight. Brazil handles it better. Calls the final elevator. Heading for the penultimate funnel. The United States pressures hard. Side by side again. Into the penultimate funnel. Both fighting for a semi-final spot. Everything on the line here. The United States drops to the final funnel. This is a huge moment. Heavy contact. Brazil closes in. Another bump, no space given. The United States answers back. Contact again. Still nothing decided. Who survives this battle? It's the United States! The United States secures the semi-final place. Brazil's run comes to an end. Brazil fought bravely to the finish. But the United States moves on. What a duel! Now the final semi-final spot is up for grabs. England versus France. Here we go. England rolls in with the white marble. Black and yellow details stand out. France answers with the blue marble. Both drop straight into the funnels. Who finds the clean exit to the maze? They break into the maze section. Heavy contact right away. Multiple collisions. No room given. If you enjoy racing like this, drop a comment and let us know. What do you think of this competition so far? Here comes France. France calls the spiral elevator. England stays right on the pressure. Side by side, England strikes back. A bold move through the funnel. England emerges in front. England reaches the seesaw section first. France is right there. Immediate contact. This race keeps swinging back and forth. No clear leader through the chaos. Positions change almost every second. England finds the elevator first. Heading to the penultimate funnel. England tightens control up front. France refuses to back down. Still, side by side. Into the penultimate funnel together. England drops toward the final funnel. This decides the last semifinal place. Who finds the exit? The tension is massive. They collide again. England squeezes past France. Huge contact on the drop. And who takes it in the end? Look at this. An intense battle, neck and neck. But it's England. England secures the semifinal place. France is out. France fought all the way, but England was stronger today. And that sets our semifinals. Now we move on. 6 nations remain in this competition. The semifinals are set. And here comes the first semifinal. United Kingdom versus Indonesia. The United Kingdom rolls in with blue. Indonesia answers with red. Let us know who you are cheering for. And remember, once again, Marble Champions, the most anticipated series from Fubeca Race. Starting next Saturday, stay tuned and turn on notifications so you don't miss a thing. Back to the track. Here we go. United Kingdom and Indonesia, still even. The seesaw section delivers heavy contact. No separation at all. Here comes the drop. United Kingdom. Indonesia responds. Still nothing between them. Another collision in the seesaw section. Locked together. The balance shifts constantly. One clean movement. Perfect timing. The United Kingdom reaches the penultimate funnel first. The final spiral elevator is engaged. But look at Indonesia. An incredible move sends them to the final funnel. Indonesia is right on the brink of qualification. A place in the final is on the line. Remember, 3 marbles will race in the final. That means 3 spots are available. This is one of them. United Kingdom and Indonesia. And Indonesia takes it. Wow! Indonesia books a place in the final. The United Kingdom is eliminated. Next up, India versus Canada. Another final spot is on the line. This is for the second position. Canada and India. Canada rolls in with brown. White details stand out. India. Red marble on the line. Who gets the early drop? Canada goes first. Canada enters the maze section, looking for the cleanest path. That choice pays off. Canada exits quickly. Straight to the first elevator, and immediately the second. Canada reaches the upper funnel, sector 2 of the track. India is still chasing. India arrives. India looks for contact, but cannot connect. Canada drops. India follows. Light contact at the exit. India squeezes through. Canada tries to respond. They split lanes. Neck and neck again. The race stays tight. No margin whatsoever. Canada drops into the final spiral elevator. India follows closely. The pressure builds into the penultimate funnel. Another final place on the line. Who finds the exit? Canada on one side, India on the other. 2 giants collide. 2 proud nations. India drops first, takes the lead. Can India hold on? Canada drops as well. Neck and neck, locked together. No separation. This fight goes to the limit. They battle. Right to the end. India breaks free. India qualifies for the final. Canada's run comes to an end. An incredible effort. And now, 2 finalists are set. Indonesia is through. India has also secured a spot. Now the final place in the final is up for grabs. The marbles are rolling. This last ticket to the final is on the line. England enters with the white marble. Black details stand out clearly. The United States answers with white as well. They roll smoothly out of the gate. England finds the first drop. Straight into the maze section. A sharp move to the left, then quickly back to the right. Heavy contact, both marbles stall on the track. A restart is called after the clash. Everything resets. Back into the funnels they go, circling patiently, waiting for the drop. Precision over aggression. Clean lines through the funnel. Who commits first? England finds the exit again. The United States searches for an opening. Contact made. Another attempt to unsettle the run. Traffic builds in the maze. More contact. Still racing. The United States gains momentum. The United States edges ahead. Up the second spiral elevator, rising toward the upper level. Into the second floor funnel. England follows. England strikes back and dives into the seesaw section. The United States feels the pressure. Momentum slips away. England balances cleanly. The United States loses precious time. A costly delay in this section. But the fight is not over. Anything can still happen. This tournament has proven that. England reaches the penultimate funnel. A final spot within reach. 2 finalists already waiting. England circles with control. This drop could decide everything. The tension is unbearable. And here comes the United States, charging back into contention. Contact at the funnel exit. A quick tap. The United States squeezes through, now leading the race. A slim advantage. Into the final funnel. Can England respond? England drops, neck and neck at the bottom. Still no margin. An intense duel. The United States holds firm. The United States makes it. The final place is secured. England is eliminated. A valiant effort. And now the final is set. Here is our final lineup. The United States, India, and Indonesia. Everything is set, ready to go. The referee signals, gates open. The final is underway. Racing for the golden trophy. Who gets the first drop? Here comes India. India leads early. Red marble out front. The United States follows in white. Indonesia holds third. A tight battle behind. The chase begins. India opens a small gap. A clean run through the maze. India stretches the lead. Up the elevator, into the second level. India remains in control. Indonesia moves into second. The United States drops to third. India descends first. Straight to the seesaws. Chaos behind at the funnel. Indonesia fights for position. Indonesia secures second. India still leads, holding steady. The United States pushes hard. Trouble! The United States slips! Oh my god! An incredible moment. Indonesia capitalizes. The United States is out of the final. This is devastating, my friends. He pushed too hard on the descent. A costly mistake. Too aggressive. The United States is out. What drama. India and Indonesia remain. The final duel begins. India still leads. Indonesia stays close. No room to relax. India protects the advantage. Indonesia attacks. Unbelievable finish. Indonesia wins it all. Wow. India finishes second. The United States takes third. What a final. Fair result? Let us know your thoughts. Should that move have been retried? Indonesia lifts the golden trophy. Fubeca race. We hope you enjoyed this incredible race. Let's take a look at the podium. The crowd is on its feet. More than 50,000 fans in attendance. Here is the podium. Indonesia, first place. India claims second. And third place, the United States. A strong campaign. But heartbreak in the final. Overpushed, paid the price. That's racing. Thank you for watching. This has been Fubeca Race. The world's biggest marble channel, bringing Marble World Cups to life. Stay tuned. Marble Champions, next Saturday. Turn on notifications. Like and comment. See you next time.
ready to race today at Event 1 of Glasscar, the Sunstorm Grand Prix. May I remind you to check out the Marble Sports Worldwide podcast, a podcast that will cover all aspects of this race on the weekly show and all other Fubeca races in the future. Look it up on YouTube, Marble Sports Worldwide podcast. Also, don't forget, of course, to subscribe to Fubeca for more content. Rainforest in the pole sitter position, followed by Penguin, Canarium, Nitro, Ivory in the top 5, and in the bottom 2, Volcano and Dragon's Tail. Take a look at those top 5 and the bottom 2 during the race. See if a comeback story will mount, or if those top 5 will struggle a little bit facing the other elite competitors below them. Panning over these marbles, they all look ready to race, poised, composed at the start. First race of Glasscar. All the officials lined up, as well as the fans and the trainers. Nervous but excited for the inaugural race of Glasscar. The lights are all on and we are rolling. Rainforest out to the right side immediately, and Canarium will jump to the lead already, hitting those guidelines. So moving out there, and let's take a look at Ivory now at first place. Nitro just behind as they go up through the self-propulsion system for the first time. These guidelines here, pieces of foam kind of messing with the marbles a little bit, moving them around. Nitro into the lead. And look at Volcano already starting in 11th place. And he has jumped up to 2nd place. Youngest competitor in Glasscar this year, a rookie. Certainly showing that he's here to race. Ivory moving around, a collision there with Nitro. Has the lead. Nitro trying to push back on the left side, no movement there. Just take a look at Volcano moving behind Nitro, drafting, gaining some speed. And Ivory's losing some speed. Now Volcano here to the left side and now gonna move past. Grab the lead here in lap 3. 20 laps on this circuit. Volcano has established a huge lead. Nitro and Ivory both slowing down after that collision with him. He's going around the hairpin through the chicane, trying to maintain the gap he has. Behind Ivory, we have Penguin moving, as well as Rattlesnake, trying to make their way up into the top 3 and do well for their nation here in the first race of Glasscar. Volcano holding that lead. Nitro trying to move back in front, taken to the left sides, got him around the outside of the curve, and Nitro is going to move back into first place. Ivory falling back, but you see Rattlesnake now up into 4th place as well, working his way up, started in 7th place. But you look at Rainforest all the way down in 7th after starting in that pole position, as he hesitated to move off to the right side at the start. Nitro still holding fast in the front. Volcano, the rookie, doing the best he can to weave through the chicanes. But he's getting hung up on the side a lot, losing a lot of speed here on these final curves on each of the lap. Lap 6 we're in now. And these guidelines certainly sticking out a bunch, really messing with these marble speed and pulling on their agility to win the day here. See Angel all the way down in 12th place right now. That's not where she wants to be, but she's very composed on the course. I think she's good. Oh, look at that. As I say that, jumps up into 8th place. Look at that. Angel up into 8th from 12th. And now we're going to leave Dragon's Tail down at the bottom. He started at the bottom. He's still at the bottom. No challenge mounted from him at all yet. We'll have to see how the rest of this race goes. Look at that Volcano weaving around Ivory. Agility on the course is wonderful here. Volcano on that left lane, taking the outside line and staying in front. Dragon's Tail up into 11th place as Black Shadow now takes that last place spot. Ivory on Volcano's tail, drafting for some speed, but is not going to get around him. Look at Volcano moving around Nitro as he hesitates at the guideline, and Volcano's going to grab that top spot. Look at Ivory with some collisions there. Around the outside curve, trying to catch up to Volcano, but every time she moves, Volcano moves in front. Another cutoff from Volcano, and it's not going to happen. Ivory now left behind a few inches there as Volcano, not only aware of what's going on in front of him, but also the movement behind him. That's how he stays in front of Ivory here, moving in front of her, cutting her off. and dubbing her momentum. Ivory now battling with Nitro, having some trouble with Nitro. Look at that right there. Overtakes her on the inside line of that curve. Nitro has not given up yet. Now Rockslide, the veteran, up into 4th place. Good to see him there. Rainforest also making some moves back. Volcano dropping back into 3rd place, with Nitro now reestablishing the lead. It's been a battle between these three, but Rockslide says, let me get in on this action, as he's hot on their tail up into 4th place here. Look at some movement there from Rainforest. Rattlesnake really knocking into him there. Some aggressive movements from Rattlesnake. He's going to stay in front of Rainforest for the moment. Nitro holding that top spot as Rockslide up into 2nd place. Slow and steady, Rockslide is overtaking each of these competitors. Ivory is not catching up. Ooh, hit off that guideline. Both marbles do, though, and it's the same distance. Volcano, the rookie, has dropped back a little bit. Only lap 12, so still plenty of room for him to move right now. See how that speed moves. Look at Volcano moving back and forth through those chicanes, weaving very, very skillfully. We will see how he approaches these top 3. It's going to be hard to get past all 3 of these marbles to get to the top. But if there's anyone up to the challenge, it's the rookie Volcano. Not much movement from his rival Pacifica, who's back in 10th place, staying in front of Dragon's Tail and Black Shadow at best. And look at that, Volcano moving around Rockslide as Rockslide slows down on the 1 guideline there. Taking advantage of all the mistakes these other marbles are making. Volcano is one of the most aware marbles on the track so far. Certainly some mistakes here and there, but you can't blame him. With these elite competitors, there's no way you can be perfect every time. But Volcano is certainly able to capitalize on the bad movements of other other racers. And almost did it there with Ivory, but Ivory straightened herself out. Holding to that left lane now. Volcano looking on the inside line, trying to stay in front of Rockslide. Not the easiest movement for him. Rattlesnake, you see there, trying to catch up there back there in 6th. Rainforest had overtaken him. Oh, look at that. Rockslide making a move for Nitro. Around the outside line, Nitro cutting on the inside, and he's going to stay in front. A tough movement there. Well, these marbles are still holding all their speed. A lot of energy today in race 1 of Glass Car. Nitro. What a surprise, out in front. Yes, about speed, but usually the reckless racing can get him in trouble. But he's really holding them off right now. He's smartening it up for this race. Ivory has moved up into 2nd. Volcano now jumped past Rockslide into 3rd. Off the barrier there. Volcano pinballing back and forth between those guidelines. And it is all Nitro's race right now. Ivory is doing everything she can to catch up, but it is not happening. Nitro had a couple of hiccups during the race so far, but as we head into lap 18, it is straightened out in his favor, and 1st place belongs to Nitro. Take a look, you see Rockslide now back in the 6th place. Dragon's Tail and Penguin now at the bottom. Not good looks for them for their first race. Look at that, Rattlesnake moving up into 4th place. Some moves from him. And Ivory is slipping away at this point. Lap 19, and Ivory's down into 5th place. She was up in 2nd for most of the race, but now Rattlesnake is making his moves. Moving around Rainforest, now moving around Volcano as he shoots up the self-propulsion system. It is Rattlesnake to try to challenge Nitro. Out of nowhere, he works his way up right at the end, and there's 1 lap to go. Rattlesnake is the only one who seems to have the chance to put an end to Nitro's reign. Ivory has dropped back to 6. A tough look for her. Volcano, followed by Rockslide and Rainforest here in the 3, 4, 5 spots. Nitro in the lead still. Rattlesnake, 2nd place. The gap is huge. I think it's too much. And Nitro, with a final bump off the barrier, comes across the finish line in 1st place. Nitro is your victor for Glass Car Race Run. Rattlesnake follows just behind, followed by the veteran Rock Slide. Volcano, the rookie, a decent performance landing in 4th. Rainforest does decent for his pole position in 5th. Ivory in 6th. Angel was able to jump back up to 7th. Canarium, Black Shadow, Pacifica, Dragon's Tail, and unfortunately for Penguin, last place in the first race, the Sunstorm Grand Prix. Unfortunate finish, but for Nitro, a celebratory night, as well as Rattlesnake. Great finishes for them. A good comeback from Rattlesnake, who shot up into the end at the end. Shot up into 2nd place in the last lap, the last couple of laps. And Volcano had the fastest lap in this race as well, with a time of 24.112. Certainly the rookie was moving it quick for most of the race, but eventually tired out a little bit and could not keep up with Nitro the whole time. Next event is Sunstorm Circuit 2 next week. Join us then. See how this race continues to unfold. Take a quick look at some of the replays. Look at the start. See how Rainforest immediately rolled off to the right side there and already let Marbles in front. Canarium had the lead at first, but the slew of Marbles behind him just overwhelmed him immediately. And he got stuck back in the pack there for most of the race. Ivory, who came out of the chaos in the lead, held that top spot and battled with Nitro for most of this race. But it really is the end of the race that matters. The finish is the most important part. And Ivory was not able to stay up there with Nitro through the last few laps. Got a good look at Volcano as well, the rookie this season. Youngest competitor. Having some times with first place, as well as some good collisions, and his awareness on the track was masterful. Some good plays against Ivory there to stay in front. And you see that he will be a competitor to contend with. Pacifica, the rival, is not really showing much in the way of the speed he's supposed to have. But looking at the podium here for the first race, Nitro in first, Rattlesnake second, and again, Rock Slide in third. If you ask fans of Dragon's Tail at this point how they felt going into race 2 of the Sunstorm GP, their answer will be nothing less than dissatisfied. But with Dragon's Tail starting in 6th for this race, hopefully their answer will change by the end. Angel will be our pole sitter today, followed by Black Shadow and Ivory. Nitro, the winner of the first Grand Prix here in Glasscar, is pulling up in 7th to start. Certainly jumbled up the place starting in this race. Very different from race 1. I couldn't tell you who will take the victory today. Certainly, it's a jumble. Of course, 2 sectors today. Couple of 90s, then hit that self-propulsion system, shooting up into that 2nd sector, which kind of has a back and forth look to it. 2 hairpins, and in between, a bunch of very slight but dirty curves that really mess with these marbles' speed and momentum. We'll see how they handle it. The lights have all lit up, and we are rolling. Angel moving to the right out of the pole sitter position, and Black Shadow. Couple collisions there as they head to the self-propulsion system here in lap 1. 27 laps today will account for race 2 of the Sunstorm GP. Ivory has darted into the lead as we head through lap 1. Coming round to that starting gate for the first time. And it is Ivory. Black Shadow right behind. And I think that's Nitro up there in 3rd place. Very good starting for him. And he's all the way up into 2nd. Are we going to see another run from this competitor? This speed-hungry competitor. Penguin has also darkened the top 3. But not before Rattlesnake has something to say about it as he moves around him and grabs 3rd place here in lap 2. And lap 3 is coming up here. Let's take a look at Angel, who has dropped back to 9th already. Not the kind of performance that the fans of Angel were expecting, especially after that very fast qualifying lap that she gave. Volcano also suffering down in 12th place. But eyes are really on Dragon's Tail right now. He's in 6th right now overall. Holding that position. So far, no changes in his placement, really, since the beginning of the race. Oh, look at that Rattlesnake darting around Nitro and Pacifico. Oh, hit from behind from Penguin, and Nitro is actually going to be shot forward, but certainly he's going to be out of sorts from that. Hopefully no concussions will ensue on the field. Nitro moving on the inside line around Dragon's Tail. Dragon's Tail has jumped into 3rd place now. Will Dragon's Tail be able to turn around from his first performance in race 1 and come back with a solid win here in race 2, or at least a top 3? Right now it's looking good for him, as he is holding that 3rd place position right now. Back in the pack there, Penguin drops down a couple of places as Angel slams into him from behind. And Black Shadow, who started in 2nd overall, is now taking up residence in last place. But these marbles have all the speed they need. Those attenuators which have been removed for this race have certainly allowed the marbles more space to move around and gain some more speed and keep things moving along in the race. Those 27 laps will go by so quickly with that new addition. Ivory slowing down, having trouble with those slight curves there, and Nitro keeping in front. Some collision from Ivory, but it only helped Nitro out. You can't let your anger get to you on the course. I know when you get passed on the course, your first inclination is let me slam into that racer and knock him off his feet, or his marble, you could say. But Ivory actually hampered her own situation there, but she recovers back in front, and Volcano out of nowhere is now back at the top. We're seeing a similar situation as saw back in the first race. Ivory, Volcano, Nitro, Rattlesnake all at the top. Canarium making a jaunt up there as well. And Pacifica starting to drop down. Rock Slide, funny enough, moving his way up. Maybe to balance out that top 4 as we saw in the previous race. Will it really be 4 or 5 marbles dominating the races this time? Black Shadow is down at the bottom, and so is Angel and Penguin, as per before, but Dragon's Tail moving up a bunch of places there is going to try to say something about that. Volcano is holding that lead above Ivory. And he's moving to the left side around the longer curve. Not really staying towards the inside lane. Maybe more speed is coming from him there. But Rattlesnake, a couple aggressive moves around Ivory. He's going to grab 2nd place and going to try to put a challenge on Volcano. Ivory moving around the outside line, trying to hit Rattlesnake from behind. Rattlesnake now does that to Volcano, hitting him from behind and moving ahead through the propulsion system. How does it come out? Rattlesnake in the lead. Volcano slowing down to a crawl here. Ivory. But look at Dragon's Tail threading the needle between Ivory as she moves back and forth through those curves, and through Volcano, taking the inside line. Volcano tries to slam into him from the side, grabs back the lead momentarily. Dragon's Tail, a good move on the inside there, held the lead for a second, but is now slowed down by that outside curve, and Volcano will run away with it here for a moment. Dragon's Tail, certainly a new performance here. The fans of Dragon's Tail are really on the edge of their seat here as he moves back and forth, sometimes up there into 2nd place, now back into 5th. Will he emerge victorious here? You can see Black Shadow and Rock Slide battling it a little bit there. Not really much speed coming from them at the moment. And Penguin lagging behind in 12th place momentarily. Rattlesnake at the top now. Volcano right behind him. Ivory, Nitro, and Dragon's Tail round out that top 5. Eyes are really on Dragon's Tail as Ivory runs into 2nd place here. Is Dragon's Tail going to be able to hold his positions as Rockslide comes right up behind him? Or is he going to let the other marble scare him? You see Volcano jump over that attenuator there as he crossed the line. I don't know if that helped him a lot, but it certainly is now running right up on Ivory's tail. But he bounces through those couple of curves and is now going to struggle. Ivory now moving around Rattlesnake on the outside line. Sometimes that outside line has proven to give in more speed to these marbles. And you saw it there. As Rattlesnake struggled to stay in front of Ivory there and did not through the end of that lap. We are heading into lap 20 and Ivory is our leader. Rattlesnake certainly not given up by any stretch of the imagination. You can see he's a little bit bouncy right now. When he straightens himself out, he is a true marble to contend with out there on the course. Pacifica has now made an appearance in the top 4. Oh, a ram from Nitro into Pacifica has only shot him above Volcano here. Marbles need to watch their collisions out on the course. Collisions are fine. Collisions are great. And there's been an accident involving Penguin. I'm not really sure what's happening with him. He's in the red here, and he might be out of the race. Is he out of the race? I think he might be out of the race. Are we gonna get any sort of replay on that? Well, here it is. Penguin on the right side spun up and got stuck on the corner of the track. Didn't pop off. But all momentum is gone, and Penguin is out of this race. Look at him, he's just sitting there. He's become a spectator on the field. And all you can say for Angel at this point is that she will not finish in 12th. But her fans are hoping she's gonna be able to rise above 11th here. But as I was saying before, collisions are amazing out on the course. But if they're used in the wrong way, you can almost push marbles that you're colliding with forward. Fastest lap seems to be with Rattlesnake right now, 19.622. And he's gonna stand about 2.7 seconds ahead of Ivory. Let's refocus back on our leaders here. Rattlesnake in first place, followed by Ivory, Volcano, Rainforest, Canarium. Dragon's Tail has dropped back to 8th place. It's been a wild race for him, up and down the whole time. And now he's starting to falter. Rattlesnake seems to be in the clear here, and Ivory is making some moves, but has to gain quite a bit of ground if she's gonna make any challenges. On the other side of the corner here, Angel is still in trouble down in 11th place. Ivory now only 1.5 behind Rattlesnake. The gap has decreased by about a second. And Rainforest has jumped above Volcano and shown that he's here to race as well. We are into the final lap, lap 27, and Rattlesnake is your leader. Is he gonna be able to hold through to the end? Rattlesnake moving around this hairpin here. Second to last hairpin, that penultimate hairpin. Bounces through those curves. The final hairpin is at hand. Around he goes, hitting the edge of that border, and comes across in first place. Ivory follows shortly, about 3 seconds behind. Rainforest, Volcano, Pacifica, Nitro, Canarium, Rockslide, Black Shadow. See Rattlesnake taking his victory lap there. And Angel and Dragon's Tail follow suit. Dragon's Tail, unfortunately, ended in 11th place yet again. He started decently and actually made his way up to about 3rd, even 2nd place for a moment, but couldn't close the door. And even Angel was able to finish above him. Rattlesnake also picked up the fastest lap here, happening in lap 23 with a 19.6 about. And you can see that Rattlesnake has taken over the standings, 4 points above Nitro here, with 2 podiums so far to his name. Ivory, another solid race for her, finishing in 2nd, and Rainforest poking his head up into the top, finishing in 3rd. Now's a great time for a couple of replays from the race. Take a look at these marbles as they pop out there. Angel immediately moving to the right. Another mistake, as we saw from Rainforest in the first race. That pole sitter tends to dive off to the right as soon as the race begins. And we saw that here with Angel, who then got stuck bounding between the marbles. Too many collisions, and she kind of lost that momentum real quickly. Ivory, Nitro were the first to emerge here. The race soon turned in Rattlesnake's way. Rattlesnake is one of the best racers I've ever seen in marble sports. Just his ability to weave around other marbles, to avoid collisions. There's a great replay right there showing that. A lot of marbles in his way, but actually weave through them instead of tried to mess up with the collisions. Collisions are helpful, but too many of them can actually dampen your own momentum. And it's not the best way to proceed when you try to get to the top. First place racers in glass car will avoid collisions and focus on moving past marbles. Again, another perfect example of Rattlesnake showing that he is the real deal. Did not even touch those two. Just ran right past him like they weren't even there. And Penguin. A notable disappointment for him as he gets stuck on the end there. An unexpected change of events for Penguin. He's going to have a lot of work to do if he wants to make up time in glass car. But with that, the podium music begins to play, and we will see our victors upon the podium. Rattlesnake again in first, followed by Ivory in second, and Rainforest in third. To round out the podium in Race to a Glass Car.
Glass car takes the oval. Hello again, friends. Keanu Bitterzicki, glad to be here with you as Glass car makes its first move onto the oval. We had our qualifications earlier, in which another pole position for Rainforest. As you see that qualification finishing standings up there. Penguin, who's finished last in each of our first two races, takes second. Maybe that's a sign of things to come on an oval for Penguin after finishing last on those two road courses. Canarium third, Pacifica fourth, Black Shadow is fifth. Rattlesnake, who is the points leader and our defending winner from our second race, will start sixth. Nitro is seventh after winning the first race. As you see, there are the championship standings. 75 points, 4 points the lead for Rattlesnake between Nitro and Rattlesnake. And then Ivory third. Ivory, though, will start last in this field. Rainforest and Volcano round out the top five, all the way down to Penguin. One note on Penguin: was not initially given the 25 points for finishing last after being not being able to finish that last race. That's not the case anymore. They are off, though, and we are ready to go. As they come out to the lead here, turns 1 and 2, it is Canarium up the propelling system around 3 and 4, and into the lead for the first lap. It is Canarium leading the pole sitter Rainforest. And Penguin, Nitro, and Pacifica all the way back. Ivory has made up one spot right now, Volcano running last, as we quickly make our way into lap 3 of 32. Canarium is in the lead right now by 0.2 of a second. Rainforest running second after passing Penguin, but now Nitro has made that pass for second place. Pretty tight here in that middle of the pack. All the way back again, Volcano. All the way down in last. 0.3 of a second now. Made up another 10th has Canarium. And so far, Canarium has run the fastest lap at 8.251. Nitro moves, or remains in second. Rattlesnake, the points leader, moves into third. Ivory starting to work their way up. And there is an accident. Rainforest, the pole sitter, in trouble. Meanwhile, Rattlesnake has taken the lead. Let's look at the replay and see what happened. Oh, up and over. And you saw Ivory made some contact with that high plexiglass. Ivory able to stay on the track, not the case for Rainforest. Again, they made contact. That's something you got to keep an eye on in turns 3. Heading into 4 right after you make contact with that propelling system. And a disaster for Rainforest. Moves into 12th. Will not finish this race. Rattlesnake is the leader. Dragon's Tail has moved into second. Dropping back a little bit is Nitro, back to 5th now. Canarium led the early portion of this race. And Rattlesnake, the leader, has now just run the fastest lap in lap number 11 of 32. Ivory working their way up to 6th. Canarium back up to 2nd. You've got the 2 yellow marbles, and they make contact, and Canarium takes the lead. Up and over they go into turn 3 and 4. And now here comes Black Shadow. Black Shadow takes the lead, may have led the lap. Very tight here. Nitro takes over 3rd from Rattlesnake. The top 4 are all right there. Here comes Ivory into 5th. As they get really tight, only a little more than 1/10 of a second separating Black Shadow, who's in the lead. Canarium runs 2nd. Here is Ivory all the way up to 2nd. Ivory going to go for the lead. Around turn 2. Here they come up into the propelling system. Around turn 3 and 4. It is still Black Shadow. And now Canarium has taken over 2nd, and Ivory makes that pass back. All the way back to Volcano in 10th, and Dragon's Tail, who was in 2nd for a little bit, now running in 11th. Ivory is dropped back to 8th again. Now all the way to 11th. Ivory's now the last marble on the course. Black Shadow maintaining the lead. Penguin trying to make their way back up to the front. Right now that lead is 0.2 of a second. This is the fastest course that we have seen so far in Glasscar. Penguin, who started second, is back in second. Canarium, Nitro, and Pacifica, the top 5. Rattlesnake has moved all the way back to last on the course. That's 11th. After leading for a little bit. Black Shadow still holding the lead. Here comes Penguin. They're coming close. A little contact. Canarium gets into the back of Penguin. May have propelled Penguin, who has finished last in each of the first 2 races, making a little contact, dropping back to 3rd and now 4th as Black Shadow continues to fend off our other competitors. The lead is less than 1/10 of a second. They make contact there on the back. Up and over again into turn 3. In this oval that is very similar to an Indianapolis Motor Speedway style, and it has provided a lot of contact. Black Shadow still the leader, and now Canarium makes the pass on Nitro for 3rd. Ivory drops back to 5th after taking over 4th. Black Shadow still the leader, and that's not the case anymore. Nitro takes the lead, and now it's Dragon's Tail out of nowhere, followed by Pacifica. Rattlesnake's in 3rd, an entire switch up of the field. And Dragon's Tail, with a time of just over 8 seconds, just ran the fastest lap of this race. Penguin, who was in 2nd, has dropped all the way to 11th. Rattlesnake, who was running last for a bit, is up in 3rd. Dragon's Tail is the leader. Ivory in 2nd after starting last. And again, more switches. Pacifica now in 2nd. Here comes Nitro. Canarium has been up toward the top this entire time. This is tight. Everybody hanging in there. It is Pacifica now taking the lead for the first time. Only 2 more to go. They come around turn 4. Pacifica will take the white flag. And here we go, side by side, Dragon's Tail into the lead. Up into turns 3 and 4. Let's see what happens at the line. It will be Angel out of nowhere. Black Shadow takes 2nd. It was Pacifica and Dragon's Tail that went to the white flag in the lead. They will finish 5th and 6th. And Angel with a redemption story after taking the pole and finishing 10th in our last race. They gain 8 spots, winning it by only 12 thousandths of a second. Unbelievably close. Black Shadow 2nd, Volcano, Penguin, Dragon's Tail the top 5. Middle of the pack is Pacifica, and then Nitro in 7th. And on back from there, as you see the updated standings, it is a 2-point lead now for Rattlesnake, who loses 2 points. Fastest lap of this race belonged to Dragon's Tail, who runs 11th in the standings, only 1 point ahead of Penguin. But as far as that goes, for the standings, it is Rattlesnake with 103 points, 101 back to Nitro, and 100 points for Volcano. And then Angel and Ivory are the top 5, despite 2 poles in 3 races. Rainforest, middle of the pack, in 6th. Let's look at some of these replays. This was an incredibly tight race the entire way through. Honestly, going in, I expected there may be some lapped marbles. That was not the case. Just Rainforest, who we will see later on, unable to finish this course. And there you go again. Watch that. Rainforest came out of turn 1 in 3rd or 4th. It was Canarium, who started 3rd, that came out in the lead. So again, it's been a not necessarily a good thing to start on the pole. Fast forward to lap 6 here. And now lap 7, that is where disaster struck off the course. Severe damage for Rainforest, who will finish last, and that really hurts their chances. Rattlesnake and Dragon's Tail were up for a bit. There was a ton of shuffling in this pack. Whether that was Rattlesnake in the lead, Canarium was up at the top for the most part. You had Ivory going from first to last and back again, as there was a ton of passing on this course. A very impressive, very exciting race, I would say. Black Shadow had the lead for a while. As you can see it there. And then things got real wild in a hurry towards the end of this race. Here it is, the final turn. Dragon's Tail went in with the lead, then it was Black Shadow, and out of nowhere, Angel comes across the line by less than 100th of a second. Let's have another look at the photo finish. Incredibly tight. There it is. Perfect camera work. to show you 12 thousandths of a second. One more time, there it is, clear as day, although extremely close. Angel is the winner. And all the way back to Rock Slide, who finishes last on the course. So, third place to Volcano, finishing 0.2 of a second behind. Again, 12 thousandths of a second for Black Shadow. Angel, though, is the one that they all aspire to be, as Angel takes the win, becomes our third different winner in 3 races of the inaugural season of GlassCar. A very exciting, very close, very entertaining race, I would say. So congratulations to Angel, making their way into the list of GlassCar winners for the first time. GlassCar takes the Moonscape Circuit as you have a look at our aerial view here for race 4 of the first season of GlassCar 2020. Hello again, friends. Keanu Peterson, glad to be here with you as you have a look at our qualifying results. If you didn't have a chance to have a look at that video, there they are on the top left corner of your screen. Canarium won the pole. First pole for that marble, starting first. That has not been a good sign, though, for these marbles. You don't necessarily want to start first, but it'll be Canarium, Rock Slide, Rainforest, Pacifica, and Penguin were the top 5. Our last winner, Angel, will start 10th. There, a look at the championship standings. Rattlesnake leading Nitro by 2 points, and 1 more point back to Volcano. Angel is 4th, Ivory is 5th, wins for Rattlesnake, Nitro, and of course Angel in the 12 thousandths of a second win last week at the Oval as you look at the infield and the setup for our marbles, getting ready for what should be another great race here at the Moonscape Circuit. First time we've been here, and a very different look, as you'll see in the very beginning of this first race. That self-propelling system takes a totally different look. 19 laps in this one, and we are underway. Canarium will take them into the lead, and immediately it is Rainforest who will take over that lead. Again, hard time for these pole sitters. Wow, look at that. Everybody making contact there, and a lot of contact between the marbles. What I was saying, though, is the pole sitters have had a really hard time even keeping the lead through the first turn. It's Rainforest who started third in the lead. Right on their tail is Black Shadow. Penguin, Pacifica, and Rattlesnake. Canarium through the first lap has dropped all the way from pole position to 7th. Volcano, third in the point standings, but struggling. Last place right now. The lead is currently 0.7 of a second. Rainforest to Pacifica, who has taken over second. It's really close there. Look at all those marbles grouping together. Penguin now takes over second. Penguin jumps to the lead in front of Rainforest. And a larger lead now. Penguin trying to jump well in front, and if you can get some clean air before you go into that propelling system and then up into the, I guess, plexiglass partition there, you can really gain some advantage on your lead there. Now Black Shadow's going to make a pass on Rainforest. Ivory and Volcano still occupying 11th and 12th. And it is Penguin and now Black Shadow, and the lead is over 1.5 seconds. Penguin trying to continue that lead. They are 1, 2, 3 in a row as Rattlesnake battles with Pacifica and Black Shadow. It's Black Shadow in second. The lead still belongs to Penguin. And right now, Penguin has run the fastest lap, a 20.502, which was run on the second lap. We're now on lap 5, and it's Rattlesnake who's taken the lead. Penguin had a lead of over 1.5 seconds, and the last 2 marbles, you can see them coming there pretty well behind. But it's Rattlesnake in front of Penguin. Black Shadow and then Pacifica. And now Rattlesnake has run the fastest lap. In the lead right now. We said clean air could be important. Up and around they go. Oh, big contact there. I think that may have been Rock Slide. Lead is 0.4 of a second right now. Rattlesnake back to Penguin. Canarium started on the pole, still running middle of the pack in 7th. Oh, look at the contact there between the 2 leaders, and it's going to be a pass again for Rattlesnake, who will take back over the lead. And now Pacifica makes a pass for 3rd. Black Shadow drops to 4th. Rock Slide, first time we're calling their name, up into 5th place. Remember, 19 laps in this competition. And now Pacifica making a pass for 2nd. Rattlesnake still holding the lead, and the lead is 0.8 of a second. Reach that area where we have a scoring system set up, and now look at the pass being made. Pacifica takes the lead and might lead this lap. Right on their tail is Rattlesnake. It's Pacifica across the line, and now here comes Penguin again. Nice move, and there will not be a lot of clean air that time. Penguin now takes the lead. Pacifica just ran the fastest lap. However, they have been passed back for the lead. Now they're going to make a pass again. They are 3 wide here. Penguin and Pacifica and Rattlesnake all battling. Meanwhile, Black Shadow going to try to make a move while that's happening. Ivory and Volcano still really struggling. Last week's winner, Angel, hanging in the back of the pack in 9th right now. Pacifica still leading. It's now 4 marbles going for the lead, and it is going to be Black Shadow and Penguin battling for the lead. Now the next 2 marbles all the way back to 6th in Rainforest trying to get in this matchup here. As we start to wind down on the laps, we're in lap number 11 of 19. Penguin trying to build a lead. They led by over 1.5 seconds earlier in this race, trying to continue that. Top 6 trying to pull away. Canarium has moved all the way up to 3rd. Now it's really the top 3 and then the next 3. Before you slide off there, Canarium just ran the fastest lap now. The pole sitter, nobody's run a faster time, 24:01. And look at that, we might get a lap marble. Volcano really struggling. Well back. And that could get very interesting. Lead belongs to Rattlesnake. Rattlesnake will come across the line. Pretty close, but it's Penguin that takes that lap in 2nd place, but now Canarium retakes that lead. Canarium might have a chance at the lead. 1, 2, 3 in a row. Canarium now has the lead. Let's see if a move is made. It is going to be made by Penguin to take that lead back, and they are closing in on Volcano, who would become the first lapped marble in this race and could cause some issues. And oh no! Volcano, just as we were mentioning it, off the course. Missed the plexiglass partition and will finish in last, unable to get through the rest of this course, really struggling anyway. And so now you don't have to worry about, at least for the moment, a lap marble. That's a break for the leaders, as they are all close here, officially now a DNF for Volcano. Penguin is in the lead. Canarium, the pole sitter, trying to end that stigma that the pole sitter cannot win. Canarium and Penguin still battling. Pacifica has dropped back a little bit here. We'll have another look at our replay, and let's see what happened. Yep, too much speed, shockingly, for the marble that's in last. All the way down to the lower portion of the course. Good thing that there wasn't a marble down there, otherwise could have been even more disaster rather than just for Volcano. Ivory had been hanging out in 11th, but they have now moved their way up to 8th. It's Dragon's Tail that's dropped all the way back. Angel struggling yet again, and Canarium still holding the lead. Pacifica trying to get back in this one. Pacifica actually now is closer to 2nd than 2nd is to 1st. Penguin starting to let this one slip away a little bit. Canarium, there's only a couple more laps left in this race, and if you don't hurry, Canarium might run away with it. And actually, just as I said that, here we go, Pacifica making a move. Gonna try to retake the lead. For the moment, it is still Canarium, and they come to the line, 2 laps to go. Canarium, Pacifica, Rattlesnake in 3rd. Penguin and Rainforest are the top 5. Pacifica takes the lead, jumps over where they hit the partition, makes a nice move. The top 5 are all in this thing. Nitro's in 6th, but not really a part of the competition in terms of qualifying or competing for the win here. Final lap, here we go. Pacifica is the leader. Canarium battling. Here comes Rattlesnake. They come over the partition, and it's Canarium who takes the lead. Now here comes Rattlesnake into 2nd, being pushed by Pacifica, drafting up against that yellow marble. It's 2 yellows and a blue. Canarium retakes it, and Canarium's going to take the win. And they come across the line very close. It's Rattlesnake that's going to get 2nd, 3rd to Pacifica, Rainforest 4th, Penguin will take 5th, Nitro, Black Shadow, Rock Slide, Angel will end up 9th, Ivory is 10th, and finally, here comes 11th place Dragon's Tail, who almost got lapped on that final lap, nearly didn't finish the course. And of course, Volcano had that scary incident earlier, and so they are unable to finish and will take last place and be awarded the points that they get for that, which will be 25 points. You can see Rattlesnake was the biggest gainer, gained 7 spots all the way up to 2nd, but Canarium proves the stigma wrong. A pole sitter can win. Does it with an overall time of 6 minutes and 46.1 seconds. And an impressive definitely not leading for all the way, but they did a great job to win from the pole. They'll move up to third, becoming yet another winner in this competition. Rattlesnake is the points leader still. They are now up 6 points on Nitro. Canarium moves into third with a win here today and the pole. And we'll have a look at some of our highlights today. I mentioned how hard it's been for these pole sitters to get even into the first turn with the lead, and that was the case yet again. Although Canarium, as we know now, will come back to win the race, it was Rainforest who jumped out to the lead, and Canarium went from the lead all the way to 7th. Just out of that first turn, it was a really rough start. And you can see there was a lot of contact between some of these marbles here. This was in lap 4. And at this point in time, Penguin had gotten out to a pretty sizable lead. But there was some big runs, like that one right there. Rattlesnake had made a nice move. Some of the slow motion looks at that plexiglass. And you can tell the contact just looking at the course. Watch there, right there, when the marbles hit back down on the pavement. You can see some give there in the pavement, as there has certainly been a lot of contact and hard impacts for these marbles. Obviously, we're hoping the best for Volcano after a significant accident, which we'll see later on in these highlights. But a lot of back and forth. Pacifica ran a nice race. Let's have a look at... I didn't even see that the first time through. Dragon's Tail with a big mistake there. You can see a lot of that 3x3 going through that specific area of the course. 1, 2, 3. Here's what we saw from Volcano, up and over, and you see making contact right there, and then entirely off the course. Hopefully everything's okay there. Canary and Pacifica battling side by side going into the final lap, and this is where the move was made. Canarium stayed lower on the course, which is actually exactly what you wanted to do, because you see, got that advantage coming out of that turn, and ultimately that's what got the win for Canarium. Wins it by a little less than 0.3 of a second. Rattlesnake will take second, and Pacifica, who took the white flag in the lead, will finish in third. Fastest lap was a 24:01, ran on lap 11 by your winner Canarium, who picked up a lot of points, got the pole, got the fastest lap, and of course the win doesn't hurt either. An impressive day for Canarium, catapulting them back into the championship talks, as it is a big day at Moonscape Circuit for Canarium and for a lot of these marbles. And then the inaugural season of Glasscar here on Marble Fubeca rolls on as we make our second stop here at City Moonscape for our 5th race of the season. In our 3rd circuit, and hopefully another exciting race on tap. On the left side of your screen is the qualifying from earlier for this matchup. It'll have Dragon's Tail on the pole, Rockslide, Canarium, Angel, and Ivory the top 5. Hello again, friends. Keanu Bittersicki, glad to be here with you for the 5th race of this season in Glasscar 2020. We are back at the City Moonscape, where we had a lot of issues with that plexiglass barrier earlier. That has been adjusted a little bit here for this race, as you see the championship standings on the screen. Rattlesnake is the points leader, Nitro, Canarium, Angel, and Volcano the top 5. Dragon's Tail is last in the point standings, but first on the starting grid today, and hopefully a chance to turn the tides for Dragon's Tail starting from the pole. Our last pole sitter was Canarium, who overcame the challenges of being the pole sitter that we've seen early in the season, and ultimately ended up winning the race at the City Moonscape here in what was our 4th race, a different configuration. It is a 13-lap race. Somewhere around 20 to 22 seconds will be the time per lap based on what we saw from qualifying. And here we go. Let's see if Dragon's Tail can keep the lead into the first turn. The answer is no. Once again, it is a problem out of the gate for the pole sitter. Lots of contact between the marbles coming through. Dragon's Tail is back in the lead now. followed closely by Ivory, Nitro, Canarium, Rockslide, and Rainforest. Those are the top 6. And it looks like they're all kind of separated there. Volcano, keep an eye on Volcano, nearly lapped on this course earlier in our previous race before actually leaving the race due to an incident that ended their day early. They've dropped back to 11th. It's Rattlesnake back in last right now, and the lead belongs to Dragon's Tail, and that's the fastest lap so far. Lap 2, 21.041 for Dragon's Tail, the current fastest lap. They're the leader over Nitro, Ivory, Rainforest, and Canarium, the top 5. And a pretty good-sized lead at the moment as Nitro trying to fend off Ivory. Now going to try to gain some momentum. And that lead is now another fastest lap. Dragon's Tail runs a 21.020, but here comes the rest of the field. And Dragon's Tail now having to hold off some competitors. Ivory and Rainforest are there. Volcano is yet again in last, as Rattlesnake has made a pass there. Angel and Penguin hanging out in the back as well. And it is a 3-way race right now before you get back to Canarium. Rainforest just made a pass for second, gonna try to make a pass for the lead. Right now it's 0.2 of a second, or was moments ago, between Ivory and Dragon's Tail. Now a close match, maybe some contact there. And into the lead goes Rainforest, who just ran its fastest lap, a 28.72. to take the lead. We're almost halfway through this race already. Very quick pace. You can see some of the marbles able to use that exit ramp for their satisfaction and for success, but some have had a hard time with it. Rattlesnake having a hard time with everything. Rainforest just ran another fast lap, a 27.71. However, it is tight. It's a 4-way race, and the new leader is Rockslide, followed by Ivory, Dragon's Tail, and Rainforest drops back to 4th after entering that area with the lead. Rockslide trying to gain the advantage. Now here comes Ivory, going to make a pass for first. They are close, and now there's a few more marbles that are getting in there. Ivory takes the lead. Rainforest drops back into second. Rockslide now makes that pass back, and Ivory has a little bit of an advantage here. And there is an incident with Rockslide. Rockslide is off the course. We'll have to have a look at the replay and see exactly what happened, but Rockslide holding second place, I believe, at the time. Let's have a look and see exactly what did happen. As you can see, Rockslide is that first marble. Oh, contact! Oh my, that is a disaster. With some contact with, I believe that was Nitro. And Rockslide will not finish this race. It's a second straight race here at the City Moonscape in which at least one of the competitors will not finish. And it was Dragon's Tail who made that contact with Rockslide. And we're getting word that they are going to have an internal investigation on that, make sure there was no foul play there. Meanwhile, Dragon's Tail still competing for a win. Ivory is the leader. Pacifica has moved up to 3rd. Rainforest is in 4th. Canarium holding strong in 5th. As Dragon's Tail had some contact that may have led or may have just been incidental with Rockslide to end up out of the race. As Dragon's Tail coming up, and they are going to put a punishment on Dragon's Tail, a 5-second penalty, a huge penalty. And so Dragon's Tail competing for the lead, but not really having a chance. Rattlesnake is about to get lapped here, and that would be the first marble in the history of Glasscar to get lapped. Remember, Volcano was nearly lapped last time. There's only 2 laps left, so that may not end up happening. It's Ivory in the lead. Pacifica has just passed for second. They're going to come up and over, and there is the lap, I believe. Yep, Ivory's going to make that pass. It is Pacifica in second. Pacifica trying to get around Rattlesnake, who's now kind of serving as, for a moment there, a pick for Ivory. As we've gone into the final lap, Ivory with the lead over Pacifica. Rainforest 3rd. Dragon's Tail, remember, has a 5-second penalty, currently running in 4th. Here comes Pacifica trying to come through, making it close. Pacifica right up on the bumper of Ivory as they come around through the final couple turns. Can Pacifica make the move through the last turn across the line? It is Ivory with the win. And it's going to be a close finish. That was 12 thousandths of a second. It happened from a different angle. It was right on the bumper was Pacifica, who will take second. Rainforest is third. Dragon's Tail comes across the line fourth, but they're going to have a 5-second penalty added to them. Canarium, Nitro, Angel, Penguin, Black Shadow, Volcano, and then Rattlesnake. And then, of course, the DNF for Rockslide, who was having a very solid run. But unfortunately, some contact there causes some problems. Dragon's Tail will end up getting 7th place after the penalty is assessed. As you can see, Ivory, a big gainer for Pacifica, who picks up 8 positions. Once again, Volcano, despite gaining 2 spots, really struggles, finishing in 10th and dropping back to 8th in the standings. As you have a look now at the updated standings, it is now a tie between Nitro and Rattlesnake atop the boards. Canaria moves to 3rd. Ivory is 4th now, and 5th is Pacifica in the standings. As we have a look at our replay here and some of our highlights from this very fast-paced and wild race. And again, issues coming out of the gate there for the pole sitter, which has caused problems in the past, and it did here. You can see some marbles having success, others, like right there, you saw Volcano and Penguin have a hard time even getting to the exit ramp, which caused some real issues for them, and they ended up toward the back. Volcano, Rattlesnake, and Penguin consistently in the back of the pack for the majority of this race. You saw there was where Rockslide began to become a part of this competition. Dragon's Tail obviously didn't like it from what we're going to see momentarily. And here it is. So you can see there's Rockslide in the front, Dragon's Tail's in the back. They both come down perfectly fine. Contact there between the two sends Rockslide over. And that determination was that although it seemed like there was a lot of momentum being gained, the determination clearly was that that was a inappropriate action being made by the pole sitter, and so that ends up costing 5 seconds on the finishing time of Dragon's Tail. Obviously, that is going to be one that's going to be talked about. The decision was made, and it's unfortunate for Dragon's Tail. Obviously, even more unfortunate for Rockslide, unable to finish this race. As you see, the last couple of turns, I'll tell you what, Pacifica made a run at it, but ultimately a good job of staying in the line of sight by Ivory, and they came across the line. Not enough for Pacifica to make a move and have a chance at the win. So they will take second. They had the fastest lap, though. Lap number 13, it was the last lap, and it was the fastest lap of the race. It belonged to the runner-up Pacifica. Rainforest takes third, but they all wish they were Ivory right now, as Ivory gets the win and has now moved into 5th place in the championship standings. A very interesting race here at the City Moonscape for our 5th race of the season. Another marble that isn't able to finish that due to maybe contact with the course, but maybe slightly made definitely more significant by the fact that there was contact with another competitor there. We saw our first marble get lapped, and that, by the way, is the points leader, Rattlesnake, who ends up... We are now into our 6th race of the first ever Glass Car season, and the championship contenders starting to make themselves known. As you have a look at the Moonscape circuit, we're back on an oval here for the 6th race of the season, and I say hello again, friends. Keanu Bitterzuki, glad to be here with you. As you see the top left of your screen, the qualifying results from our qualifying session here for today's race. Nitro gets the pole, Rainforest, Ivory, Penguin, and Rattlesnake the top 5. As we are now into our 6th race of the season, and some of our marbles that are really competing for this championship, making themselves known, as well as the marbles towards the bottom of the standings that have really fallen off the pace here. It's over 20 points from first to last. As you have a look at the championship standings on your screen now, Rattlesnake and Nitro come in tied at 164 points, 3 points back to Canarium, who won from the pole last week. Ivory is in 4th, and Pacifica 5th. Rainforest just 1 more point behind at 158 points, so just 6 points behind the points leaders. As you have a look at our crew chiefs all on the sidelines, all wearing their face masks here, covering and helping to protect each other to allow us to have this Glass Car season here in 2020. They're the team trailers that have been set up here at the Moonscape circuit for a while here. It is a 44-lap race. Nitro is going to take us to the green, and we are underway. Into turns 1 and 2 they will go, and immediately Nitro loses the lead. That is Penguin. As you see, the top left of your screen shows the standings. Penguin in the lead, Canarium, Nitro, Rainforest, and Ivory as we're 1 lap through. Like we said, 44 laps in this race. It's going to be a quick one. As you can see that ramp, which will cause, almost looks like one of those jumping water fountains that you see. As you'll see that continue to happen on the backside of your screen. But right now, it's Penguin in the lead by almost a full second over Nitro. Canarium, Rainforest, Volcano moving up to 5th. Pacifica ran the slowest lap, for what it's worth, in qualifying, currently running in last. Volcano's dropped all the way back to 9th now. Penguin still in the lead, followed by Nitro. Canarium, Rainforest, Dragon's Tail, then Rainforest. That was the fastest lap so far, belongs to the leader, Penguin. And you can see Penguin really not being challenged early on. Pacifica still running in last. Canarium holding off Nitro for the moment. That lead is now over a second. There are the leaders coming through, 4 back across the start-finish line in case you lost them there for a second. Lots of marbles going all different places. Love that view along the front straightaway there. As you can see, some of the marbles making moves. Penguin's still the leader. Dragon's Tail has started to move up now into 3rd place. Nitro still running in 4th. There they are, and now Dragon's Tail makes the pass for 2nd. It's a 1.3 second lead for Penguin over Dragon's Tail in 2nd. Canarium has dropped to 3rd. Nitro's in 4th. Volcano back up to 5th. And now Dragon's Tail is going to make a pass on Penguin for the lead. How about that? They get a lot closer now, going up the ramp and through now turns 3 and 4, and it is a race again. Penguin and Dragon's Tail. Canarium has now made that pass, and they're getting really tight. Look at all these marbles coming across the ramp at the same time. And everybody's in it again, all the way back to, it seems, Pacifica's the last one there. The last 2 marbles, Rattlesnake and Angel, are kind of far behind. Lead back up to a half a second now between Penguin and now 2nd place Canarium. Dragon's Tail, Rainforest, Volcano, the top 5. They continue to run very close. And it's really close there between 3rd and 4th. Black Shadow now up to 3rd, best running spot of the day. Pacifica's dropped back to 12th now. Everybody a little bit closer here. So we are 20 laps in now to a 44-lap race. But again, these laps go so quickly. We ran fastest lap of the race, a 6.7 second lap. Penguin still the leader, has led the majority of this race. Did not win the pole, though. That was Nitro, who's now running in 11th. Really fallen back. Nitro going to move up to 9th, passing Ivory and Angel. It's still Pacifica in last, and it's still Penguin in the lead. Rainforest now runs in 2nd. Black Shadows drop back to 3rd. Rattlesnake and Canarium are 4th and 5th. 0.2 of a second is the lead. Maybe a move there for Dragon's Tail, being pushed by Canarium through 3 and 4. It is still Penguin in the lead. Dragon's Tail 2nd. Black Shadow going to try to make a move for 2nd place. They're going to go tight across the start-finish line. Still Dragon's Tail in the lead. Dragon's Tail going to make a move now, try to get the pass on Penguin. Not going to happen there. And that lead will now become a little larger as Penguin got a run after some contact, I think. Looked like they may have made a little bit of contact there. It's been a pretty clean race here, and it's been a pretty dominant race, frankly, for Penguin. Still in the lead over Black Shadow, Dragon's Tail, Rainforest, and Canarium. Angel, who had been running in last for a lot of the races, moved up to 7th now. And Pacifica continues to run towards the back of the pack. The lead is 0.3 of a second. It is close for 2nd and 3rd, maybe some more contact. Black Shadow's in 2nd. Coming around, turn 4, back across the start-finish again. And it is Black Shadow. Now Rainforest takes over 3rd. 4th and 5th, Dragon's Tail, Volcano are all in it. Top 5 are in this one. But right now, Penguin starting to lengthen that lead out once again. It's a pretty big lead, actually, right now. And now it's starting to be shortened once again. Angel all the way up to 4th. What a run after starting way in the back, but the lead is 1.6 seconds. Penguin looked like it was a little slow there, bouncing off the walls this way and that, but the lead still belongs to that marble. Penguin in a pretty significant power position right now. Black Shadow and Rainforest battling for 2nd. We're running out of laps. We're on lap 38 now. We're about to be on 38 as they'll come through turns 3 and 4 and send us to lap 38. Not many left. in this 44-lap race, and it is Penguin by a pretty wide margin over Black Shadow and Rainforest. Rainforest trying to make a pass for second and maybe give something to Penguin at the end of this race. But we enter lap 40 now, and the lead still at points is a whole entire straightaway. 7/10 of a second for Penguin over Black Shadow. Dragon's Tail's made the move back to third. Rainforest fourth. Ivory has moved into fourth now, passing Rainforest. The top five again kind of separated from before you get to Canarium in sixth. Then Angel, Volcano, Rattlesnake, Rockslide, Pacifica, and Nitro. Only 2 laps to go. Penguin trying to take that final spot. There we go. It is the final lap of this race. Penguin in a pretty big lead, and it's going to be a dominant win for Penguin. Dragon's Tail in second. There's the win. Penguin gets it. Dragon's Tail in second. Black Shadow, Canarium, Ivory, Angel, Rainforest, Rattlesnake, Volcano, Pacifica, Nitro, the pole sitter, finishes 11th, and Rockslide, 7 seconds back, will finish in 12th. What a race and a dominant win for Penguin. Holy cow, that was a great effort. And you can see Penguin now gains 3 positions overall from where they started the race. Dragon's Tail in second, Black Shadow third, Canarium fourth, Ivory fifth. Biggest gainer was Canarium. Picks up 5 spots, obviously -10. Biggest loser ends up being Nitro. And it is Canarium that now moves into the lead for the championship by 1 point over Rattlesnake. 1 more point back to Ivory, then Nitro and Rainforest, the top 5, as we have a look at the replay here. And this one had a lot going on from the very beginning, and Penguin led it from the first corner. As you see there through turns 1 and 2. Great job of just cutting off the pole sitter there, Nitro. And Nitro ended up in third. And it was Penguin from the start. And you can see some of the very impressive looks going up that ramp and then making contact again with the course. A lot of, you can see some contact there between, look like Pacifica and Canarium. It was a very well-run race and a perfectly executed run by Penguin, who starts out this race in 4th. Ends up in the lead by the end of the first corner and really never looked back. It was a rare occurrence where Penguin wasn't leading. Here was one of them where Penguin had to retake the lead on lap 14 over Dragon's Tail, who was there. You had Rainforest was in the mix for a while, but nobody could really get back to Penguin. It was a pretty dominant win and just a showing of, I don't know if it's knowing the course better or having just better luck, or honestly, just looked like better prepared for the day from Penguin. A lot of passing, but most of it happened back in the pack. You saw Pacifica hung out in the back for the most part. Nitro went back and forth, ends up finishing in 11th. Ivory was in the middle of the pack for the majority of the time. Angel was at the bottom and then moved all the way up for a moment up to, I believe it was 4th, was the highest running position there. A lot of back and forth, but not a lot of lead changes. As Penguin leads it just about as close to start to finish as you can get from the first corner on, with very slight changes, including running the fastest lap. That was lap 42, was the fastest lap of 6:7:02. Third place is Black Shadow on the podium. Runner-up is Dragon's Tail, came in as the last place runner in the standings, so a big gain there for Dragon's Tail. But of course, they're all aspiring to be Penguin after today's race here at the Moonscape Circuit on the second oval course we have run for Glasscar. A very different oval course, but it still results in a lot of passing. However, this time, instead of a close finish from the leaders, it was close finishes later in the pack because Penguin was the marble to beat from the get-go, and it just did not happen. An easy win by over a second, 1.7 seconds back to first, and then from there, it was 0.8 of a second back to third place, Black Shadow. So a very dominant. As the 2020 Glasscar season progresses into now our 7th race, it brings us to perhaps the most unique track that's on the course, or at least the most unique we've seen so far. That is the first circuit of the Sacred Hills City Grand Prix. If you look at the qualifying results on the left side of your screen, Dragon's Tail will be your pole sitter, followed by Nitro, Rattlesnake, Rainforest, and Penguin, the top 5, all the way down to Canarium and Volcano, who both finished over 2 seconds off the pace. And with that, we welcome you to today's race. Glad to be here with you, friends. I'm Keanu Benezuki as we continue into our 7th race now of the 2020 Glasscar season. As I said, very interesting course, which is going to go from lower on the course there up to the top, and then through a zigzag portion of the course, which is there in the black with the red and white stripes. There is a chicane, a couple of chicanes actually in the middle of this course, which will force our drivers to make a decision on where they want to go. Championship standings on your screen right now. 1 point lead between Canarium and Rattlesnake, Ivory, Nitro, and Rainforest are the top 5. So it'll be interesting to see, and a good idea to keep an eye on all 5 of those drivers, in addition to those who are in the lead and up toward the front, whether they are at the top of our championship standings or not. It's a 19-lap race. And with that, we are ready to go. They are underway as the green is displayed on the top of the starting post, and almost as always, it looked like for a second there, Dragon's Tail was going to have a hard time keeping the lead. That's not the case, though. Now, whoa, up and over a couple of different collisions there as they will kind of settle out there. It is Rattlesnake right on the tail of Dragon's Tail, followed by Canarium. The 1, 2, 3 are right there. Angel is in 4th. Penguin rounds out the top 5. Tried to make a move, did Canarium. Did not work. Went to the inside and will remain in 3rd place, and a pass for the lead. Rattlesnake and now Canarium both going to go by Dragon's Tail, who has a hard time with that chicane and getting out of the zigzag portion of the course. And the lead is 1.6 seconds now between Rattlesnake and Canarium. All the way back now to Ivory and Volcano. Again, Volcano struggling. And now it is a battle for 2nd and back from there, as Nitro going to make a pass for 4th on Angel. Trying to come up on Canarium and Dragon's Tail. Canarium still in 2nd. And the lead, as now Dragon's Tail is going to take 2nd. Canarium drops back to 3rd. It is still a lead of over a corner right now. Pretty good size advantage for the leader, as you can see, coming through, although it was a nice turn there, coming out of the chicane for Dragon's Tail, trying to gain some ground on Rattlesnake, followed by Canarium, Nitro, and Angel. Lead is down to 0.7 of a second, and Canarium being pushed by Nitro now. It is tight there. Volcano has made up some spots and making up some ground. Oh, over the chicane, it looked like went Nitro. As we have a battle now for the lead. Rattlesnake still in the lead. Here comes Nitro with a little contact to Dragon's Tail. It is close as they cross the start-finish line. Entering lap 6 here. It is still a lead for Rattlesnake over Dragon's Tail. Dragon's Tail makes contact and makes the lead. Makes the pass to take the lead. Here comes Nitro and Rainforest are in 3rd and 4th as Rainforest moves up the leaderboard. Ivory continues to struggle. Top 5 in the standings, 12th on the track right now. As Dragon's Tail just ran the fastest lap of this race, a 22.871 to take the lead, but look at the pressure being put on, and the lead goes back to Rattlesnake. It is now 3rd place for Rock Slide, who's made some moves. Pacifica has dropped back to last. Rattlesnake, who has been in the lead for a good portion, is still in the lead right now. It is really tight, though, between 1st and 2nd. And right here is where there have been passes made, not this time, though. Going to continue to lead will be Rattlesnake. Nitro going to make a pass, was in 5th, gets up to 3rd as Dragon's Tail now takes the lead back. Nitro, Rock Slide, and Rainforest, Canarium, Angel all in it. Back to Penguin, Penguin, Black Shadow, Volcano, Ivory, and Pacifica. Dragon's Tail has gotten out to a lead of almost a second, just over 0.9 of a second. Nitro going to make a pass to get right back into 3rd again. And everybody back to Penguin is right there with each other. They are spreading out just a little bit, not necessarily banging each other through every corner like you might have seen in previous races. You can see it's a pretty big lead between those first two. And it is still Dragon's Tail in the lead, and another pass is made. This time it's Rainforest getting past Nitro for a moment. And yep, still in front of Nitro as they make some contact. Rockslide and Angel making contact. That now was the fastest lap of the race. Dragon's Tail at 21.942. On the 10th lap, it's the fastest lap, and when you're in the lead, you love to get the fastest lap. It'll allow you to continue to extend your lead. Nitro has been making moves all over the place, kind of going back and forth, but able to make some passes past multiple marbles at a time. Right now running in fourth. It is still Dragon's Tail. Rainforest is now taking over second, side by side with Rattlesnake, who retakes second place for a moment. But when you are facing another marble going side by side and you're not in first and second, it allows that lead marble to extend their lead. It's now 2.5 seconds from Dragon's Tail back to Rainforest, who currently runs in second, has gotten away a little bit from Rattlesnake, as we are now into lap 13, and maybe Rainforest, top 5 in the standings, can make a run at Dragon's Tail. 11th in the point standings is Dragon's Tail, trying to pick up a win, and what a huge win it would be, as this is another pass. Rattlesnake retakes second, and we'll again try to focus in on that lead marble. It's a little shorter now. It was 2.5 seconds. It's down to 9/10 of a second. Not much in the back of the pack. Once you get past 8, it's been pretty steady. Volcano has passed Black Shadow for 9th. But then Black Shadow, Ivory, and Pacifica all running in the back of the pack here. It's a pretty significant disadvantage for them. It's getting closer at the top of the leaderboard. It is still Dragon's Tail in the lead as we enter lap 15 now. 5 to go. Rattlesnake trying to do something. Might get a lap marble there, as you can see at the outset of going over the portion of the course where you have the self-propelling system. You can see Pacifica in view there. Dragon's Tail in the lead. Rainforest is retaken second place. Rainforest has a run. Rainforest going to make a pass for the lead. How about that move from Rainforest? And now here comes Dragon's Tail trying to take that lead back. They are tight. It is Dragon's Tail back in front. Nitro is going to take third away from Rattlesnake. A couple of great moves there, and the lead back up to 7/10 of a second. Was that the run that had a chance to take out Dragon's Tail? We're on lap 17 now, just 3 to go. A couple of really good runs there. One from Rainforest to take the lead, and then that good decision made, and now it is going to be a good use of the chicane. Rainforest takes the lead, trying to stretch it out. After all of that leading, we are going to go down to 2 to go, and it's going to be Rainforest who will take that move. 2 laps left. Rainforest is the leader, and by over a second, 1.2 back to the leader, or the former leader, Dragon's Tail. Here comes a chance to maybe pass Pacifica, who could potentially cause a problem. They're going to wave the blue flag there. Tell Pacifica to make sure to get out of the way. That's not the case, though. Pacifica staying right in front of the leaders. Oh, my goodness! Pacifica throws a block, and we go into the final lap, and it's going to come right down to it. Some contact goes between Dragon's Tail and Rainforest. They get by Pacifica. Dragon's Tail retakes the lead out of the chicane. Now you've got to advance and avoid Ivory. They are going to make more contact. Dragon's Tail is going to go into the final turn with the lead, around the corner and across the line. It is Dragon's Tail that gets the win. Back to Rainforest second. Rattlesnake will take third. Wow, what a wild finish, as the lap cars, or about to be lap marbles, cause some issues. Nitro will finish fourth. Give fifth to Angel, Rock Slide, Penguin, and Canarium. Then Black Shadow, who repassed Volcano, who will end up 10th. Ivory is 11th, and a full 26 seconds behind is Pacifica, who will finish 12th. The winner is Dragon's Tail. What a run! A pretty dominant effort. Led the majority of the race. It was really between the top 3. Dragon's Tail, Rainforest, and Rattlesnake, they were the ones who really led laps. Nitro continued to make good moves, but could never really get up there to have a chance to win it. So Dragon's Tail wins from the pole. Second time we've seen that now. Canarium did it as well. Biggest gainer was Rock Slide. Gained 4 positions overall. There were 3 that lost 3. That was Black Shadow, Ivory, and Pacifica. All lost 3 spots during the race. Fastest lap was lap 10 by Dragon's Tail, a 21.942, winning it by 1.4 seconds. And the updated championship standings, Rattlesnake is still the leader or is the leader again, I should say, by 4 points. It's a three-way tie between Nitro, Canarium, and Rainforest. And then Angel and Ivory in 5th and 6th. Dragon's Tail moves all the way up to 7th. Penguin is 8th. And on back from there, as we will have our finale to the season next week, and the championship is far from over. Here are some of the highlights. You saw Dragon's Tail. You knew it could be a good day for Dragon's Tail when you get out of turn 1, or even for that matter into turn 1 with the lead as the pole sitter. Able to use the chicane. Chicane became a very big part of this course. You can see here on lap 5 there was some contact between Rattlesnake, who had taken the lead, and Dragon's Tail, and that's where you see Nitro get in on the action. This was a race that had a lot of touching, there was not really any dirty moves. That was where the main action came, into that zigzag portion of the course, where the course turned from the normal gray to that black color. That was maybe the biggest contact of this race, racing for second between Rainforest and Rattlesnake. And they continued to battle for the majority of this race. Dragon's Tail had built a lead over 2 seconds at one point. But as we've seen throughout these races here, that is not always going to result in a continued dominant run. There have been a lot of large leads that have been cut very quickly. And you saw right there, going into the final lap, there was issues with Pacifica going into lap 19 and coming all the way through the lap. It actually, I think, cost the opportunity for a win for Rainforest. And so that's something that has to be taken into account. The blue flag was waved, which I believe meant that they were supposed to surrender their position. That didn't happen, and it ultimately provided an open door for Dragon's Tail, who led the majority of the race, to make that last lap pass on Rainforest, who will finish second. An entire season will come down to one final race. 7 races, 7 winners, and realistically 4 up to maybe 6 of our contenders will have an opportunity to win the championship, as we welcome you to the final race of the 2020 Glass Car season. I'm Keanu Berdusicki, glad to be here with you, as we will crown a champion at the end of today. On the left side of your screen, you see your qualifying results. You'll notice the 3rd place qualifier for today's race is Rattlesnake. They are the championship points leader at this point in time, holding a 4-point lead over a trio of contenders. Ultimately, there are 6 marbles that are within single digits of the lead right now in the championship standing. So really, it is truly anybody's championship, but it is Rattlesnake's to lose at this point, with one more race to go here at the Sacred Hills Grand Prix. And there are the standings. A 4-point lead for Rattlesnake. It's Canarium, Nitro, and Rainforest. Angel and Ivory all within single digits of Rattlesnake, but really it's going to be between, most likely, Rattlesnake, Canarium, Nitro, and Rainforest. As we are just about ready to go, it is a 19-lap race, which will determine a winner. And after all season, it comes down to this. We are underway in the final race of the 2020 Glass Car season. And right off the bat, it is Rattlesnake that takes the lead. The points leader, and has to be the championship favorite, is in the lead right out of the gate. Nitro runs in second currently. One of those 3 marbles that are tied for second place. Rainforest is another, and right now Rainforest runs in 4th. Canarium got off to a bad start, running in 10th. 1 lap down, and it is a little bit of a lead now for Rattlesnake. Nitro and Rainforest battling for second. It's a 1.2 second lead for Rattlesnake back to Rainforest, who has now taken that lead, and now Dragon's Tail jumps up into second. Penguin and Rock Slide, and it's Rainforest who's in 5th now. Angel's moved up to 4th. All the way back in 10th is Canarium, and as it has been for a lot of time this year, Volcano and Ivory, mostly Volcano, making up the bottom of the standings currently. Rattlesnake is still your leader over Rainforest, Dragon's Tail, Rock Slide, and Angel. Canarium really having a hard time in a race that they need to perform well in. Same can be said for Nitro, who's running in 8th. 1.8 seconds is the lead. If Rattlesnake wins, it doesn't matter where you finish. And right now it is Rattlesnake who is in that lead. And there has been no movement from Rattlesnake, who has led this entire race so far. And they are lining up behind that yellow and black marble. Right now it's Rock Slide in second, and so far the fastest lap that's been run was Rattlesnake on lap 2, ran a 23.971. So far nobody's beaten that, but Rainforest just took the lead. And now things might get interesting. Rainforest leading Rattlesnake, who's now battling with Rock Slide and Penguin. And if you can get Rattlesnake to fall a little bit, it gets interesting. Rattlesnake drops back to third, and now Rainforest just ran the fastest lap. They're battling for second and third between Rattlesnake and Rock Slide. It's 3 R's at the top of the leaderboard. Rainforest, Rattlesnake, and Rock Slide as they run currently. And now Rock Slide jumps to the lead. Rattlesnake makes a pass on Rainforest, who drops back to third. Canarium is running in 11th. Out of it at this point. Same can be said for Nitro, so it's really now between Rattlesnake and Rainforest. They run second and third. Rock Slide spoiling the party right now. Rainforest says, I need to be in front of you. Right on his tail right now is Rattlesnake. Dragon's Tail is running in 4th, and then Penguin, who just actually dropped back a couple spots. Rainforest retakes the lead, and now a pass made again by Rock Slide to take that lead back. They're side by side going out of turn 1. And into 2 up through that self-propelling system. Rock Slide holds the lead. Rainforest is in second. Rattlesnake is in third. A win would do wonders for Rainforest. But Rainforest is now going to drop back, and in a hurry, drops all the way to 6th. Now Nitro becomes the highest running competitor for the championship along with Rattlesnake. Rattlesnake is dropped back to 3rd. Nitro runs in 4th. It is still Rock Slide, and now Black Shadow takes the lead on a pass there. Rock Slide retakes that lead, and Rattlesnake makes a pass for 2nd. Right now, none of the 3 that were tied for 2nd, 4 points back of Rattlesnake, they are running. That's Nitro, who's in 5th. Rainforest, who was briefly the leader, just passed Nitro for 5th, so now Nitro's running in 7th. They've made some moves back and forth. And Canarium basically out of it at this point, running in 11th. It's a 1.2 second lead for Black Shadow, who's the current leader over Rock Slide. Canarium, as we said, basically out of it at this point, as is Ivory and Pacifica and Volcano, yet again. And a tough battle continues. I almost feel like Rainforest missed their opportunity there. We're on the lap 11 of 19. The fastest lap was just run, by the way. That was Black Shadow, who's the current leader. And it is Nitro that makes that pass for 2nd place. Angel puts some distance between Nitro and the points leader, Rattlesnake. Now, if Nitro can get up to Black Shadow, things could get interesting, but it's a pretty significant lead right now. 2.1 seconds. And it's now Angel who's made that pass for 2nd. Rattlesnake is dropped to 4th. Rattlesnake now makes a pass on Rock Slide for 3rd, and Nitro is dropped all the way back to 6th. Just when you think you have a chance to make things interesting, it is a mistake made by one of those 3 marbles, but really just 2. Rainforest earlier, now Nitro making a mistake there. It's a 1.5 second lead back to Angel from Black Shadow. Angel, of course, had the miraculous win at the Oval by 12 thousandths of a second way back when. Now running in 2nd. Rattlesnake is 3rd. Rainforest has made their way back up to 4th, and a pass has made Rattlesnake now takes over 2nd place. Running out of laps to make up time is everybody else, and Angel makes a pass for the lead. Black Shadow drops to 2nd. Rattlesnake is now going to be passed by Rainforest for 3rd. Nitro is in 5th, and it's a 0.7 of a second lead for Angel, who's made the pass, as we're now on lap 15. 5 laps to go. Angel in the lead, and it's a battle between Rainforest and Rattlesnake. Rainforest really not only has to finish ahead of Rattlesnake, but needs some help as well. Rattlesnake is right on the tail of Black Shadow, and now it's close between Nitro and Rainforest for 4th. Meanwhile, it's not close up at the front. 2.5 second lead built by Angel. Can you maintain that? That's the question as the laps begin to dwindle down. These laps, though, take some time, so there's still a chance. Rattlesnake has made a pass for second. That really hurts. Rainforest is going to go by Black Shadow as well. Rockslide moves back into this competition now, but the lead is stretched to nearly 5 seconds. Unbelievable show by Angel here in these closing laps. Rattlesnake might run a second place and ride that to a win in the championship, and that's all that really matters. It would be impressive for Angel as the laps are really dwindling down. 3.5 second lead. There's only 2 laps left. Rattlesnake runs in second. Angel is the leader by a significant margin. Rainforest is in third. Black Shadow fourth. Rockslide rounds out those top 5. And now a pass made by Black Shadow for third. We're on the final lap. And a championship is going to be handed to Rattlesnake when they finish this lap. It's going to be a win for Angel, almost certainly. The lead is over 5.5 seconds. There is the leader. Going to finish off what's going to be a pretty dominant end to this race. Going to try to pass Canarium. Let's see if there's a lap involved. Canarium is close to being lapped and might be lapped. Will not quite be lapped though. Angel going to get the win here in the final race of the season. Coming across the line in second is Black Shadow. Rattlesnake crosses the line, and that'll be enough to win a championship. Rockslide finishes fourth, Penguin fifth, then Rainforest, Nitro, and Dragon's Tail. Ivory ends up 9th. Pacifica, who started on the pole, will be 10th. Volcano made one pass for 11th, and ultimately a very disappointing end of the season for Canarium, who will finish 25, nearly 26 seconds behind Angel. And what is a very disappointing end, and there are the standings after this race. You can see Angel won it by 5.772 seconds, and then almost another full second back to third place. An incredibly impressive finish. The fastest lap, by the way, was run on lap 10 by Black Shadow. That's still the case. And Rattlesnake will hold on to win it. There are the final standings. Despite 2 wins this year, Angel comes up 2 points short. What an effort. Rattlesnake with 261 points is your 2020 Glasscar champion, finishing on the podium 5 times, winning 1 race, and ultimately being the most consistent. Angel will end up the second place finisher, and that shows you how inconsistent Angel was. Finishes second despite winning more races than anybody else. The only marble to win 2 races, as we have a look at our highlights here, and it was Rattlesnake at the beginning. Ran an impressive race. Got out of that first turn in the lead as you saw some chaos there right off the bat. This was some contact early between Nitro and Rainforest. A nice pass made there on lap 6 by Rattlesnake on Rockslide, and then later on in lap 6, a really smooth move by Rockslide to go from third to first. Some impressive passes on this course, including that one right there. Another one by Rockslide back on lap 9. This was the point of the race in which Black Shadow was the leader. You can see Nitro trying to make contact with marbles and do whatever they could to pick up speed in a desperate effort to pass Rattlesnake and then gain some separation. But it was not to be, and that was the pass that ended up being the winner, as Angel made the pass on lap 14 and stretched the lead out to over 5 seconds, nearly 6. Third place for Rattlesnake, second place for Black Shadow, first place for Angel. Normally we say they all aspire to be Angel, but rather they're certainly aspiring to be Rattlesnake today. A championship in the bag for Rattlesnake. A huge congratulations to them. Angel gets the win and the distinction of being the first Glasscar marble driver to win multiple races, but the first ever season of Glasscar ends up as a championship for Rattlesnake. Thanks for watching. This has been Glasscar on Marble Fubeca. As we have a look at our bracket, 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. Each group will have 2 winners advance, so the first 2 finishers advance to the semifinals. Same will happen in the semis, on to the finale. Group A, the UK, Brazil, the Netherlands, and Mexico. Right now it's in the United Kingdom in the lead, now being taken over by Brazil. They're the first down to our first wooden funnel. Brazil, then the United Kingdom, Netherlands, and Mexico finishing in 3rd and 4th right now. Who's going to get first out of that first one? It's going to be Brazil. They move into the lead, followed by the United Kingdom. Now stretching out the lead is Brazil. Mexico in 3rd, the Netherlands right now in 4th. Down to the final funnel, and it is still Brazil and then the UK. The Netherlands have passed Mexico down to the finish line, and across is Brazil, followed by the UK. The Netherlands in 3rd, Mexico in 4th, Brazil and the United Kingdom advance. A 34.152 the time for Brazil. Just under 7/10 of a second behind them is the United Kingdom. Both of those countries will advance into our semifinals, and they are out of Group A. A chance at a win here in Event 1 is over for both the Netherlands and Mexico as they fail to get out of the group stage. Moving to Group B, it is Indonesia, Argentina, Spain, and China. Looks like both of the marbles on the near side have a little bit more speed. Right now it's Argentina in the lead down to the first wooden funnel, followed by China, Spain, Indonesia pulling up the rear at the moment. And the first out will be Argentina. Pretty significant lead there as they're still making their way down. Argentina, then Spain, China, Indonesia. That's still the leaderboard right now, and it's a big lead for Argentina. Let's see if they can keep it. They're down through the final part, the Plinko portion. They are across the line, a 35.352. China's going to take second. They will advance. Spain and Indonesia eliminated here, as they will advance and move into this B semifinal. We make our way back up to the starting gate for Group C. Germany, Switzerland, the United States, and Portugal. And the U.S. has a stunted start. They start behind, and let's see what happens. Portugal comes out first, followed by Germany. The U.S. has now passed Switzerland to move into 3rd. And now the United States has moved into 2nd. Right now, both of the marbles coming out of that right side are in the lead. Portugal has that advantage. They're followed by the U.S., then Germany, Switzerland currently in last. Who's going to make the lead? Now it's looking like Portugal has the U.S. right on their heels. Who's going to get the win? It is Portugal. The United States finished 2nd. Switzerland, Germany, both eliminated. As the U.S. went from last out of the gates and were able to move into 2nd. Here's a look at a replay, as you see some of the cheering sections. A full stadium here for this exciting event. Group D, Canada, Italy, India, France. 2 advance, 2 are done. Let's find out who it'll be right now. Canada in the lead, followed by Italy, India, and then France in last. Looks like it's pretty close right now.
Canada still maintains that lead, being followed by Italy. Still pretty close out of that final, or now into, I should say, the final funnel. Still Canada, Italy, France is now past India. Canada is across, they've got the win. Italy is in second, they will advance. France and India will be eliminated here in the group stage. And so that will move Canada and Italy into the first semifinal. And our point standings, 9th through 16th, will receive 7 points all the way down to Indonesia, who had the slowest time. They will not receive a point here for today's first event, so a disappointing start to their tournament. As we move into our semifinals, once again, 4 come in, only 2 will leave. Canada, the UK, Italy, Brazil, trying to secure their spots in the final right now. Canada and the United Kingdom are in the lead. Italy has moved into third. Brazil, right now running in last. Brazil is a heavyweight. Typically in marble Fubeca events, they passed Italy to move into third now. But it's still Canada and the United Kingdom leading the way. And they're almost in a dead tie. Canada still in the lead. They will get down before the UK, but they'll come across the line almost at the same time. Canada and the United Kingdom advance. Brazil and Italy will settle for a semifinal loss, as they are going to settle in the middle of the pack from this first event. So Canada and the UK showing strong. Now the US, Argentina, China, and Portugal for the other 2 spots in the final. Who takes on Canada and the United Kingdom? Right now it's Portugal and Argentina that are in the lead. The United States is in third, and a very distant right now fourth is China. Let's see if they can make up any time. It's hard to pass on these. You really have to get off to a good start and keep it going, but the U.S. has shown that they can pass. They've done it a few times. Trying to make a last-minute pass here. Portugal in the lead. Argentina still holding second. Distantly in last place right now is China, and sure enough, the U.S. does make a pass, and they're going to get the advancement past Argentina, as China finishes almost 6 seconds behind anybody else. As the United States does it again. Portugal gets the win, but the U.S. survives. They advance to the final here. You can see Portugal after that semifinal win. They're excited. They're the 5th through 8th finishes. Argentina will finish 5th. Brazil, Italy, and then China taking up that middle ground area. And here we go. The U.S., Portugal, the UK, and Canada. And it's a slow start for the United Kingdom. Can they come back from that? The U.S. has done it before. Canada is in the lead. Now the United States are in the lead. They've made the pass on Canada, their neighbors to the north. Portugal in third, and the UK trying to make an advancement. Portugal now makes a move into second place. It's still the United States in the lead. Portugal, Canada, and the UK. Who's going to get the title and win our first event here in the Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament presented by Hoppe Toys? Right now it is the United States. Can they finish it off? They're getting close. Portugal tries it at the end, cannot get it done. And the USA wins gold in event number 1 by less than 1/100th of a second. The United States takes first, and they get off to a flying start here. As you have a look at our official results, 20 points to the United States. Portugal finishes second. Canada, the UK, and Argentina, the top 5. For this hurricane event, and here are the overall standings, obviously still the same. You see the medal count there. A gold for the US, a silver for Portugal. Canada picks up a bronze. Hope you picked right. Using our opportunity on the Quadrilla app to choose the winner, it was the US today. They take event number 1. Portugal wins silver. Again, Canada getting the bronze. So congratulations to all of those teams, and really to everybody in this tournament. Good opportunity for everybody to get the feel of what this tournament's going to be. Again, it's a 6 marble run sets on Amazon.com using that promo code on your screen. And without further ado, here is event number 2 of the Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament presented by Hoppe Toys. There's the Group A, B, C, and D. They are the same for event number 2 as they were. In event number 1, you know the teams and you know the way it works. And you also know that you can download the Hoppe Quadrilla app and predict the winner of today's tournament. An opportunity to win a Quadrilla Marble Run set courtesy of Hoppe Toys. Great opportunity there, as you see our very, very lengthy and tall course for today's race, which includes a jump, something that we haven't seen. Should be a very interesting ending to this course because it's very close to the finish line there. See how that affects these teams today. Group A, UK, Netherlands, Mexico, and Brazil. And out of the gates, it is Brazil and Mexico in the lead. Now the Netherlands has passed Brazil for second place. The UK bringing up the rear now. They moved into third. Mexico has dropped to last. And it's now the UK in last. It is still the Netherlands and Brazil leading the way. They're getting close to that funnel, and it will be Mexico coming out of nowhere. Brazil finishes second, the Netherlands third, and the UK finally comes across 5 seconds later. Let's look at this. Wow, what a move by Mexico. You can see it's a little bit of a blur. They're moving so fast there. But Mexico was the second in, but the first out, and by a pretty good margin, they advance, as does Brazil. The Netherlands were the first in, but they do not advance. So that last portion, that funnel there after the jump, clearly could become an issue. It was an issue early on for the Netherlands. Here's Group B, Spain, Argentina, Indonesia, and China. Indonesia is last in the standings right now. They did not earn a point in our first event after running the slowest time. However, they're in the lead right now in Group B, followed by Argentina, China, and then Spain. Remains that way, and it looks like a little bit of a lead, maybe lengthening out here for Indonesia. They are in, they are out, and they are through, followed by Argentina. Spain and China will not advance through the group stage here today, as Indonesia gets the win. They advance to the semifinals. Let's have a look at the replay. Can't do it a whole lot smoother than that, although it looked like it gave them a little bit of a hard time to actually get out of the funnel there. Either way, no harm, no foul. An advancement into the semifinals for Indonesia and Argentina. As we move into Group C, see some of our wonderful spectators here for this second event after a great first event. Looking for even better things here today. And Group C includes our leader in the point standings. That's the United States, Switzerland, Germany, and Portugal, the rest of Group C. Right now it is Switzerland and Portugal in the transfer spots. The USA in third, Germany currently in last, but now it's the United States running in last. And we'll see where we go. It's really the ending of this course that can cause a lot of problems. They remain in the same spot now. Here is Portugal. They get through immediately, and they are advancing. As are Portugal, Germany, and the United States will not make it through this group stage. And after a win in the first event and a points lead for the United States, they are likely to fall out of the lead after failing to advance. We'll, of course, finally see where they end up in the standings, depending on the remainder of the competitors and what time they finish out with still one more group to go. You can see there was the jump that got it done for Portugal to advance them. And oh my goodness, the United States, wow, was that close. They almost didn't finish, which would have been disastrous for them. It looked like they were bouncing around almost like a basketball on a rim there. But they got it to go. It was still the slowest time of the group, though. Here's Group D, India, France, Italy, Canada. Canada who finished third in our last event. Took home the bronze. Right now they're in third place. Not a transfer spot. Right now that belongs to France and India. They make their way through the winding portion of this course. Now for the jump. And an easy win for France. They're going to be followed by India, Canada, and then Italy, who will not advance. And an easy win there. As you can see, they were already in the funnel by the time we get to this replay here. Pretty smooth run there by India. And for that matter, by Canada as well. As we are into the semis from 16 down to 8 now. And our first semifinal, you know the format, it's the same. But first, the results from 9th through 16th. 9th will be Canada. We'll go all the way down to the UK, who will not earn a point. They had the slowest time. The United States, who won event number 1, they will finish 15th here today. So a disappointing run for them after they had gotten off to a good start. Mexico, Brazil, France, and India. 2 spots in the finals on the line. Right now the transfers are Brazil and Mexico. They are 2 heavyweights in Marble Fubeca lore. They have done very well in the history of this channel, and they look to continue that here. They're still in the transfer spots as we make our way down to the final funnel. Here goes the jump. There goes a win for Mexico, but out of nowhere, here comes France, and they will advance. Passing Brazil in the funnel to advance to the final, it is France. Mexico got it done and led basically wire to wire, and you could see there on that first replay. Let's see if we see it again here. Brazil goes in. They kind of get lost. You can see there Brazil gets popped up. And then it's France that comes out first. They advance into the final, and a disappointing finish there for Brazil. And you can see on the replay here, they got stuck pretty significantly there. They were in that funnel for a long time before they were able to come down for a 3rd place finish. But it is Mexico and France into the final. Portugal, who finished 2nd, has a chance to maybe better that. They're still in the semifinal here. The other 2 medalists from our first event, Canada and the United States, are out here of event number 2. And as we make it to our 2nd semifinal, Indonesia off to a slow start. Anything's going to be a positive for them after they did not score a point last time. Right now it's Portugal and Switzerland in the transfer spots. Argentina a close 3rd, a little bit of a distance between them and Indonesia currently running in last. And we make it down to the teeter-totter. And a very smooth run by both of those front runners there. Switzerland and Portugal will advance. Argentina and Indonesia will go home. Head back to the locker rooms there and see what they can do to better their chances for event number 3. As they will not make it to the final. That was a good run right there by Switzerland. And Portugal back in the final again. So Mexico, France, Switzerland, and Portugal. But first, let's show you the standings and the official results for 5th through 8th. Argentina finishes 5th again. And Indonesia, Brazil, and India. Argentina's strong, hasn't made it to a final yet, but they've been strong in each of the first 2 events. Let's see who takes home our 2nd gold medal. We're in event number 2 right now. It's Portugal who finished in 2nd in event number 1. They are in the lead right now, followed by Mexico, France, and then Switzerland. And it is still Portugal in the lead. Right now, a pretty significant lead for them, but now that's been shortened up. Now Mexico's taking the lead. Mexico, this is close, making their way down the teeter-totters. They both going at the same time. Mexico gets it done by less than 0.2 of a second. It got tight in a hurry, and neither side had any hiccup at the end. Watch this. Holy cow, what a job by both of these marbles. They were nearly dead even going into it, and neither one stumbled. Let's have another look at it. I mean, there's just no way you can do it better than either of them did. Oh my goodness, what a job. And again, bridesmaid for Portugal as they finish 1 spot short. Mexico crowned our gold medal winner for the 2nd event here of this tournament, as they will grab the 2nd gold, their first medal. For the event results, Mexico, Portugal, France, Switzerland, and Argentina. All the way down, as we said, the U.S. gets the final spot. UK did not pick up a spot, and now here's our overall standings. It's a 10-point lead early for Portugal over Mexico, and Canada in 3rd. Hope you picked Mexico this time as the winner for today's event. In the Hoppe Quadrilla app, the chance to win a Quadrilla Marble Run set. If not, you've got plenty more chances. Congratulations to Mexico, Portugal, and France, who takes the bronze medal today. Portugal is now in the lead. At the back, 2 events down and 2 winners from North America, as we have 4 events to go here in the Marble Fubeca Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament presented by Hoppe Toys. Glad to be here. I'm Keanu Bittersicki as we begin event number 3. We're going to see maybe if some of our other continents can get into the winners column and top of the podium after Mexico and the United States get wins in each of the first 2 events of this 6-part tournament. However, at the top of the leaderboards, it is Portugal with 2 silvers. They are up by 10 points on Mexico. Canada in 3rd, Argentina 4th, and the U.S. after a win in event number 1, finishing 15th last time. They have dropped to 5th in the overall standings. You have a look at our tall course here. As we get ready for event number 3, it is quadrilla basketball. Glad to have Hoppe Toys on board here for today's event. Hope that you made your picks in the Hoppe Quadrilla app for today's winner as you have a look at our bracket for this event. Same as it has been throughout. As we have Group A, Brazil, Mexico, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom. We're going to race down this course. You can end up with either 2 points, 3 points, or no points, depending on which basket your marble goes through. So what you're doing right now, you're racing to be the first one down, have the opportunity to maybe win a time tiebreaker. As the first 2 come through, that's 2 points for the United Kingdom, 3 points for Brazil, 2 points for Mexico, and the Netherlands don't score. We'll have a look at the replay. The tiebreaker there from the 2 that finished with 2 points going through the portion of the course there all the way to the right of your screen. The tiebreaker is the time, which is going to advance Mexico for us and the United Kingdom. You can see there the Netherlands unable to score at all. Beg your pardon, move Brazil and the United Kingdom. Mexico misses out after they finish later than the UK. So Mexico is done, which means we will not again have a repeat winner. A chance still, depending on what the United States does here in this group round, to potentially have a 2-time winner. Indonesia, China, Argentina, Spain, all facing off now here for Group B. And right now the leader is China. Now they've been passed by Indonesia. Spain and Argentina rounding out the group. Look like they're all pretty close here. Well-run race. Let's see as they get down to the baskets who's going to score first and how much will they score. China not going to score. Indonesia not going to score. 3 points each for Argentina and Spain, and they will advance. You look at the replay here. Indonesia, had one rim out there. Disappointing finish for them, and so no real drama in that one, as only 2 teams score, and so they will be the 2 to advance here to the next round. Into the semifinals, Spain and Argentina. Argentina has done pretty well in these first 2 matchups. These events here haven't been able to grab a medal, but they've done well enough to be 4th overall in the standings. Here's Group C, Germany, Switzerland, Portugal, and the United States. 2 of the powerhouses here, the U.S. and Portugal. They are the point standings leader. The Portuguese are. The United States trying to become the first 2-time winner. Right now they are the slowest of these marbles. First one down is going to be Germany, followed by Switzerland. They have the first chance. Looks like Germany's not going to score. It is Switzerland and Portugal as the U.S. finishes 0.2 of a second behind Portugal, so they will not advance. And your point standings leaders just barely get it done. A little bit faster there than the USA. And so they will advance into the semifinals. See how close they were. Oh man, it was a mistake there by the US. They were down first but could not have a clean transfer there. And so instead it's Portugal that will join Switzerland in the semifinals. That is a devastating blow to the US as they will again fail to get out of the group stage for the 2nd straight event after winning event number 1. On to our final group, it's Italy, India, Canada, and France. Canada trying to become the 3rd different country from North America to win in this tournament. No other continent has a win. Right now it's India in the lead and by a pretty good margin, followed by France, then Canada, then Italy. Now France has taken the lead. As they make their way down, going for the baskets. Let's see who's going to score. Looks like a score for everybody so far. It's going to come down to a tiebreaker. Canada scores a 3, they're in with the fastest time is France. Everybody scores that time. See the balls bouncing around there, those marbles making their way down. There was the fastest score. The 3-pointer for Canada gets them in. And India and Italy are out. As you see the semifinals now on your screen, semifinal A and B will begin by telling you who finished 9th through 16th. It's Mexico and then the U.S., so the 2 winners will finish 9th and 10th. based on their scores and then fastest times as well. Going all the way down to 16th as we make our way into the semifinals here. These countries fighting all now for their first win. Portugal is into the semifinals. Maybe looking this time to be the bride instead of the bridesmaid after winning 2 consecutive silvers. Good enough to get them into the lead, though. Brazil, Canada, France, and the UK all face off here in the first semifinal. Again, you want to be the first one down because it gives you that advantage, but it's not the end of the world if you're not. Right now, France is in the lead, followed by the UK, then Canada, and then a distant fourth is Brazil. All swirling around that final funnel, making their way toward the score. Everybody's gonna score. There's gonna be 3 threes. And so the time will determine the UK and Canada as your 2 advancers there. Oh, look at that one. France just sat on the top of the rim there. Had a little help there from Brazil. And so it is the UK and Canada making their way. Interesting there. Brazil actually came out first. And they are done. And so Canada has a chance, again, to be the next North American country to win. Trying to go 3 for 3. Meanwhile, the United Kingdom back in the Final Four again. As we make our way down now to semifinal B. It is Portugal, Argentina, Spain, and Switzerland. Portugal and Argentina, 2 top 5 teams. They have done well, but right now, Switzerland leading the group down, followed by Portugal, Argentina, then Spain. Now Argentina has made a pass. Portugal, is in second. Portugal now in the lead. They're going to have the first chance to score. They are going to score. They're going to get 3. They're in, as is Argentina. As they get a better time than Spain by 0.6 of a second, Switzerland does not score. Portugal and Argentina continue their domination of this tournament as they are once again through to the final. You see, just rimming out there for Switzerland. Had a chance but could not get it done. Disappointment there for them. For Argentina, they come out first. They are into the final. And some pretty familiar names here in the final. The UK, Canada, Argentina, and Portugal. For the results 5th through 8th, it's Brazil, France, Spain, and Switzerland who will earn 11, 10, 9, and 8 points respectively. And now to the final. For 1st through 4th, out of the gate first is going to be Argentina, followed by the UK, then Portugal, and then Canada. Portugal has won second twice. They are the point standings leader. You cannot allow them to win, otherwise they are in the prime driver's seat for the second half of this 6-part tournament. Right now they are in the lead. They're going to have the first chance to score. They're going to go down. Let's see who's going to score. 2 points for everybody. And so it is Portugal that will get the win based on time. They do it by about 0.3 of a second. Canada takes the silver. But it is Portugal, after 2 consecutive second-place finishes, asserting their absolute dominance on this competition. The UK does not get any point, or does not score any points on this round, so they'll finish 4th. Look how close it is between Portugal and Canada. Oh man, so close for 1st and 2nd. And then Argentina will take 3rd. 4th place for the UK. And so congratulations to Portugal. They learn from the first 2 events, and they extend their lead, and they're going to do it by a pretty significant margin as they win here at the Quadrilla Basketball. There are the official results from this group. Hope you did well by putting your votes in on who you thought was going to win in the Hoppe Quadrilla app. Get it on Google Play and download it on the App Store for your chance to win. So for the overall standings, the lead is now extended to 15 points. Portugal over Canada, who has moved into 2nd place. But it is now Portugal's tournament to lose as we are halfway through. 3 events down, 3 events to go. And the Portuguese with a large lead. Here it is, a time of 18.382. Did it by just under 0.3 of a second. A little more than 0.6 of a second back to 3rd place Argentina as they take bronze here in today's event. 3 down, 3 to go. Portugal has a 15-point lead and a big opportunity for them 3 down, 3 to go as we hit the back stretch of the Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament presented by Hoppe Toys here on Marble Fubeca. I'm Keanu Bittersig, glad to have you here for event number 4. This is what we're calling Quadrilla Marble Volleyball, a very tall structure for today's tournament event as we have our teams competing here for an opportunity to maybe, if you're Portugal, put this thing away with just 2 more events left after today, or if you're one of the other teams, have a chance, as you see on the screen, the overall standings, to maybe pull a little closer. It's Portugal, Canada, Argentina, Mexico, and Brazil, the top 5. Go all the way down to right now a 3-way tie at the bottom between China, the Netherlands, and Indonesia. Those teams are 44 points behind. It's a 15-point advantage overall from first to second. If you think you know who's going to win today's event, you have a chance to maybe win something out of it. Download the Hoppe Toys Quadrilla app, make your pick, and enter for your chance to win a Quadrilla Marble Run set from Hoppe Toys. And without further ado, this is the Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament event number 4. It is Marble Volleyball, presented by Hoppe Toys. Group A is Mexico, Brazil, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom. So they make their way down this large, very tall course. 2 to the left, 2 to the right. They will head down into our volleyball court and try to score some points. Let's see what we get. 4 points for the Netherlands, 2 points for Brazil. They'll advance. No scoring, so that's an automatic 1 from both Mexico and the United Kingdom. They will not advance through this group stage. And so Mexico, for a second straight time, after winning event number 2, they will not advance past the first stage. As you have a look at that replay there, showing you, again, you want to be the first one down, just like last time with basketball. This is a similar style. Bouncing off those walls and trying to score as many points as you can. That time, only 2 teams score. If you do not score and you land on either side of the board, you're given an automatic 1. And so that is going to result with 2 1s, and so those 2 teams are out as we move into Group B. This is Spain and China, and then Indonesia and Argentina. Argentina has been a powerhouse in this tournament. Consistently in the top 5, finished 3rd, took home a bronze last time in event number 3 as they make their way onto the volleyball courts and scoring for Indonesia. They're going to get 4 points. They will advance. They're joined by Spain, Argentina, and China are out as Argentina, for the first time, not going to advance through the group stage here. That is a devastating loss for them, as they have been good throughout this tournament. But with how good Portugal has been, you have to be great to keep up with them. And this time, a big loss there for Argentina. You can see they were the last ones on the court for quite a while as well. And so they are going to be eliminated here as we move to Group C. Back to the top of the stadium here, where we begin this event. A daunting task for these teams, as Group C is Germany, the United States, your points leader Portugal, and Switzerland. Switzerland had a strong run last time. Right now it's Portugal and the U.S. that are in the lead. They're going to be the first ones down. Portugal is going to score. Actually, maybe they're not. They are not going to score. Portugal will get a 0. They don't score any points. The U.S. scores 3. They're through, as is Germany with 2. And Portugal, the overall standings leader, they are done. And they are very likely headed to a 16th place finish here, because they didn't score anything at all. It's a costly loss for them, and potentially going to cost them a lot of points here on their lead. I'm a little surprised right there. I thought it was going to land in at least one of them. Oh, man, just rimmed out. And in fact, it looked like it got some help there from Germany in keeping Portugal from getting through. Wow, that is a really costly one. You can see the scoreboard right over the Germans. As we move to our final group, Italy, Canada, India, France. 2 more spots in the semifinals on the line. Big chance for Canada to make up some ground. They are in second place right now, down 15. They're going to score a couple of points, as will Italy, and neither India nor France are going to finish. So now, in the last 2 groups, we have 3 teams that do not get any points at all, and that is a big help there for Portugal. That hurts Canada, but they're through with the best time out of that grouping. Went through pretty quickly there. But a surprising finish there from Group D. Two teams unable to put any points on the board, and you see it was nearly a third team. The last moment there, able to score. Wow. Disappointing run there from that group. As we will advance now into our semifinals. So 8 down, 8 to go. There are the results, 9th through 16th. And ultimately, Portugal will end up 14th and receive 2 points from today's event. Argentina, the highest scorer out of anybody that did not make it through. They get 7 points. China, Mexico, Switzerland, the UK. And then you get down to Portugal, as we said, in 14th. Here's semifinal A. This is the US, Spain, Germany, and Indonesia. Indonesia out to a strong start, trailing just Germany. Trailing the US, bringing up the rear. Again, it's all about the points, not necessarily who comes down first. And as we look for some scores, it's going to be just one score. That is Spain. And the time is going to be the tiebreaker here. First to the bottom of the board that didn't score was Germany. They are through to the final. And now a real struggle here, it seems, for these teams to be able to score any points at all. That is now 5 out of the last 8 that haven't put up anything. How about that? The U.S. looked like they lipped out of one there, which cost them. They will not advance back to their second final, but they did get out of the group stage, which is a step in the right direction there for the American team. But you've only got 2 more events after this one. Is it too little too late for the team that won the first event? Moving on to semifinal B here. And the final 2 spots in the final. There are the competitors. The Netherlands, Italy, Brazil, and Canada. Remember, Canada second right now in the standings. If you want to make this thing close, you want Canada in the final as we get toward the end of this tournament. And it looked like Canada did come through with a 1. It's 0 for Italy. The Netherlands puts up 4. They're through, as is Brazil, with a score of 3. And so Canada will not make it back to the final. Will not have a chance to improve on their silver from last time and finish out the entire continent of North America scoring wins here in this tournament, as they will be eliminated here. And we'll have to watch the final, just like 12 of the 16 teams from the sidelines. Brazil, the last one to make it in with that score there at the last moment, as they join the Netherlands in our final. And the results 5th through 8th. Canada picks up 5th, Italy 6th, Indonesia 7th, and the US will take 8th. Here is the final. For the medals now, the Netherlands, Germany, Brazil, and Spain. Right now, Germany in the lead, followed by Spain, then the Netherlands, and then Brazil. 3 go to the left side, 1 to the right. And they make their way down. Looks like no score here. There's a score for Brazil. They're the only team that's going to score. 1 point for the Netherlands, nothing for Germany or Spain. Brazil takes gold and wins event number 4. The Netherlands pick up a silver, and by virtue of the time, it's going to be a bronze medal finish for Germany. Spain comes up empty in the final. So they will not win a medal here. They will take 4th place. Look at the score here from Brazil. Here's the one that wins it. Stopped up there. Looked like that would have been probably a 3-pointer. Instead, they end up getting 4. Either way, they were the only ones to actually score on the board. And so any kind of score was going to be a win for them. Congratulations to Brazil. They become the 4th different winner in 4 events, joining Mexico, the US, Portugal, and now themselves, as you have a look at the official results from event number 4. And now, here are the overall point standings. It is Portugal in the lead. Their lead has been slightly made a little smaller there. It's down to 6 points. It's a tie for second now between Canada and Brazil. 4th place is still Argentina. Mexico is in 5th. The U.S. goes up from 7th to 6th, so they're getting a little closer there. Switzerland, Spain, France, and the Netherlands, the top 10, to go all the way down to India. Right now running in last with just 15 points. They are in 16th place. And And so it gets a little bit tighter here from a 15-point lead to a 6-point lead. And a two-way tie for second, Brazil and Canada. There are the competitors from today up on the podium. Third place for Germany, second place for the Netherlands, but today they all aspire to be Brazil as they get the gold here at event number 4 of the Quadrilla Marble Run. We began with 16 countries. You know who's a contender and who might win today's event. Don't forget to download the Hoppe Quad. You know who's a contender and who might win today's event. Don't forget to download the Hoppe Quadrilla app and make your picks for today's event winner for your chance to win from Hoppe Toys. And with that, we welcome you to the Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament on Marble Fubeca. This is event number 5. It's Marble Soccer. As you have a look at our bracket here on the left side, your groupings A, B, C, and D as they have been throughout this entire tournament. We'll begin with Group A. It's the Netherlands, Mexico, the UK, and Brazil. Brazil are defending winner. They won event for number 4, and they are in this potentially as a championship contender. Right now they're leading the group. They're going to make their way down this large course, down onto the soccer field, attempt to score some goals, and advance. The UK makes a pass here, leading Brazil. And it's the Netherlands and Mexico going back. They're on the course. There's a goal. It's the UK scoring first. Will we get another? The answer is no, and it'll come down to a tiebreaker. The UK is through, as is Brazil. They were first onto the field, and so they win that tiebreaker. That's the way the tiebreakers work here for soccer. It'll go by time that it took you to touch the field. So they were the first one down. You see a quick goal there from the UK. And really no chance for Mexico or the Netherlands. They just didn't really have it there. Let's have another look straight on here. And it looks like a few opportunities, as you see a couple of times, that Brazil makes contact with that middle fidget spinner. Missed it on that last try, and that's what cost them. But they're still through. It is the UK and Brazil. Brazil won the last event, as we said. One of 4 different event winners through 4 events. See this aerial view of the large course for today's event as we move into Group B. And again, 2 more marbles and their teams, those countries, advancing into the semifinals. Group B on your screen, it's China, Argentina, Spain, and Indonesia. China's in the lead right now. Argentina 4th in the championship standings. Indonesia and Spain. This is a grouping that hasn't produced a lot of all-stars, but certainly Argentina has been very consistent. Right now they are trailing just China. Now Argentina makes the pass. They are in the lead, and they've got a little bit of room to work here, but look at Indonesia for a moment looking like they had a chance. First down is Argentina, and it doesn't look like we're going to go. Oh, maybe we will at the last moment. China gonna fall, and China advances. They had the slowest time, and so that goal is going to allow them to advance. Argentina is in on time. Wow, how close that gets at the end as you have a look at the replay, and you can see nowhere near the rest of the grouping was China, so they have to score that goal, and they just got it done. Off the side of the goalpost there, and then it just spun its way over and over and over again, and eventually it's going to fall and advance China into the second round here. Waiting, and finally, here it comes, and there is your goal for China to advance them into the next round, so they're into the semifinals. They will join the UK and Brazil. Argentina yet again moving past this first round. They've been extremely consistent. Here's Group C and a couple of the favorites, Switzerland and Germany, and then you've got the United States and Portugal. Portugal a 6-point lead, as we said, over Canada. And then also Brazil there. Right now it is Germany in the lead, followed by the United States. They're in 6th right now, the winner of the first event. Struggling a little bit. They're in the lead here. And right now Portugal's in trouble. They're going to have to score a goal here. There's a goal for the U.S. I believe we just got a goal for Switzerland as well. We do. Portugal is knocked out in the first round, as is Germany. After 2 goals, our first matchup here in which multiple countries have scored a goal. The U.S. will take the first spot there. They scored it before anybody else even hit the bottom. How about that? From the United States, dominant, and the same can be said for Switzerland. It was over before Germany or Portugal even touched the course, as both of the first two score there, and did it quickly. And so therefore an easy win for the United States and an easy advancement for Switzerland. Nearly a goal there for Portugal. It didn't matter at that point. It didn't matter, as I said, before they even hit the bottom of the course there. Switzerland and the United States advancing from Group C. And this brings us to Group D, including Canada. A lot of momentum, I think, for Canada. They have placed very well, trying to finish off the sweep of the North American countries winning events. They've won 2 out of the 4. Right now, Canada running last out of this grouping. It really does matter when you hit the bottom because you need to do it quickly in case of a tiebreaker. Right now, France, India, Italy, Canada. That's the running order right now as they make their way closer and closer toward that final portion of the course. And down first, it is India. Will anybody score? There's a goal. There's another. And that's going to be our 2 advancers. Give it to Canada. Give it to France. They're in to the semifinals. India and Italy end up right next to each other in the corner, and they are headed home. Yeah, India just got a bad bounce there. Canada didn't have a great run either, but they had enough speed on it to be able to recover a couple of times. In fact, they assisted the goal there. And then eventually knocked it in themselves to advance into the next round. So quite a bit of teamwork there, it seemed, from the 2 teams to advance that time. That is, of course, Canada and France. They're into the semifinals from Group B, and we have the results 9th through 16th. Portugal does not score a point, a devastating blow for the points leaders. They're up by just 6 points. They are likely, in fact, not even likely, they are not going to be the points leaders. Once this event ends, they'll have to come from behind in the final event. First semifinal, Argentina, China, the UK, and Brazil. If it's Argentina or Brazil, we are in for a doozy at the end of this event. Right now, Argentina is in the lead. They're followed right behind by Brazil. Then the UK and China. China a little bit further behind right now. It's a seemingly pretty big lead for Argentina. Let's see if they can continue that. They do, but they lost a little bit of time there. First down is going to be Argentina. Bad run. There's a goal for Brazil. There's a goal for the UK. Argentina is not going to advance. China is out as well. Brazil and the United Kingdom into the final. And again, the UK will go the distance. They have been so good at making it to the end. They just haven't medaled at all. They'll try to again change that here. No chance. Perfectly done by Brazil. And another perfect run by the UK. Got the bounce off the side of the goalpost, it seemed there. And that was that. Ending the tournament of Argentina and China. The UK and Brazil into the final. Who will they be joined by? As it will be 2 out of the 4 teams from semifinal B. They are representing Europe and North America, the US, France, Switzerland, and Canada. Canada right now in a prime position to get into a good spot in the championship run. The US trying to get back in it. They're all very close right now as they make their way down that second funnel. Split off now 2-2. It's going to move Switzerland into the lead, followed by France. Now France takes a pass. Down the Plinko board they go. France is in the lead. They're going to be followed by Switzerland, then the United States, then Canada. Switzerland scores the goal. France is going to get in by default. And the US and Canada both eliminated in the semifinals. So France gets down first. That advances them into the final. The only goal, with an assist from France, it goes to Switzerland. France got an assist from Canada in the previous run to score their goal. Now they help out their opponent there. They're the results 5th through 8th. Argentina takes 5th. China, the United States, and Canada rounding out that group who was eliminated there in the semifinals. And bringing us down to our final of event number 5. Brazil, the United Kingdom, Switzerland, and France. Brazil trying to become the first 2-time winner, trying to win it for a second time in a row. Everybody else trying to win their first event and make it 5 different winners in 5 tries. First through is France. And the UK looked like they were going to be in the lead. They turn out to be 4th. It's France and then Brazil, and then a big gap between Switzerland and the United Kingdom. Can they catch up? The answer looks like it's yes. 3 go to the left side, just 1 to the right. Brazil nearly made the pass for the lead, but it's still France down the Plinko board. He's going to get to the bottom first. France is going to score. They're through. France takes the gold. Silver for Switzerland. Brazil takes bronze, and again, the United Kingdom falls just shy of a medal, as it looks like they just never got anything going. France was the first one to the bottom, so they're going to get the gold. They were the first to score the goal, as you can see on the replay here. In fact, did they get it before? No, just after Switzerland hit the bottom. 3 teams score goals. That's the most in this event. There's Switzerland just scoring before Brazil, but again, it goes based off of time there and who was to the bottom first. And so that is the difference between a silver and a bronze for those 2 teams. But it is France that gets the win. They become our 5th different winner in 5 events. And set us up for a fascinating finale. In the Marble Fubeca Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament presented by Hoppe Toys. Hope that you had a chance to win by downloading the Quadrilla app and making your picks for the winners. There are the results from the event based on times from each round. Here are the overall standings now, and we have a new leader. It is Brazil, and they will take a 7-point advantage into the final matchup over Canada. Portugal again picked up no points. They dropped 2 spots to 3rd with 56 points, and within 10 is Argentina. They are in 4th. France jumps to 5th in a tie with Switzerland. The United States drops back to 7th, and the UK is in 8th despite making it to the final multiple times. They just can't quite get it done. And again, they miss out on having this final shot where we show you the podium. 3rd place for Brazil. They get the bronze. They also take over the lead in the overall championship standings. That's what you want. 2nd place to Switzerland, but today they all aspire to be France. They take the gold with a goal and a time of 22.342. Congratulations to the French. They get the win, and they open up maybe, just maybe, a window at a championship. We've had 5 events, we've had 5 very different winners, but ultimately it will come down to this final event, event number 6 of the Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament presented by Hoppe Toys. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Bittersiki. Glad to have you here as we will crown a champion today. Our final event of this great promotional series we've had here with Hoppe Toys. Glad to have them on board for what's been a fascinating, very interesting tournament. And if you've been interested in enjoying what you've seen, it's a great chance to tell you that Marble Champions is coming up starting in March. A 16-team season will begin then. But first, there is still unfinished business today. Just the overall standings on the left side of your screen. If you think you know who's going to win, you've got your final chance. If you download the Hoppe Toys Quadrilla app, either from Google Play or the App Store, go ahead and put in who you think is going to win today's event for your chance to win a Quadrilla Marble Run set, courtesy of our friends at Hoppe Toys. There are 4 teams within 10 points of the lead, as you see all of our 16 teams on the left side of your screen in their groupings, A, B, C, and D. You know how it is by now. Brazil with a lead of 7 points over Canada, then Portugal, Argentina, all within 10 points. We will start with Brazil. They're here. The UK, Mexico, and Netherlands, the rest of Group A. Right now off to a slow start is Brazil. As we begin our final event, this is the equivalent of marble golf. Very interesting event, and a slow start remains for Brazil. The UK and Mexico leading the group, followed by the Netherlands. They're going to make their way down. Here they go onto the golfing course, and this is a couple of scores for everybody. Here comes Brazil. They're going to need some big points. I don't think it's going to happen. In fact, they're not going to score at all. Oh my goodness. And drama begins the finale. Have a look at the replay here, and as they come down the fairway, trying to make it into one of those holes there. 8 points there for Mexico. There was a 10 for the Netherlands. The UK put up some points as well. There is first the amount of points you're going to score, but the tiebreaker is going to be the distance that you traveled. No points on the board for Brazil. They are done and likely now out already. They're in a lot of trouble, even with a 7-point lead coming in. Here's Group B: China, Spain, Argentina, and Indonesia. Argentina has a chance. They are 10 points behind. They need a big run this week if they want to have a chance to be the champions. Right now, Indonesia leading Argentina, then China. And now China past Argentina. Spain running in last right now. They're making their way down to the fairway. Let's see if we get some scores. We've got 4 for Indonesia. That is an 8 for Argentina. And it looks like the other 2 may not score at all. They will not. Argentina, Indonesia. They will advance. Spain and China finished here for this tournament as they are eliminated. Spain traveled 120 for the distance, but couldn't put any points on the board because they didn't end up in a hole. Ultimately, that's what's going to be your automatic saving grace if you can score like Indonesia did. Didn't travel super far, but Indonesia able to put up 4 points. Just missed it. Did Spain. But it actually propelled them much further, but they needed to score in order to have a chance. They did not. They are going home. And the first semifinal is complete. The Netherlands, Mexico, Argentina, and Indonesia will face off. Argentina, one of the championship contenders. Here's Group C. It's got another one. Portugal. Also Germany, the United States, and Switzerland. Portugal right now running in 3rd place. They are 9 points back. The championship leader right now, they are in 2nd in this group. Germany 3rd, the U.S. is last, and Switzerland leading the group right now. They're going to get passed, though, by Germany. Here comes the United States. Let's see if we get some scores. There's a couple of 4s, and they're going to be our advancers. Switzerland and Portugal will advance with 4 points each. Nothing for Germany, nothing for the United States. In fact, the U.S. traveled just 28. A disappointing run for them. They were way up there, got to about the 100 range, but couldn't put anything in a hole. And so the United States and Germany both eliminated, and Portugal, just like Argentina, creeping closer and closer to Brazil after a bad start, and Brazil eliminated in the first round. They are in trouble. And our final competitor, we got lucky. We got one from each of the groups. That final competitor is going to be Canada. You see, there's the wonderful, what a beautiful logo for the Marble Champions League 2021. As we said, that will begin in March. 16 teams competing in this season. Glad to have that for you a little bit later on, but like we said, still a lot to be determined. India, Canada, Italy, France in this grouping. Canada, they are in 2nd right now, and they are 7 points back of Brazil. Right now, they're the leaders out of this group. Followed by India, then Italy. Now, India's taking the lead. India's the last place team. As we're going to get a couple of scores. Uh-oh, Canada needs it. They're going to get it. Oh, wow. How about that one? Canada, clutch at the end to put up 7. Have a look at the replay. Oh, my goodness. That is as clutch as it gets exactly when you need it. Couple of ricochets there. Just missed contact with India that likely would have ended their day. And it sinks. 7 points. Canada advances on the tie. It's Italy that gets through ahead of France. They scored first, so they get the extra point there. And there are your results. 9th through 16th. Brazil gets just 2 points. And they will not be the champions. Almost certainly now. They were up by just 7. They pick up 2, which would put them up 9 points. They are in some trouble. Argentina, Indonesia, the Netherlands, and Mexico. Argentina, our lone competitor here. Out of the championship 4, if you will. One already eliminated. Argentina right now running last. It is Mexico and then the Netherlands. Here comes Argentina. They're going to make a move. There's a score. There's another. Here's another. And everybody scores. The Netherlands puts up 8. They get the win. Argentina gets the tiebreaker. They got into that hole first, and so they advance ahead of Mexico. So a great move by them. Watch how quickly they score here. Almost just a bullet there. Rather than the slow roll of Mexico, which cost them. They didn't have a chance, and then you see Indonesia there scoring just 4, but a score from everybody still respectable there. The Netherlands, Argentina, moving on, and that will eliminate Brazil from championship contention. They are done. Portugal, Canada, Italy, Switzerland. And as we make our way out, Canada and Portugal, the 2 championship contenders, right now running 3rd and 4th. Let's see what happens here. Canada needs to pick it up, as does Portugal. They're both struggling early. Italy and Switzerland putting on quite a show so far. Here comes Canada. They're out second. Couple of hard scores. There's 10 for Canada. They're going to the next round, as is Portugal. They put up a 7. No score from Switzerland. Italy gets just 4, and the championship contenders move on to the final. Wow, how about that? A couple of hard bounces. There's the winner for Canada. And watch Portugal at the end. Just hit off the post there of what looked like it was going to be the 4, which actually would have eliminated them because they were the second one down. So now it's the Netherlands and 3 contenders to win this championship. Results 5th through 8th. Mexico, Indonesia, Italy, and then Switzerland. Pick up 8, 9, 10, and 11 points respectively. Add that toward their overall scores. Trying to have maybe our first 2-time winner. Portugal could do that. They are the only ones that could do that. Right now it's the Netherlands, then Argentina, Canada, and Portugal. Going to come down to the scoring here at the end of this one between these contenders. Who's going to take home the championship and be crowned the winner of the Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament presented by Hoppe Toys. Here we go. This is Argentina. They are in the lead. They're going to try to score as much as they can. They're going to put up 7. That is 4 for the Netherlands, 4 for Mexico, nothing for Canada, and a win for Argentina. They finally get it done. Silver for the Netherlands. That will be their second silver. And a bronze for Portugal. They win a bronze for the first time. They medal in 4 events out of the 6. Pretty impressive from Portugal, but was it enough? As you have a look at the replay here, Canada just rimmed out of the 2. Would have ended up in 4th whether they had scored 2 or just not scored at all like it ended up being. And very far behind, but rolling in for 4 points. There it is, a bronze for Portugal. And so there it is. Argentina is your winner of event number 6 of the Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament. Congratulations to them. Here are the results officially. Did you get it right? Well, you only had a chance if you downloaded the Quadrilla app from Hoppe Toys for your chance to win from our great friends there at Hoppe Toys. And there are the overall standings. It is enough for Argentina to get it done. They are the winners. 75 points. They win it by 4 over Portugal. Canada finishes 3rd. Brazil drops to 4th. And Switzerland pulls out a top 5 finish for this tournament. Argentina, a come-from-behind story, extremely consistent, finishing in the top 5, but never really getting it done. Only 1 medal until this event, where they win gold. Congratulations to Portugal, a bronze for them. And by the way, 4, as I said, 4 medals in 6 events. Very impressive. Second place to the Netherlands.
World Cup. Here is the bracket system for the first event in the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. We have the first group, and then the bottom 2 from each of the first groups will be eliminated. And the bottom 3 from the second groups will be eliminated until we get to the final. Now it's time for event 1, the dribble to the goal. Time for Group A. Japan, the United Kingdom, Spain, Qatar, and Vietnam will be starting us off. Who gets out to the lead first? Looks like Qatar and Japan, but it is Spain and the United Kingdom who are in that funnel. And who comes out first? It's Japan. Japan gets up there, not in the goal. We don't have any goals so far. Japan lands in a 2 slot, as well as for Qatar and the United Kingdom. And unfortunately for Vietnam, they will be eliminated by time. So if there is a tiebreaker, it will be broke by time getting to the goal first. So Vietnam was the slowest marble to score, even though he had a 2. So did all the other teams. That would eliminate Vietnam because they were the slowest one. A time of 15.567, which almost a whole second behind the United Kingdom. You can see there, all 3 of those marbles had already made it before Vietnam even got there. So Vietnam and Spain will be eliminated, and that will advance Japan, Qatar, and the United Kingdom to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group B. Which marbles will it be? China, Argentina, Mexico, Canada, and Brazil. and they are off. China having a rough start all the way down in last place, and everybody's being led by Brazil and Argentina, two rivals. Let's see who gets out first, and it is Brazil who will score a goal first. Look at that. Some of the goalies are dislodged, and Canada gets a goal. That gets them 8 points. Instant advancement for Canada. Mexico comes in at second with 2 points, and Brazil in third with also 2 points. All the other teams did get 2 points, so pretty much at this point, it's all up to time, and Mexico and Brazil were the first two down. Argentina coming in third, but unfortunately, Canada scored a goal, and if they hadn't scored that goal, they would have been eliminated. You can see how important these goals really are. Also, an interesting note, 2 of the goalies got dislodged from their locations. Look at that, China bumping Canada into the goal. They really are regretting that now. So Canada, Mexico, and Brazil will advance to the semifinals in this first event. Now it's time for Group C: India, Portugal, the USA, Switzerland, and the Netherlands. And it is Portugal and the Switzerland who is coming out first. Look at that. There's the Netherlands and India gets out first, but no, it's Portugal who is running away with it, but there goes Switzerland. They get the first score, and then the USA and Portugal up next. India and the Netherlands, both blocked by the goalies. They have lost all momentum. They are not moving anymore, and that will eliminate both of them because they did not finish. So Switzerland, USA, and Portugal will advance to the semifinals of this tournament. You see there, Netherlands and India fighting in that funnel. Before they can get out, there goes Portugal and Switzerland, as well as for the USA. And they overtook India for first place, and that's ultimately what caused their problems, and they were eliminated. Lucky for Portugal, India and the Netherlands didn't score. They were the last one down who actually finished. So Switzerland, the USA, and Portugal will advance to semifinal B. Now it's time for Group D, the last group stage in this tournament. Indonesia, Germany, France, the Philippines, and Italy are competing in this group. Who comes out first? It's the Philippines and Italy in that funnel, but the funnel in the middle seems to be the slowest one. And here comes Indonesia and Germany, and there goes the Philippines. They get 2 points, but there they go. They are in third place because Italy and France both get a score, 8 points. So Germany will be eliminated with 2 points, barely, because Philippines also had 2 points, but they were there first. And then, of course, Indonesia, they did not finish. They got blocked by the goalies. Unfortunate for them in this first tournament. It really was a wild round. Lots of marbles all going out at the same time. Philippines taking the quick route, but that only scored them 2 points, and then they later found out Italy and France both got 8. The Philippines were lucky. So is Italy, France, and the Philippines advancing to the semifinals of this tournament. Now it's time for semifinal A. And here are the results for 13th through 20th, all the marbles who have been eliminated at this point. We only have 12 more marbles left in this event, and in the next round, the bottom 3 marbles will be eliminated, so we only have 6 left in the final. Here we go, semifinal A: Japan, Mexico, Brazil, the United Kingdom, Canada, and Qatar. And it is Brazil leading the pack in that middle funnel. But as we've seen before, the middle funnel can be slow, but Brazil is still able to get out there first. And it is Brazil going to get a goal. And then there goes Japan, who gets 2 points, as well as for Canada. And all those other 3 marbles up in the left also got 2 points. So really it came down to time, except for Brazil. Brazil in first, United Kingdom in second, and Qatar in third place. That will eliminate Japan, Mexico, and Canada. United Kingdom and Qatar both having 13-second finishes. Japan having 15-second, and everybody else below him was slower than 15 seconds. So pretty big gap between the advanced and the eliminated. See there, 2 of the marbles going quick to the left, and that's what advanced the United Kingdom and Qatar. They both were actually faster than Brazil, but Brazil got the 8 points for the goal. So Brazil, the United Kingdom, and Qatar will advance to the final round in this event. Now it's time for semifinal B. the Philippines, Switzerland, France, Italy, the USA, and Portugal. And who comes out? It's the Switzerland being followed by the USA in that middle funnel. But here comes Italy as well, and they overtake. They get 2 points. And here comes Portugal and the Philippines as well. And Switzerland flirting with the goal, but they just aren't able to do it. So really, it came down to time. Italy, Portugal, and the Philippines were the fastest marbles down. Italy with a 12.772 seconds. See, Switzerland and the USA were fighting there, but they just were overtaken by Italy, as well as for the Philippines there and Portugal, who all went towards more of the left side, which seems to be the better side, because if you go to the right side, it's only worth 1 point. So it is Italy, Portugal, and the Philippines who will be your final 3 marbles to advance to the final of this event. So this is the final round, and here are the results from 7th to 12th, and the points associated with each of the ranks for these marbles. So it will be the final round. This is all just for the podium. Top 3 get the medals. The bottom 3 still get good points, but it's no medal. The first medal of this tournament is up for grabs right now. Who comes out first? It's Italy, being followed by the Philippines and Brazil in that middle funnel. But here comes the United Kingdom as well as Qatar. United Kingdom gets a goal as well as Qatar. And here comes Portugal as well. That will seal his bronze. Qatar gets the silver, and the United Kingdom gets the gold. The first goal, as well as being an actual goal, not just points. A phenomenal finish by the United Kingdom. Qatar also having a phenomenal finish, coming very close behind the United Kingdom, going in the other goal. And then there was another goal, a comeback by Portugal, who I believe was the last marble to finish, and they got a goal as well. Yeah, Portugal 16 seconds. The second slowest time was Brazil at 14, so really a comeback for Portugal, getting 3rd place. All the Portugal fans have to be happy with that one. So it will be the United Kingdom who will be your first champion of the first event in the Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. Here are the full results and the points associated with the results. United Kingdom getting 25 points, Qatar getting 20, and Portugal getting 18. We'll have to see how this changes as the event goes on. So here are the overall standings. Pretty much the same, but the United Kingdom does get the 1 for the gold medal, as well as Qatar and Portugal for silver and the bronze. Definitely something worth being proud of. Also, Qatar, one of the rookie teams, getting 2nd place. They are also going to be the host of the 2022 World Cup. So they are doing good in the Quadrilla World Cup. We'll have to see how they do as this tournament goes along. Also, another rookie team, Philippines, got 5th. They're doing good as well. Japan got 8th. And unfortunately for Vietnam, they got 14th. Congratulations to the United Kingdom for getting 1st place in the first event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Qatar coming in at 2nd and Portugal in 3rd place. An incredible performance by the United Kingdom, getting 1st finish of the final as well as scoring the goal. So combined, that was the greatest run. Hello and welcome back to the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah and I'm glad to welcome you to the 2nd event of this tournament. In the last event, the United Kingdom won, getting 1st place, Qatar coming in close at 2nd, and Portugal in 3rd place. How will these 3 teams do in event 2? We're about to find out as we enter the race to the goal. As we take a look at today's track, it is a little bit different than normal. Also, don't forget to use the coupon code Hoppe Marble Run at the Quadrilla Marble Run website to get 25% off all Quadrilla Marble Run sets. Here is the layout for today's track. As you can see, it's different than last time. And the goal of this event is a little different as well. The main goal, get to the goal as quickly as possible, and that is how you will win this event. As we take a look at the track, we have funnels, we have chutes, we have the blue catching bells, as well as a plinko section at the very start of the course that will stratify the marbles right at the beginning of the race. And now it is time for event 2 of the Hot Bake Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup Race to the Goal. Here's the bracket system for this event. 4 groups as normal, and the bottom 2 will be eliminated, going down to the semifinals, and the bottom 3 will be eliminated from each semifinal till we only have 6 left in the final. Now it's time for Group A. Indonesia, Brazil, China, Germany, and Portugal will be starting us off through the plinko for the first time, and Portugal gets a huge boost of speed. They bypass the entire plinko section, but since then, they've already fallen down, and it is Brazil and China leading the pack in that left funnel. Into the bell they go, and now they're going to start going through the domino section, and who's going to get to the goal first? It's Portugal with the comeback win. China coming in at second, Brazil in third place, and that will unfortunately eliminate Indonesia and Germany, which I'm not sure if Germany even finished. Let's take a look at the replay. You can see Portugal there really just going off to the right side and bypassing the entire plinko section. But then they have a hard time getting through these little metal catching bell elements, and that allowed Brazil and China to come and overpass in these little plastic spirals. Somehow, though, Portugal was able to catch back up. Let's take a look here. They were neck and neck with China. I think China got deflected by one of those dominoes, and that's what let Portugal take the win for this first heat. So we'll be Portugal, China, and Brazil advancing to the semifinals. Now it's time for Group B. Group B, we have Netherlands, the Philippines, Switzerland, Qatar, and Vietnam. And there goes the Netherlands straight through the plinko like we saw with Portugal in the last race. Let's see if they can come back and take the win like Portugal did, or will some other marbles be able to overpass them? They're still in the lead, a little bit different than Portugal in the last time. But here comes Vietnam and Netherlands back for the win. Vietnam almost took it, but they got slowed up by the dominoes there. And Philippines does come in third place. That will be the last marble to advance out of this group. So Netherlands, Vietnam, and the Philippines will advance from this group. Qatar and Switzerland will be eliminated in this group stage. You can see there Qatar way back in the spiral. They didn't even finish last though. I'm not sure what happened to Switzerland. You see there Vietnam getting slowed down by some of those dominoes, allowing the Netherlands to catch up, and they were able to take first place. And then Vietnam, and then the Philippines. Qatar and Switzerland were way back there, and Qatar was able to get fourth. So it's Vietnam, the Philippines, and the Netherlands that are going to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group C. We have Mexico, Canada, the United Kingdom, India, and Japan. The United Kingdom, the last event's champion. Let's see how they do in this second event. They're in third place right now. Mexico is in the lead, being followed by Canada and then Japan. The United Kingdom is down there in fourth place. Now they're in fifth. And it is still Mexico in the lead, but being followed very closely by 2 other marbles. But who's that? That's Japan. Comes out to lead, but hits a marble. Not a marble, a domino. They still are able to take first place. Mexico coming in barely at second. And Canada in third place. The United Kingdom getting eliminated in the first round. That will definitely hurt them in terms of points. India in fifth. They will be eliminated as well. See there, Mexico was in the lead, but somehow Japan came through the other spiral while the camera was watching Mexico fight off those other 2 marbles. And Japan was able to do a comeback win. Didn't seem like much of a comeback though. Once they got to the field, it was Japan in the lead by a lot. So they have secured their spot in the semifinals. So Mexico, Japan, and Canada will advance to semifinals B. Now it's time for Group D. Spain, Italy, France, Argentina, and the USA. And they're off. And it is Italy who comes out through the Plinko first, being followed very closely by Spain and the USA. France and Argentina are having some trouble, especially Argentina. All the other marbles are already in the other spirals. Argentina is still lagging behind. And it is Italy coming out with the win. But here comes Spain, and they overtake, but they mess up. And it is Italy who comes out with the win. USA getting third, barely over France. What a crazy round. Also, Argentina getting a DNF. They didn't even get to the field. Let's take a look at that replay. A lot of action there. Spain was the first one to that little metal bell, but Italy was actually able to exit first. Let's take a look at this finishing replay. Italy in the lead by a lot, but then they have some trouble with that domino, and Spain uses that domino to deflect, passes Italy. Then they have a rebound off of that wall, and Italy just keeps it straight and strong, and they got the first place. And then France hitting that knocked over domino. They almost had third place, but USA came out with the third advancement spot at the last second. Great move by the USA as well. Spain, Italy, and the USA will advance to semifinal B after a frantic round. Now it's time for the first semifinals after we take a look at the results from the 13th to 20th place of this event. Qatar, the last event's second place finisher, did not do very good. He already got eliminated in the first round. Now it's time for the first semifinal. The bottom three marbles in the semifinals will be eliminated. We have Brazil, China, Philippines, Vietnam, Portugal, and the Netherlands. And off they go. Who comes out first? It's Brazil. And then China coming in second, Philippines in third. To the first spirals they go. And Portugal is still in the lead now, being followed very closely by China and the Philippines. And here comes Brazil, and a surprise win by Brazil. China coming in at second. And who comes in third? It's the Philippines. Let's take a look at that replay. No marble really came out really quick, and then Brazil was able to kind of get out of that Plinko quick before any other marbles could. And they were able to get out to the lead first, but I think Portugal actually was able to get to the spirals first. See there, Portugal was the first one out of the spirals, but then China was able to get out of that catching device first. But I think they lost out to Brazil. They hit a domino there. And Brazil just went without hitting any dominoes. Then Philippines came in at third. And unfortunately for Portugal, they're the first one out of the spirals, but they lost out just because of that little blue bell section. We'll have to keep an eye on that as we go into the next races. Brazil, Philippines, and China advance to the final. Now it's time for semifinal B. We have Mexico, Japan, Canada, the USA, Italy, and Spain. And it is Italy and Spain who come out first. Spain has some trouble in that little blue bell. And it is Japan and Italy in the lead in that spiral. But don't forget about the USA. They're over on the other spiral. Into the bell they go. And it is Japan going up for the win. But they hit a domino, slowing down quite a bit. And a bump from behind from the USA. And they get first place. USA gets second. And Mexico gets third. Spain gets fourth, and Italy and Canada have both a DNF. So there's Italy. They were doing so good in the spiral section. What happened? Canada didn't even get past the Plinko section. Very surprising. Unfortunate for Canada. Let's see if we can see what happened to Canada in the replay. They're still moving here. They just aren't able to get past that peg. See, Italy in the lead, entering the first spiral. And their first went into the bell as well, but then the other marbles pushed them aside. They were able to get out, though. I think they hit a domino here and slowed down quite a bit. Yeah, almost to a stop. And Mexico and the USA both pass. And that's all they needed to eliminate Italy. See there? Spain also trying to get up, but they weren't able to do it because of that domino. So Japan, the USA, and Mexico will be the final three marbles advancing to the finals in this second event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, presented by Hape Toys. We have 6 marbles, 3 of which get to sit on the podium, 3 do not. We'll have to see which marbles are able to do the best in this final round. The final round is about to start. The USA, Japan, the Philippines, Brazil, China, and Mexico. And they are off. It is China and Japan coming out to the lead, but here comes Brazil and Mexico, as well as the Philippines, who are leading off the pack. But it is the USA who's probably going to get out of that first spiral first. And to the field they go. It is the Philippines in lead, but here comes Mexico, and they are able to take first place. And they will be the champion of Event 2. Brazil coming in at second. China in third place. Philippines and the USA both DNF on that domino. A great performance by Mexico. Brazil coming in at second with the silver. China with the bronze. Mexico with the gold. Let's take a look at the replay. China was the first one to get out of the Plinko section, being followed very closely by India. But it was the USA and the Philippines who came out to the first spirals. Mexico and Brazil were following closely to the USA and the Philippines. And let's see what happened after that. The USA and the Philippines were the first one to the little bell section, but Mexico was the first one out with the Philippines. The Philippines were actually ahead, but then they hit a domino on that left side. That allowed Mexico to just go straight, barely hitting that domino. And that allowed them to take the win. The USA and the Philippines stuck on that sideways domino. And then Brazil and China coming in second and third. China pushing Brazil into the goal. So it will be Mexico who will be the champion of the second event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Congratulations to them. Now let's take a look at the full results. It is Mexico coming in at first place, Brazil coming in at second, China in third, Japan fourth, the Philippines in fifth, USA in sixth, Portugal seventh, Vietnam in eighth, Netherlands in ninth, and Spain rounds off your top 10. Here are the overall standings. It's Mexico who has taken over first place with 35 points, Brazil in second, Portugal in third place, the United Kingdom has fallen down to fourth, the Philippines are in fifth place. Unfortunate for the United Kingdom. We'll have to see if they can have a comeback in the next couple of videos of this tournament. Congratulations to Mexico for being your champion of Event 2 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Brazil coming in at second and China in third place. Mexico getting the 35 points. Brazil has 34 and China with 22. We are back here at the Fubeca Stadium for the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. I'm Jeremiah and I'm glad to welcome you to Event 3 of this tournament. The stands are packed, all cheering for the respective countries in the respective cheering sections, all rooting for their country to be crowned champion of this World Cup. We have another event for you today, Shoot to the Goal. So it will definitely be an interesting event. Here are the overall standings. We have Mexico in first place with 35 points. Brazil very close in second, only 1 point behind with 34. With Portugal coming in at third with 31 points. Don't forget you can get 25% off any Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run set on the Hoppe website using the discount code Hoppe Marble Run. Also go down to the link in the description and guess which marble will win in the upcoming events. And if you guess correctly, you can have a chance of winning $149 worth of Marble Run sets. Let's take a look at today's track. It starts off with the Plinko, down into the little blue stairs, wooden spirals all around, down to the bell, and then down to a red spiral, down to the final section. And how this will work, the marbles will exit on either side, and the goal is simple, get into the goal, past the goalies. And now it's time for Event 3 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, Shoot for the Goal. Let's take a look at the bracket system for today's tournament. We have Group A, B, C, and D. As always, Italy, Spain, Switzerland, Indonesia, and India will start us off. And we are off. Who comes out to lead first? It's India, being followed by Switzerland and then Italy. And they all go on different paths, so it's a little bit hard to judge who's in the lead. India and Switzerland are up there. But here comes Spain as well. There goes Italy first into the bell, or India, and then Italy, being followed by Switzerland. India has a lot slowed down there, and they're all neck and neck in the spiral. Let's see who gets a goal first. No goals yet. There's one for Spain and one for Indonesia. And there's one for Spain. So those will be your 3 marbles advancing to the next round of this tournament. Unfortunately for India and Italy, they were both eliminated. So if there's a chance that there is a tie in the 3rd and 4th, or if no marbles score, it will be time, of course. So it is a racing aspect, but it also is the scoring of the goals that is the most important. And that's what Spain, Switzerland, and Indonesia did the best. Indonesia would have for sure been eliminated because they were the last one to the field. They did get that goal. So that's what allowed them to be advanced. Bumping India aside. Some ruthless play by Indonesia. And then Switzerland barely getting into that goal right there. They had originally hit the goal post, but they were able to score. So Switzerland, Spain, and Indonesia will go to the semifinals. Now it's time for Group B. Japan, the United Kingdom, Portugal, the Netherlands, and Brazil. So going with Group B. Who comes up to lead first? It's the Netherlands, being followed by Japan, and then Brazil. Portugal is in that first funnel as well as Brazil. And who comes out to first? It's the Netherlands, but they're stuck on the track. They get hit by the United Kingdom. That allows Japan to gain the lead. Let's see if Japan can make any goals here. Netherlands close behind. There's a straight goal for Japan. Netherlands having some trouble. They get blocked by a goalie. And there's a goal for Brazil and Portugal. So Japan, Brazil, and Portugal will be advancing to the next round. The United Kingdom and the Netherlands, unfortunately, will be eliminated. Possibly because the Netherlands got stuck on that little curved section of the track. The United Kingdom had to push them forward to even get to the end of the track. Let's see if we have a replay on that. So the Netherlands being first at the beginning, but they did get stuck after the funnel. See that little curved section right there? They were stuck in the entry of the, after that section, into that little block element. And the United Kingdom had to push them forward, and that cost them the win. They both kind of lost their bearings after that, and neither of them scored. So Japan, Portugal, and Brazil will advance to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group C. The Philippines, Germany, Qatar, and then who else do we got? We have Mexico and the USA. And they are off. It is the USA and Mexico off to lead. 2 rivals in this tournament. They go in separate lanes on this track. Let's see who can get out first. Mexico and it looks like the Philippines are in the lead at this point. Philippines overtake for the lead, and Mexico is gone. Where did they go? Mexico is off the track. I think they're going to have a DNF. Philippines, though, going, they miss a goal, and here comes Spain and the USA. They both get a goal, as well as for Germany. Philippines don't get a goal, and what happened to Mexico? There they are on the ground. What happened to Mexico? An unfortunate event for the leaders overall in the points of this event. Let's take a look at the replay. Mexico's definitely going down on the leaderboard after this event. They may not even get any points. If you DNF, that might even put you last place. They got hit off of the track by the bell. The Philippines hit the bell so hard that it hit Mexico off the track. Very unfortunate event for Mexico. Now it's time for Group D. China, Canada, France, Argentina, and Vietnam. And they are off. It's Canada off to lead, being followed by France, and then Argentina and China. Vietnam is in last place, but they all get stratified in this wooden maze. Who comes out to the lead first? Looks like Canada, being followed by Argentina and then Vietnam into the red funnel. So Canada will have an advantage on terms of time. Will he be able to score? No, he misses completely. Argentina gets a goal post. Vietnam scores. France misses, and then there's China. So Vietnam and China will score. Canada will also advance because they were the first one down Just like I was saying, they did have the time advantage. Even if they didn't score, they were the fastest ones down. So unless Argentina or France had scored, Canada would have advanced. So lucky to draw for Canada, and unfortunate for the two blue marbles, Argentina and France. They were both eliminated. And hopefully some of these marbles are taking note on the safety of that bell element. Make sure they hit it correctly. Make sure that they don't get hit off the track like Mexico did in the last heat. China almost hit Canada in that goal there, but would have still advanced Canada anyway. So Vietnam, China, and Canada will go to the semifinals with Qatar, the USA, and Germany. Now it's time for semifinal A. Here are the results for the 13th through 20th place. And unfortunately for Mexico, they get 0 points, as I thought. So their overall score is still at 35. And they're going to be overthrown from the leader position in this tournament. And they are off. This time, it's the bottom three who are eliminated from this round. And it is Portugal, Switzerland, Japan, Brazil, Spain, and Indonesia competing in this first semifinal. Who is out first? It's Portugal, being followed very closely by Japan and then Switzerland. And where is Switzerland? I think somebody fell off. It wasn't Switzerland. I think Spain fell off the track by the bell. Who gets a score? There's Brazil, Switzerland, and Indonesia. Portugal and Japan, both the first marbles to get down to the bottom, but neither of them score. And again, we have a marble on the ground. Unfortunate for Spain. Let's take a look at the replay. Take a look at the yellow and red marble. That's Spain. They were more near to the back of the pack when they were entering this kind of stair section. Kind of a unique element from Hape Toys. But let's keep our eye on Spain. There they go through that little blue teeter-totter section. Alright, here we go. There's Portugal, and then Japan. Spain was in third. The same problem that happened to Mexico. They just get shoved off by the bell. The officials of this tournament are definitely looking into the safety of this bell element for the better well-being of these marbles. Qatar, Vietnam, China, Canada, and the USA will go up in semifinal B. They have started. Hopefully, don't have any more accidents like we've seen for Mexico and Spain. We'll have to see. USA in first. So the first marble is not usually the one who's hit off. It's usually the third or fourth. USA survives. And there goes, who is that? Canada? Canada falls off again. We've had another accident here on this course. USA scores. Nobody else has scored yet. There's a score for China and Germany. So Qatar, Vietnam, and Canada will be eliminated. We've had another accident here in this event. USA, China, and Germany will advance to the next round. They're lucky they didn't get hit off the track like Canada, Mexico, and Spain. 3 marbles this time. What is happening in this event? Let's take a look at what happened again in this replay. Probably the same thing that happened to Mexico and Spain. Where is Canada? They're in third, going down this left side. See, there's Vietnam, and then Canada getting hit by the bell. The main problem is you have to pass the bell while it's traveling away from the track, not when it's traveling towards you, because it is big enough that it can hit you off the track. It has more weight than a marble can weigh. I am getting word that the placement of the bell has been moved so the marbles will not actually contact it after passing, to ensure the safety of the competitors of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. We definitely want safety for these marbles, and these finalists will not have to go through the trauma of dreading being hit by that bell. As we get started with the final, USA, Germany, China, Switzerland, Indonesia, and Brazil are your competitors. It is the USA and Germany who is in the lead, but here comes China into second place. No marbles hitting the bell. and it is the USA who has the time advantage. Will they score? They don't score. Let's see who else can score. There's Indonesia and China. And no other marbles so far, and that will make China the winner of this event, being the fastest marble to score. Indonesia coming in at second, and the USA in third place by time. Let's take a look at the replay. Very nice to note these marbles are safe from the bell. China coming in at first, Indonesia, and then the USA, Germany, Switzerland, and Brazil, unfortunately not making it to the podium, but they still did get in the top 6 overall in this event. They'll definitely get them some more points. You see there, the bell was not moved when the marbles passed them. Very good decision by the people at Fubeca's Marble Runs and Hoppe Toys. You can see Germany getting blocked by the goalie there. And Indonesia and China were the first 2 to score and the only 2 to score. I believe China scored first. No, it was Indonesia, but China was the first one to the field. So it is China who will be your champion of Event 3 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys here at Fubeca's Marble Runs. Congratulations to them. And now it's time to look at the full results. China, Indonesia, USA in your top 3. Germany, Switzerland, Brazil in your top 6. Portugal, Qatar, Japan, and Vietnam round off your top 10. Unfortunately, our previous points leader, Mexico, in last place. Mexico has fallen all the way down to 6th place. Brazil has rose to 1st place overall. China in 2nd, and the USA in 3rd place at the end of Event 3 of this tournament. We'll have to see how this continues as the entire World Cup continues. Congratulations to China for being the champion of Event 3 of the Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Indonesia coming in at 2nd, and the USA in 3rd place. You can see their point standings. Brazil is our overall points leader as we get started with Event 4 of 5 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. Hey everybody, I'm Jeremiah. Welcome back to Fubeca's Marble Runs. As I said, Brazil is in the lead, the home of Fubeca's Marble Runs, being followed very closely by China, and then the USA in 3rd place. 3 powerhouses in the world of marble sports. As we start Event 4, you can see the overall standings here. Brazil with 48, China very close to 47, and USA with 45. We only have 2 more events to go until this overall tournament is complete, and we will crown a World Cup champion. Here we see the layout for today's tournament. The starting gate is a little bit different than the last couple of events in this tournament. We have spirals, we have splitters, all of the best things from the Quadrilla Marble Run series, all to lead down to the next World Cup field. Don't forget to use the discount code HOPPEMARBLERUN to get 25% off any Quadrilla Marble Run set on the Hoppe store. Also, go down to the link in description and guess the winner of the next event, the final event of this tournament. And if you guess correctly, you will get $149 worth of Marble Run sets from Hoppe Toys. You can see the field here. We have a little Plinko section that will block the marbles from getting into the goal. We'll have to see how they react in this tournament. Time for Event 4, Plinko Soccer. Here you can see the group system. We have Group A, B, C, and D as normal. Starting off with Group A, Qatar, Germany, Argentina, Switzerland, and the USA. And we are off. Who comes out first? It's the USA, being followed by Qatar, and then Argentina in 3rd place. Argentina, the bottom sitter in the overall point standings. Let's see if they can climb the tables and get themselves some good points in this event. And the USA is still in the lead, being followed by Argentina now, who has taken over 2nd place as they go through these splitter elements. Let's see who comes out first. It's Argentina. Through the xylophones they go into the field for the first time in this event. Who will score? No scores yet. There's one for the USA. And no other scores. So the USA will get first in this first group. Argentina in 2nd because of their quick finish. The tiebreakers, of course, are the quickest times to the field. So Argentina and Qatar had the 2 quickest times after the USA, who of course scored the goal. So they 3 will advance to the next round. Germany and Switzerland will be eliminated from this tournament. They still have a chance to get points in the final event of this tournament. So I wish all the best to them. As we take a look at the replay here, the USA was in the lead through that spiral section, but then somehow Argentina was able to overtake the lead through the split section. Argentina and Qatar, for that matter, both having some trouble because they hit that little Plinko section, and that kind of deflected them from getting a goal. So the USA, Argentina, and Qatar will advance to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group B. Vietnam, Japan, Portugal, Indonesia, and China will be joining us for Group B, and it is out of the gate Vietnam out to the lead, being followed by China, our second overall leader in the overall standings. We'll have to see how they do in this first round. If they get eliminated, for sure, they're going down on the table. But at this point, they're in first place, being followed by Vietnam and then Portugal. As we go through the spiral to the xylophones, they go to the little spinner section. It is China first to the field, and they get a goal. Instant advancement for them. No other goals so far, and it'll stay that way. So Vietnam and Japan were the 2 other quickest marbles to get to the field, so they will advance along with China. Portugal and Indonesia will be eliminated, unfortunately, from this tournament. Vietnam and China both quick out of the gate, and they kind of held the lead for the entirety of the race up until the field section. Let's see how China scored there. Straight through the Plinko with ease. And Indonesia, no, that was Japan. Japan barely missed out. They hit the side of the goalpost. They weren't able to just go a little bit to the left and get into the goal. So China, Vietnam, and Japan will join the USA, Argentina, and Qatar in the first semifinal. Now it's time for Group C. Brazil, the Philippines, France, Mexico, and Spain. Brazil, our overall points leader, coming out to first place out of the gate. Let's see what they can do in this event. It is still Brazil, the first and only marble for a while to be in that first plastic spiral, and they're for sure the first marble to be in that first wooden spiral. And Mexico having a lot of trouble getting out of that plastic spiral. I'm not sure what happened, but they are losing motivation. They had a lot of trouble in the last event, which caused them the overall lead in the overall tournament. And it is Spain who gets out to the field first, but Brazil gets a goal, as well as France. Let's see if Mexico can redeem themselves. No. So Brazil and France both have a goal, and then Spain had the quickest time. So 3 marbles will advance to the semifinals. The Philippines and Mexico will be eliminated. A downfall for Mexico, 2 events in a row. They're definitely having some trouble. And I'm not sure if they are even in contention for the overall championship, because there's only 1 event left. We'll have to see how they do in that final event. Brazil, the first marble to score, and France, of course, scored as well. Mexico was actually the last one to the field. Not only did they not score, but they were the last one. So definitely a poor performance for Mexico. Brazil, France, and Spain advancing to the semifinals. Now it's time for the final group in the first group stage. United Kingdom, India, Canada, Italy, and the Netherlands. And they are off. Who comes out first? I think that was India, being followed by Canada as we go through the splitter. And this is where a lot of passes happen. And there's Canada and Italy fighting there. Italy has some trouble, and they're slowed down in that spiral section. As we go back to the overall camera view, who comes out to lead? It's Canada, being followed by, I think that's the United Kingdom. Canada through the xylophone, and let's see if they can make a score. Through the Plinko they go. No score so far, and all goes to the left side, and Italy is the only marble to score, which is very lucky for them because they were the last marble to get to the field. So the goal really is the make or break situation in this tournament. Canada and the United Kingdom, the first 2 marbles to get to the field, they will also advance along with Italy. Your last first place in this event. All the marbles going over the xylophone. Must be fun for them. A little bit different from Hoppe Toys. See, all the other marbles had already gotten to the field. All of them but India had already passed the goal before Italy even got to the field, but they were able to score and will advance to the semifinals. Now it's time for semifinal A. In the second group, the bottom 3 marbles will be eliminated, not the bottom 2. And here are the results from 13th to 20th for this event. Of course, Mexico getting 0 points, 2 events in a row. They may be injured from the last event because they actually got hit off the track from a bell. If you saw the last video, we had a couple incidents with a bell, and that has not been added back to this event. Luckily for these marbles, it is China coming out to lead in the first semifinal. China, Vietnam, Argentina, Qatar, the USA, and Japan all battling for only 3 spots in the final. And this closer funnel here really having some trouble. It is China off to the lead by a significant margin. Then Argentina and the USA coming close. And China first to the field, but they don't get a goal. Argentina doesn't get a goal. No goal for the USA or Spain. Let's see if Japan can take it. No, they don't. So it's the first 3 marbles that got to the field, and they will advance to the next round. China, Argentina, and the USA barely coming out over Vietnam, about a second. These 3 marbles, like I said, will advance to the final round of this tournament, the second finals that we will see in the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Vietnam, Qatar, and Japan will be eliminated from this semifinal. China first down, Argentina in second. They weren't really close. The USA was definitely not close. Maybe if they had made it over that little peg, they may have been able to score a goal. And for a moment there, I thought Japan may have been able to score a goal and kick out the USA from advancement, but they weren't able to do it, which is lucky for the USA, who advances to the final along with Argentina and China. Now it's time for semifinal B. We have 6 marbles competing for 3 spots yet again. Canada, Brazil, Italy, Spain, the United Kingdom, and France. And they are off. They are being led by Canada, who is another marble that actually got hit off the track by the bell in the last event. Let's see if they can redeem themselves in this event and get more points than they did last time. They are leading the pack at this point. Let's see if they can hold it. France wants to pressure them, and it is not happening. And Canada will be the first one to the field, being followed by France. And France gets a goal. Canada does not. So they will advance because of time. France, Canada, and Brazil are your 3 marbles who are advancing. And it looks like Italy had a DNF. Let's take a look at the replay and see what happened. United Kingdom, Spain, and Italy all being eliminated from the semifinal. And Canada first to the field, but they didn't score, but France was able to, just ensuring that they would advance from this semifinal. And I believe Italy got caught on the xylophone, which is unfortunate for them. Here are your finalists for the event 4 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hot Bay Toys. We have 3 spots on the podium, 1 gold, 1 silver, 1 bronze, and of course we have all our marbles competing for it, and Brazil is one of them, as well as China. We'll have to see if one of these marbles can pull off a victory. Brazil got a silver in the last event, but that got them enough points to actually take the overall standings. So let's see what they do in this final. And they are off for the final round of this tournament. Canada coming out to lead, being followed by France, and then Brazil and China as they go through the splitter for the first time out of 2. And it looks like Canada is in the lead still. France and then China, as well as Brazil. They're all in there. The USA and Argentina having some trouble, and they're lagging behind. So their only hope at this point is to get a goal. Through these xylophones they go. Canada is the first to the field. No goal for them. And France and China as well. And no goals for them except for France. France and Argentina both getting a goal. France getting the first one. So France will be your gold medalist of Event 4 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. It's Argentina coming in second, Canada in third, and China getting 4th, Brazil in 5th, the USA getting, looks like a DNF. An unfortunate event for the USA, getting so close to getting some more points. I believe the DNF may even cause them to get less points. They might even get down to the bottom of the standings. We'll have to see at the end of the event. But France and Argentina, as well as Canada, your 3 podium sitters for this event. see, Canada was the first one down. They didn't score. And then France, of course, got a score. And Argentina actually was the last marble to get down to the field. And they got a score as well. Let's take a look at the replay there. Great moves by Argentina. So it will be France who will be your overall champion of the Event 4 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Let's take a look at the overall standings. Here they are, France in first, 25 points, Argentina in second with 20, Canada in third, 18, and the USA, even though they did DNF in the last event, still get sixth, and they get 14 points. So they didn't go down to the bottom of the standings. Here are the overall standings. China and Brazil have tied for first place, but China does have the gold medal, so that is the tiebreaker. They're in first place by a very slim margin. USA is still in third with 59, only 4 points behind. It's definitely possible for them to win the overall Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup title. Congratulations to France for being the Event 4 champion of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Argentina coming in at second, and Canada in third place. Our 3 podium sitters. After 4 exciting events, it all comes down to this. Hey everybody, I'm Jeremiah. Welcome back to the final event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. We have 20 countries who have all competed in the previous 4 events, with China leading the pack with 63 points, only above Brazil because of the gold medal. Brazil has a silver, but they also have 63 points. So for Brazil to be able to overtake China and take the World Cup, all you have to do is place over China in this event. We'll have to see how this plays out as this event continues. As we take a look at today's track, we have lots of spirals. We have a very large blue section. I believe this is Hoppe's packaging that the track comes in, that also doubles as part of the track, which is definitely a unique feature from Hoppe Toys. You can see it's just a race to the goal. The first marble to get there will be the champion of this event. Don't forget to use the discount code Hoppe Marble Run at the checkout over at the Hoppe store to get 25% off all Quadrilla Marble Run sets. Also, I hope you guessed which marble will win this overall tournament, and I hope you guessed correctly, because if you did, you will get $149 worth of Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run sets. Now it's time for the final event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, the mixed race. Here we look at the groups A, B, C, and D as normal. First off, we have Group A, the Philippines, Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, and Spain. We get our first look at this final track with this first 5 marbles. We have Brazil competing in this event. They are in second place, tied with China. Only by medals are they behind. We'll have to see how they do in this event and see if they can even advance as they keep on going. Right now, it's Mexico in the lead, being followed by Spain, and then Argentina and the Philippines as they go all into this red inverse spiral and into the orange spiral. This is the first time we've seen this in this tournament. Orange funnel section. Who comes out to the lead? I think it was Brazil, but Spain had already gotten down into the bottom of that funnel, but they got stalled, and Argentina really slow through that spiral. And here comes Spain into the red box section, and they're going to be first place. Who'll come in at second? I think it'll be Brazil. Yes, it will. And Mexico in third place. So Brazil will advance to the next round, as well as Mexico and Spain. And Argentina and the Philippines will be eliminated. So Brazil making it to the next round. That's definitely making their chances greater of overtaking China. We'll have to see how they do in some of the upcoming groups. You can see Spain got into that hole of the second orange funnel first, but they weren't able to exit. They got stalled underneath, which is very unfortunate for them. They still were able to get first place because they got bumped out by another marble. I believe that was Brazil. Also a pretty fun element, the Quadrilla Marble Run box used in the set. That just shows the resourcefulness of Hoppe Toys. Now it's time for Group B. Canada, Portugal, Italy, Qatar, and France. And they are off. None of these top marbles are in the top 3. Portugal is in 4th, but there's a very big gap between 3rd and 4th in the overall standings. Portugal has 48 points, and then the USA has 59, so an 11-point gap, which isn't impossible, but is very difficult for Portugal to even pass the USA, not to mention China and Brazil. Let's see how they do. And right now, looks like they're in 3rd place, and France and Canada are looking like, oh yeah, they're in the back funnel there. And Canada way up in the front. They already entered the blue lid from the Quadrilla Marble Run set. And they're all getting here first. It's going to be a race to the line, but it is France. Comes out to the goal first, being followed by Canada. And who comes in 3rd? I believe it was Italy. And Portugal all the way down in last place. Unfortunately for them, they will not be placing in the top 3. They'll probably be going down on the leaderboard. Take a look at the replay here. A couple of the marbles kind of got ahead pretty quickly. And we're just kind of silently leading the pack. Outside from the camera view, you see there Canada was not in the camera view for a lot of the time. And then a lot of the marbles caught up. And France was able to get there first because they were on the left lane to enter the quadrilla box there. So France, Canada, and Italy will advance to the semifinal A for the final event of this tournament. Now it's time for Group C. We have Switzerland, India, Japan, China, and Germany. China, our points leader, are having a hard time in the first Plinko already. And it is Germany leading the pack, being followed by Japan and India. And India, I believe, has overtaken. No, that's Japan. Two very similar marbles into the red inverse funnel, and we're about to get to the orange funnels now, and this is where Switzerland can come and overtake. Yes, they do right there. And here comes India as well, and Germany. They all are fighting through these funnels, and I believe that's Switzerland in first place. No, it's Germany. And Germany going around this blue spiral section on that lid, and looks like they're going to take first. No, it's Switzerland. Switzerland out of nowhere comes and takes first place. India in second. And Germany will take third. China will be eliminated in the first round of this event. They are the points leader. I think that's going to change after this event. What a mishap for China. So already Brazil has made it farther than China. So Brazil at this point stands in first place unless something happens as we get going in the semifinals of this event. But we still have one more group to go in the group stage, Group D. So we'll have to see what marbles will join the 3 marbles that advance from this event. You see the bells have been returned. Hopefully they have been adjusted to make it more safe for these marbles to use them. So we have Switzerland, India, and Germany advancing to the semifinals. Now it's time for Group D. Final group in this group stage. Only 3 will make it out. The Netherlands, the United Kingdom, USA, Vietnam, and Indonesia. The USA, the 3rd place in the overall points. They're in 2nd place right now in this race. We'll have to see if they can advance from this tournament, or if they get eliminated just like China did in the last event. And what's happened here? We have some marbles stuck, and 4 marbles are stuck in the funnel. We're going to have a restart here. An anomaly happening in Group D. USA and Indonesia getting wedged, both entering the exit funnel of that double spiral at the same time, and they got the rest of the field blocked. Looks like we have a cleaner exit this time, but still they are pretty close, and it is the Netherlands coming out to the lead, the United Kingdom coming in at 2nd, and Vietnam in 3rd, but they're all about to get stratified through the orange funnels, and it is still the Netherlands in lead, being followed by Indonesia, and then the USA. The USA in the last spot that's not eliminated. Let's see if the United Kingdom or Vietnam can catch up, or if the USA will be able to withstand the pressure, and it is the Netherlands who will come out in first place. Indonesia in 2nd, who will come out in 3rd. Here comes the USA, and no problem for them because the United Kingdom and Vietnam are so far behind. These 2 marbles will be eliminated. So the USA will make it to the semifinals, and they have a chance to get farther than Brazil. They're only 4 points behind Brazil. If they place high enough, they will be able to overtake Brazil. But at this point, there still is a chance for some other marbles to overtake. But at this point, it's a fight between the USA and Brazil. Let's take a look at some of these replays. Indonesia passing the USA there through that orange funnel. And that let them get to second place. And that got them to their advancement spot. So the Netherlands, Indonesia, and the USA will advance to semifinal B. Now it's time for semifinal A. But first, let's take a look at the results for the 13th through 20th places. China gets 0 points. That's got to be hard for them to swallow. They are going down and probably will get thrown off the overall lead in this tournament. Now it's time for semifinal A. Brazil, Canada, Spain, Mexico, Italy, and France. And let's see if Brazil can withstand another round. They are in the lead at this point, but Italy comes out in the lead through the other funnel, and then Spain. And I think France is in there as well. And Mexico and Canada lagging behind, and Brazil stalled on that track. And they're all fighting through this orange funnel now. And Brazil and Spain really lagging behind. Canada and France already in that funnel right before the blue section. Here comes, I believe that's Italy. And who will come out first? Ooh, France coming out there right over Canada, taking the quicker route on that box. So France, Canada, and Italy will be advancing. Mexico, Spain, and Brazil will be eliminated from this tournament. Unbelievable for Brazil. The USA could totally take this event. Let's take a look at the replay. Brazil will be getting not very many points. They won't be getting 0 because that's what China had. But this leaves them very vulnerable for the USA to come over and take first place in the overall leaderboard. So they just had trouble with Spain getting out of these orange funnels. I think that's what cost them the win. France coming out through that quicker section of that box. There's multiple lanes you could take. And France did the right one. So France, Canada, and Italy will advance to the final round of the final event of the Quadrillion Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. Now it's time for semifinal B. Here comes the USA. This is their time to shine. The USA, India, Switzerland, as well as India, Germany, and Indonesia. We are going here. Who is in the lead? It's the Netherlands being followed by India and then the USA. Let's see who can come out first. Oh, look at that. A shortcut by Indonesia, skipping multiple lanes in the inverse funnel. That takes them to first place. Is that legal? You're going to the red spiral section. Indonesia using that advantage very well. I've never seen anything like that here on the World Cup. Who is that? Here comes Germany, and they're in first place out of nowhere. Indonesia coming at second. Who's in third? It's Switzerland. USA has been eliminated from the semifinals. Who will win this tournament? Not even sure if they got higher than Brazil. India, the USA, and the Netherlands will be eliminated from the semifinals. No marble in the top 3 have advanced to the final in this final round. At this point, I have no idea who is in contention for the win. Let's take a look at the replay here. Indonesia taking a shortcut on the red spiral right before these orange funnels. See, that's how they got so far ahead. But they weren't actually able to win. It was Germany who came out and took the lead out of nowhere. I'm not even sure how they did it. I think they were on the far spiral end of the track. But it was Germany, then Indonesia, and Switzerland. And those will be your 3 remaining teams who will advance to the final round of the Quadrillion Marble Run World Cup. It's time for the final. 6 teams left. 3 of which will be able to sit on the podium individually for this event. But I'm not sure who will be able to win the overall World Cup title. here we go. Final round of the final event of this overall tournament. Canada, France, Italy, Indonesia, Switzerland, and Germany are your contestants. And who is it first? It's Indonesia in the far funnel. And who's leading the near funnel? It's Germany. And Indonesia having a good lead. Let's see if they can do another shortcut. No, they don't. And France is bringing up the back of the pack. Indonesia in the lead, but bad stuff can happen in these orange funnels, but they're able to get through it clean, being followed by Germany, and now France is in that far funnel, and they've gotten out of the back of the pack. It's a race between Germany and Indonesia for the win in this event. Let's see who can do it. Indonesia is in there first, and they are going to be the champions of this event. And who comes in second? France overtakes Germany at the last second. France will take second, Germany in third, Italy fourth, Canada fifth, and Switzerland will take sixth. But the real question is, who is the World Cup champion? The officials are tabulating the results as we speak for the final results of this overall tournament. And it looks like Switzerland had a DNF. Let's take a look at the replay, see where they DNF'd. It's a good race for Indonesia, in lead for almost the entire race. And then France, an underdog story, being in last place in this section of the race, but they were able to take second over Germany through that last red box section of the track. And they got silver medal in this event, a good accomplishment for them. We'll have to see where they finish in the overall standings. But China, Brazil, and the USA all not making it to the final. Not sure if their points will be enough to withstand some of these other marble teams who finished in the final, especially Indonesia, who finished first. I'm not sure if they had enough points to advance them to the podium, but we'll have to see as the final results are posted. So Indonesia is your champion of this event, and now we await who will be the champion of the World Cup. So here are the full results from this event. Indonesia gets 25 points, France gets 20, Germany gets 18. Let's see where the USA is. They get 11, Brazil gets 9. So that's not a very big gap between those two. I believe Brazil will still be ahead of USA. But Brazil will be your champion of this overall tournament. The USA coming in close, only 2 points behind. China in third place with 63 points. Congratulations to Brazil, the home country of Fubeca's marble runs. They came out and triumphed in this tournament. But now we get to congratulate Indonesia for their event win with 57 points, finishing off their overall standings. France coming in at second, and Germany in third place. But today, everybody aspires to be Brazil, your Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup champions. A complete surprise for the overall results, because Brazil did not make it to the final. Neither did the USA or China, but they all still get to sit on the podium. A congratulations to Brazil for getting first place and being a World Cup champion. USA getting the runner-up. They also had an amazing event. And China coming in at third place, unfortunately losing the overall champion spot, but they still get to sit on the podium. So there you go. The Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup has officially come to a close. Did you guess correctly on who would win the final event? I hope you did. Thank you again to Hoppe Toys for sponsoring this overall season. And we look forward to seeing what Fubeca has in store for us next. If you like this video, don't forget to subscribe and stay tuned for more Fubeca's Marble Runs.
Today's challenge brings 7 funnels. 2 wide, large funnels right at the start. A dual-track sector ahead. 2 alternate paths. A decisive funnel that can change the game at the end. We've got 2 maze modules on this run. Epic collisions that the fans love. 1 electric elevator on the climb. A set with 3 opening decisive funnels. Near the start, a tough section with pins and obstacles. So fasten your seatbelts, it's about to begin. Country Balls League 2025, Event 12. Get ready and pick your favorite marble. Many rounds ahead, today promises action and competition. Choose your country now, it's starting soon. Now let's check the medal table. Brazil leading with 23 points. South Korea in second, also with 23 points. Mexico in third with 22 points. Philippines in fourth with 21. Japan closing the top 5 with 21 points. First clash of the day and the track is heating up. United States versus Qatar. What head-to-head action. Referee gives the signal. Lights are on and we're rolling. And remember, follow us on Instagram. Fubeca Race, official page for all the highlights. Join the fans and feel the thrill with us. United States takes funnel 2. Strong start. Rolling steady through funnel 2, trying to defend the lead. Qatar speeds up and overtakes with precision, straight into funnel 3. Clean move. United States looking to counter that crystal clear marble with red and blue streaks. Beautiful down the slope. Qatar runs darker, fast and stable. Qatar pushes ahead, climbs the electric elevator, smooth, dives into the maze drop. What a move. Already in Module 2, holding strong momentum. United States closing the gap on the chase. Down into Module 1 now. Inside the maze, seeking contact. Qatar conquers funnel 4, still on top. United States pushing hard. Gap is shrinking. Almost stalls but recovers fast. United States, contact made. What a touch. Pushes Qatar forward. Pure drama. In funnel 4, total tension. Qatar keeps control of the race. Heads to funnel 6, still in command. Right side of the track, anything can happen. Downhill run, straight to the final funnel. Qatar closing in on victory. The crowd is roaring. United States responds, dives into funnel 5, still alive. United States drops again. Reaches funnel 7, incredible race. Let's see who takes it at the finish line. United States. United States secures the victory and also earns 3 championship points. Qatar rolls down now, misses out on the 3 points. United States with an excellent run. Brilliant recovery at the end of the race. Let's check the replay for details. United States finishes strong and secures 3 points. We're only at event 12 of the championship. Brazil stays in the lead, and if you want your brand featured in the amazing Fubeca race events, send us an email. Here we go. Referee gives the green light. India versus Philippines. They dive into funnel 1. Look at that. Philippines playing in blue. India rolling in white. Look, Philippines tries to block India, but cannot hold the line. India drops to funnel 2. And straight into funnel 3, now leading. India takes the lead. India now heading for the elevator. Climbing step by step. Drops into the dive of sector 2. Perfect control. Heading into the maze. Now entering the second maze module. Opening a huge gap over the Philippines. Philippines, now yes, finally descends into the first maze module. Philippines in funnel 4. India in funnel 4. Philippines closes the gap. Great move. Makes contact and takes the lead. Philippines now leading in funnel 6. Running on the right side of the track. Conquers the final funnel. The 7th funnel of the match. India coming down the left side. Takes funnel 5. Philippines advancing well. Was so close to victory now. India drops down, but Philippines secures the win. Philippines earns 3 points in the league. Philippines, ranked 4th with 21 points before this race, now adds 3 more, reaching 24 points, moves up in the standings. And you can subscribe to the channel right now. If this is your first time watching, hit subscribe and don't miss the next race. Here we go, next matchup. Portugal versus France. Lights on, marbles rolling. Portugal takes the lead, captures funnel 1. Both marbles now in funnel 1, neck and neck. France moves ahead, new leader, takes funnel 2. France already conquers funnel 3. Portugal stays behind in funnel 2. Portugal drops down, makes physical contact. Now it's body to body, side by side. They drop again. Portugal takes the elevator, climbing up toward the maze section. Drops into the maze and dives again. Now in the second maze module. Portugal is leading the race. France tries to close the gap. Right behind Portugal, already into module 2 as well. Portugal in funnel 4. France catches up, makes contact. A quick touch, but Portugal defends beautifully. Takes the right side of the track. Into funnel 6. France stays back in funnel 4. Now moving left down the track. Takes funnel 5. Portugal dives into the final funnel. Portugal now inches from victory, but France drops fast. Trying for physical contact. Contact made. Whoever drops first takes 3 points. Look at that. This competition is very close. Wow, Portugal is the winner. Takes the 3 points and wins the race. What a close, intense battle. Check the replay. Look at the precision. Portugal pulls off a brilliant move, outmaneuvers France and secures 3 points. Packed arena tonight, and remember, if you want your brand featured in our amazing races, incredible moments, send us an email today. We move to the next matchup. South Korea versus the Netherlands. Referee gives the signal. Netherlands playing in yellow. South Korea in white. South Korea with an incredible move. Goes straight to funnel 3. South Korea, second place in the league, showing power early. Currently in second place, with 23 points, tied with the leader, Brazil. Meanwhile, the Netherlands sits 8th with 10 points. They need a win to climb the standings. South Korea is already in funnel 4. Netherlands trying to close the gap, but South Korea is already there. Into funnel 5, sliding down the left side. Down to the final funnel, South Korea, so close to victory. If South Korea wins, they could take the top spot in the standings. It all depends on Brazil's race. If Brazil loses this one, South Korea could move into first place. And South Korea wins. South Korea earns 3 valuable points. Stays strong in second place overall. The Netherlands still rolling. Spinning in funnel 7. Finally drops down. The Netherlands finishes the run, remaining 8th in the standings. They might drop even further after this. Everything depends on the next races. Coming up soon, leave your comment. If your country is not in this league, tell us in the comments below. Maybe we'll add it in the next tournaments. Next up, Egypt and Indonesia. Referee gives the go. Funnel 1. Egypt rolling with the black marble. Indonesia playing with the red one. Indonesia really needs a win today. They're 17th in the league. Egypt currently sitting 10th overall. Indonesia takes a small lead, slightly ahead of Egypt. Indonesia dives into the maze, clean and fast. Down through the maze, drop with control. Conquers Module 2, great start for the red marble. Here comes Egypt, pushing hard. Takes Module 1, keeping the chase alive. Both marbles close, tight race ahead. Watch that turn. Indonesia almost stops, loses speed but stays in. Recovers quickly, back on pace. Egypt descends, closing in fast. Physical contact, neck and neck. Indonesia ahead again, nice move. Into funnel 6 smoothly. Running on the right side of the track. 2 paths ahead, every choice counts. Egypt takes the same lane, still in pursuit. Drops into funnel 6 as well. Indonesia already in funnel 7. So close to victory now. Indonesia pushes strong, final stretch. Egypt still chasing. Attempts a touch, not enough. Indonesia holds firm. Crosses first. Brilliant win for Indonesia. They stay alive. 3 points gained for the league. A crucial victory today. Climbing higher in the standings again. Egypt misses the win, loses ground. Still 10th, could drop further next round. Let's see that replay once more. That was the move, the perfect drop. Smooth descent for the victory. And remember, follow us on Instagram. Fubeca Race, clips and highlights daily. Join over 157,000 fans worldwide. Next matchup on the track. Referee gives the start. Belgium versus Russia. Russia rolling in red. Belgium rolling in black. Russia drops first into the run. Belgium follows right after, no delay. Belgium finds speed and overtakes. Moves ahead into funnel 3. Russia drops again. Makes another physical touch. Now they're body to body inside funnel 3. Belgium reaches the elevator, climbing to the upper level. Russia too, and visit our official Fubeca race store for custom products. They stay very close, no one breaks away. This race is going to be tight all the way to the end. Belgium has a small problem in the lane, almost stalls on the track. Gets reactivated by Russia, contact helps. Plenty of physical battling inside the maze module. They head into funnel 4 now. What a close and intense race. Russia drops first on the left side of the track. Right into funnel 6. Belgium comes down on the right lane as well. Into funnel 6 too. Russia reaches funnel 7. Russia is very close to winning now. Russia needs this win today. They are 14th in the league table. Belgium is also there, 13th place right now. Here comes Belgium down the lane, makes the touch, and steals the win at the end. Belgium secures the victory and earns 3 points on the table. Russia stays 14th and could drop even more. Let's watch it calmly on the replay. Belgium comes down the slope, makes clean physical contact at the right time, and that touch secures the victory, and 3 more points in our league. Let's move on to the next matchup. It's Spain versus Libya. The start is authorized, lights are on, and the marbles are rolling. Spain is playing in yellow. Libya rolling in white. They drop together into funnel 2. Spain now moves ahead into funnel 3. But Libya catches up and overtakes in funnel 3. Not only overtakes, that move gives Spain an extra push inside the funnel. They're both heading into the second maze module now. Libya reaching funnel 4 first. Spain is right behind. This one is shaping up to be tight all the way. Spain drops again. Both are now inside funnel 4. Libya moves on the right side of the track, heads toward funnel 6. Spain still in funnel 4, losing precious time. Libya goes down to funnel 7. It's going to be a fierce battle at the last funnel. Spain comes down strong. Now the fight is in the final funnel. And Spain takes the win right at the end. What an incredible move. Spain earns 3 valuable points on the table. Spain, who was last in the standings, now jumps from 20th place. An essential victory for their campaign. Let's see it again in the replay. Spain drops perfectly, makes the contact inside the funnel, and secures 3 points in the championship table. Libya wasn't doing well either this season. They were in 16th place in the league, and may drop even further after this one. Japan versus Germany on the track. Referee authorizes the start. Lights are on. Japan rolling in white. Germany rolling in black. They move forward now into funnel 3. Japan takes the lead in this race. Japan is in the top 5 of our league, currently in 5th place. Germany, on the other hand, really needs a win here. They are 18th on the table right now. They need important points to stay in, to remain in the competition fight. Japan is already at the end of the sector, almost reaching funnel 4. Arrives there now. Germany in black, having a hard time keeping up with Japan. Japan drops again, tries to make physical contact, but cannot connect. Japan takes the left side of the track and enters the funnel. Funnel 5, and now straight down to funnel 7. Japan sitting in 5th place overall. Germany really needs this win today. Germany in 18th place must win to improve. Japan is about to secure 3 points. Germany not doing well in the championship and not performing well in this battle either. Germany still spinning. Spinning inside the funnel. And now, yes. Germany finishes the race without a winning result today. And remember our Instagram, Fubeca Race. We are more than 157,000 followers. Be part of this community. Next matchup, Brazil versus Argentina. And the marbles are rolling. Lights are on. Here we go. Brazil, the current league leader. They hold first place with 23 points. Tied with South Korea at the top. South Korea already played and won their match. If Brazil wins today, they stay in first place. But if they lose, they'll drop down in the standings. Both rolling now toward funnel 3. Side by side in funnel 3. Argentina takes the front, heading up the elevator. This is one of the biggest rivalries in Fubeca Race. 2 South American giants face to face. The race is extremely tight now. Both drop into the second maze module. Physical contact there. Multiple collisions. Argentina moves ahead to funnel 4. Brazil drops right after. Argentina goes down the right lane and takes funnel 6 with speed. Argentina needs this win badly. They are 12th in the championship, while Brazil leads the standings, but their leadership is now in danger. Brazil about to drop into funnel 6. Argentina already in funnel 7. Brazil descends. Tries to make the touch, but cannot reach it. Argentina takes the victory. And Brazil loses the leadership spot because South Korea already earned 3 points. Brazil had 23 points as leader and stays there, tied with South Korea. Brazil comes down again. Fubeca Marble runs on the air. Remember to join our community. Be part of this growing community. Let's check the replay. Argentina defends perfectly in the last funnel. Brazil tried to make physical contact, but could not reach. And if you want your brand here in Fubeca Race, send us an email right now. Mexico versus China. Referee authorizes the start. The lights come on. Both marbles head into funnel 1. China rolling in red. Mexico rolling in green. China is currently 9th in the championship. Mexico sits in 3rd place with 22 points on the board. If they win, they can move up to 2nd place. South Korea, for now, is leading the championship. China drops first into the maze section. Already in the 2nd module. China almost reaching funnel 4. Arrives at funnel 4 now. Mexico only now reaches the 2nd maze module. But China still controls funnel 4 at the front. Mexico arrives in the battle, but cannot make contact. China goes on the left lane and takes funnel 5. Drops now into funnel 7. Very close to victory. China 9th in the league. Mexico in 3rd place. Their 3rd place is at risk right now. Here comes Mexico down. Tries to make the touch, connects, and takes the win. Mexico? In the final seconds of the run, Mexico wins it. What a finish! China was so close to winning this one, but in the end, Mexico surprises and wins. Mexico can now climb in the standings. They will probably take second place. Let's check the overall points table. Here it is. South Korea takes the lead, goes up to 26 points. Mexico is second, Japan third, Philippines fourth, and the United States moves up in the championship, staying among the top 5 of the league. And that wraps up another stage of Fubeca Marble Runs. What a day, like full of emotion and incredible races. Congratulations to all the teams that gave it their all today. And a huge thank you to everyone watching till the end. You're the heartbeat of this amazing global community. Subscribe to the channel and hit that bell icon so you don't miss the next incredible race. Click the end card now and watch more Fubeca race videos. The next stage is coming soon. Stay tuned. Fubeca Marble Runs. Speed, emotion, and marble passion.
Glass car friendly race is about to start. The lights are lighting on. We have Brazil in first place, UK in second, Mexico in third, and we are off. And it will be 19 laps for this race as we go to the first corner. It's Mexico who comes out to lead. Up the booster they go, and around that plexiglass barrier and into these next turns. It is Mexico extending their lead ahead of the USA and Vietnam, who are trying to catch back up as we go into the final couple of corners for this first lap. And we have gotten a full view of this track as we go into lap 2. It's Mexico still in lead, USA and Indonesia in second and third place. Up the booster yet again, Mexico 0.8 seconds ahead of France now, who's in second place as we go into these next couple of turns. Who comes out from that chaos there? It's Indonesia who takes the lead from Mexico as we start the third lap. Mexico furious with their lead being taken away. They want to take it right back, but now they're in third place. The USA has taken it back as we go into this next turn, but Mexico takes it right back yet again. And Indonesia trying to stay in the lead as we go into the fourth lap. UK in third place now, pressuring the USA for second. Mexico has fallen down to fourth, and Brazil is in fifth place. And Indonesia is a whole second ahead of the USA. Can the USA catch up to Indonesia and overtake for the lead? Indonesia fastest lap with a 22.64 second time. And who's that in the lead? Now it's Vietnam. Vietnam has taken over the lead from Indonesia. And now Indonesia is facing pressure from the USA for second. France and Mexico back a little ways in fourth and fifth. Vietnam has just taken the fastest lap, 20.44 seconds. And they're doing a good job right now. Indonesia still trying to catch up. And they've caught a little bit of ground, 0.4 seconds. But it's going to be hard for them to catch up. And here they go, though, and they take the lead there. Indonesia now back in the lead. Vietnam is very close, though, as they go through the booster, and Vietnam takes it through the exit of that plexiglass section. And now they're back in the lead. We're on lap 7, almost halfway through this race already. Vietnam in the lead, Indonesia in second, France coming in at third, USA in fourth, Mexico in fifth, and here comes France, and they overtake for second place over the USA and Indonesia, and now they're putting their sights on Vietnam. And there they go, and they're making a pass there, and now France is in the lead. Vietnam very close behind, though. Let's see if they can take it right back as we enter the 9th lap. And here comes Indonesia, good speed from them, and they overtake for second place from Indonesia. Up to plexiglass they go yet again. Indonesia back in the lead over France and Vietnam. These top 3 marbles are very close. A lot of overtakes, and Indonesia is trying to fight France. It gets back and forth. France, Vietnam, Indonesia in the lead. And here comes the USA. They want to get in on the action as well. And where is France? They have extended themselves from the rest of these 3 marbles. USA now in second place, catching up to France. Here comes Indonesia and France and the USA as we go into this next corner. Indonesia in the lead. This is a battle in the second half of this race. So many marbles fighting for the lead. Indonesia in first place. Here comes Vietnam. The USA is in there as well. France and Brazil all closing in on Indonesia, who's having a really hard time keeping the lead. They've lost it many times, but somehow they were able to take it back. And now it's Vietnam who is in the lead. Another good leader in this race. It's Vietnam, Indonesia battling for the win. And Brazil is up there in third place as well. France and the USA are losing some ground on these top three marbles. Mexico fighting the USA for fifth place. Will they be able to do it? And there goes China, and they're barely ahead of Vietnam. We may have a lapping situation here as we enter the 13th lap up the booster once again. Here comes Vietnam and Brazil. Brazil now in the lead over Vietnam and Indonesia, who is both drafting Brazil. Indonesia takes back the lead in that straight as we go into the final corner of this lap. Into the 14th lap they go, and China may start to put some problems on some of these other marbles, but China has fallen off the track, and China will have a DNF. What a horrible situation for China. They went over the plexiglass, and now they're on the ground. That's good for Brazil and Indonesia, because now they won't have any marble to worry about to slow them down ahead of the other two marbles. We're in the 15th lap. Indonesia in the lead, but Brazil coming as well. They are switching back and forth so many times, it's hard to keep track of who is currently in the lead. There goes Brazil back in the lead. It's a neck-and-neck battle between Brazil and Indonesia as we enter the 16th lap. Let's take a look at the replay here on China. It went so high up, it went over the plexiglass. Had they stayed on that section of the track that they landed on, they would have had a major shortcut. I'm not sure if that would have been allowed. Brazil in first place, 0.3 seconds ahead of Indonesia. We are in the 16th lap. And who's in third place? France being followed by Vietnam and Mexico. But they're pretty far behind, second and third. And then there's Brazil leading the pack with quite a bit of length. Brazil only has 2 more laps to go. Here comes France, and they may overtake the lead through this straight. They don't. And as Brazil still in the lead, they only have 2 more laps to go, and they will be the champion of this race. Can they fend off France for that time? Up the booster they go. France trying everything they can to pass, and they do right there. And now it's France in the lead as we go around this hairpin turn. And now we're going to have to start thinking about more lapping situations because India is in the back of the pack. And you're going to start seeing them on the screen as well. But now it's time for the final lap. It's France in the lead up the booster for the final time. Brazil takes the lead. And here comes Vietnam, and they take it from France as well. They're both trying to catch up to Brazil. They're running out of time. Can Brazil fend them off for 2 more turns? And there's a big boost of speed for Brazil around the final turn. And it will be Brazil who will be the champion of this friendly glass car race. Vietnam coming in close at second, and France in third place. Mexico in fourth. Indonesia rounds off your top 5. Definitely congratulations to Brazil. They fought hard for it, and they took home the gold. Vietnam fighting the entire race, getting second, and Indonesia, another big leader, finishing in 5th. Still a respectable finish, but it's no first place like they wanted. So China DNFing on that booster section. Definitely a hard pill to swallow for them. As we take a look at some of these replays, Mexico was in the lead for the first couple of laps, but eventually they were dethroned, fell down as Argentina and Vietnam came to the spotlight. Here's Vietnam overtaking the USA for second place. I believe USA may have taken it right back. The second half of this race was a neck-and-neck battle between quite a few marbles. They kept overtaking for the lead over and over again, back and forth. definitely an intense race. This plexiglass, the star of the track. These marbles really fly. We saw dangers of that. These marbles are taking risks in order to receive glory. And in China's case, that risk did not turn out so well. There's Indonesia, France, and the USA up in the top 3. Look at that. India having trouble on the wall section there. Here's Brazil, Indonesia, and Vietnam fighting for that top position. And here's the spot where China flies off the track. Way too high, too much speed, which caused them to DNF. Up the booster, almost a vertical exit. Here's an overtake by Vietnam. So congratulations to Brazil for being the champion of this friendly glass car race. Vietnam coming in at 2nd and France coming in at 3rd place. This is just a preview of Glass Car 2023, which is coming soon. Don't forget to like and subscribe and stay tuned for Glass Car 2023. It's definitely going to be an amazing season. Brazil with the fastest lap, 20.401 on lap 11. Also happened to be that they are the champion of this race. And they weren't really in the spotlight. They weren't in the lead for the majority of the race, but they came and took it at the last second. Unfortunately, Indonesia not able to sit on the podium. They had a good fight. They were in the lead for a lot of the race, but at least they got 5th place. Don't forget to subscribe and stay tuned for more Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah, signing off. Until next time, this has been Fubeca's Marble Runs. Good day, everyone.
Whispers echo across the track. The fear circuit awakens. Seven haunted funnels, an electric elevator rising through the mist. Every corner hides a secret. "16 nations step into the darkness. Only the brave will survive the race of fear." And at the finish line, the clown waits in silence. His smile never fades.
Ready for a spine-chilling marble race?
They call it the Board of Death. Only one will survive. On one side, United States versus Spain. Germany versus India. Argentina versus Indonesia. Belgium versus Turkey. Russia versus Mexico. Vietnam versus Canada. Japan versus Philippines. And the final match, Brazil versus the United Kingdom. The Survivor's Trophy shines in the dark. The full view of the board unfolds. The fear has just begun. First deadly matchup, United States versus Spain. The shadows close in. No one leaves unchanged. The start is triggered. They rush through candles, crawling with roaches, and dive into funnel 1. Spain takes the lead, down into funnel 2, spinning near the nest of spiders. United States takes the lead, heading into the snake pit at funnel 3. A mutant spider, shaped like a skull, lurks inside a damp green well. The United States still survives, rolling into funnel 4. Up the electric elevator, a zombie hand nearby, lifeless, or maybe not. A giant spider rests on that arm, terrifying. United States enters the final stretch. The clown is near. You can feel the chill. Closer to survival, the United States drops into the last funnel. They survive, at least for now. The clown laughs, a chilling sound echoing through the dark. He knows Spain is gone. Spain falls in the deadly game. Silence takes over the track. Fans hold their breath. The fear circuit has claimed its first victim. The next victim approaches. Brazil versus the United Kingdom. Only one escapes this deadly battle. Fans, be warned. If you're scared, leave the room now. Every time the screen flickers, something terrifying will appear. A ghostly voice, reaching out from the shadows. doubles roll. Funnel 1, both fighting for control, side by side in the chaos. Brazil enters the snake pit and stays alive for now. The United Kingdom refuses to fall into the depths, trying to pass Brazil, but fails. Viewers like the video or regret it later. The United Kingdom drops back, their will to survive fading away. Brazil rises to funnel 5. Fear takes over. Look to the right. The zombie's hand returns. Brazil is threatened, but still alive. The United Kingdom, desperate, feels its strength drained by the haunted track. Brazil reaches the final funnel. The clown seems to sleep, or maybe he's watching. The United Kingdom fights to the end, dives into the last funnel, but Brazil survives. The lights flicker, the air turns cold, and the track whispers, "Your turn will come." The end has come for the United Kingdom. The clown speaks from the darkness. 2 victims now rest in the basement, and there is room for many more. The air feels heavier. The track is hungry. Next up, Belgium versus Turkey. Only one will escape this nightmare. Subscribe to Fubeca Race if you dare. The start opens, and only one will survive. Halloween brings the fear alive, and this track was built for it. Turkey moves to funnel 2, into the nest of venomous spiders. Turkey wants to stay in the game, willing to do anything to escape this cursed place. Belgium fights back, refusing to fall to the dark forces of the track. Belgium climbs the elevator, the most tense and terrifying part of the race. Turkey passes near the zombie's hand. Fear takes over. Belgium wants to survive, getting closer to the terrifying clown. Turkey panics, trying to reach Belgium. The fear is real now. Turkey gathers its last strength. Passes Belgium at the end. Belgium can only scream, but no one will hear her. The clown seems pleased, collecting more souls for his basement. 3 nations now lost, in the depths of his twisted prison. Russia and Mexico are both trembling in fear of the dark forces that drain the life from every racer. The gates are closed. There is no way out. The barrier opens. The marbles roll down. The wind blows stronger, and the cold spreads across the track. Both enter Funnel 1, the nest of roaches. Russia takes the lead, heading toward Funnel 2, the nest of spiders. Fear tests the heart, but courage is born only in the shadows. Mexico finds the strength to pass. Russia feels her energy drained by the dark power of the track. Mexico reaches Funnel 4, but knows this is not the time to celebrate. There are many horrors still ahead. Russia feels her heartbeat racing out of rhythm, a true effect of Halloween. Mexico conquers Funnel 6, but feels heavy, tired. The clown watches from the shadows. Russia begins to give up. No strength left to fight. Mexico survives, escaping the clown's cursed basement. For Russia, only despair remains. The clown returns, silent but alive. He feeds on fear, watching every marble fall. His laughter echoes. No one knows if it's joy or hunger. Germany and India are called. To the track of fear, the terror is on the screen. The start is triggered. Only one will
Subscribe
survive.
to this channel.
Germany advances quickly to Funnel 2. Germany moves into the snake pit. Fear rises. The cold grows stronger across the track. Mexico gathers strength to fight, even knowing he must save energy for the end, where the clown drains every ounce of power. He stays behind, struggling against the fear. Germany rises to Funnel 5. Fear grows stronger near the zombie's hand. There are stories that it once grabbed marbles mid-race, dragging them straight to the basement. Mexico finds strength again, but still can't pass. Germany moves to Funnel 6. Mexico refuses to give up, pushes harder, overtakes Germany, and enters the final funnel, where the energy is drained completely. Germany drops into the last funnel. Now it's pure survival. Mexico endures, fighting against every shadow on the track. Germany falls to despair, and the fans can feel the chill of the clown's laughter. Philippines are called to the track. Chills and whispers fill the air. The tension is real. The start is triggered. Lights flash across the circuit. The game of survival begins. The Philippines moves ahead and takes funnel 2. The Philippines pushes forward, entering the snake pit, determined to stay alive. Japan drops down, but can't overtake. The Philippines keeps rolling, fighting to survive the cursed track. Japan escapes the snake pit and reaches elevator 4. The shadows move closer. Something dark watches from above. Japan climbs the elevator. Beware the zombie's hand. Japan gets neck and neck with the Philippines, but can't make the pass. His energy fades fast. The Philippines advances into the final funnel, closer than ever to the clown. Japan refuses to give up, dives into the last funnel. Now, survival is everything. Japan endures to the very end. The Philippines screams, dragged to the basement of nightmares. For those watching, the fear never ends. Argentina and Indonesia are called to the track of fear. Screams echo in the background. Voices whisper from the dark. The barrier opens. Green lights flash, and it's time for survival between them. They reach funnel 1, the pit of flying roaches. Argentina dives into the nest of venomous spiders. The fans can feel the chill. This is Halloween, where every move could be the last. Even the wind sounds like a scream. The struggle for survival is fierce. Both want to escape the clown's basement of nightmares. Argentina climbs the elevator, but the zombie's hand waits, ready to grab. Indonesia fights to stay alive, escaping the zombie's hand by inches. The crowd gasps in terror. The clown laughs from the darkness, his voice echoing across the track. Halloween feeds on their fear. Indonesia surges ahead, gaining a burst of dark energy. Despair now belongs to Argentina, fighting only to survive. The clown announces his next victim. Indonesia survives and moves to the next challenge. For Argentina, only silence remains. In this place, no one hears the screams. The track never forgives. Vietnam and Canada are called to the track of death. They fight for the last spot in the quarterfinals. 7 are gone, forever trapped in the clown's basement. The barrier opens, hearts change rhythm, the cold returns, and the moon shines brighter over the track. Both reach funnel 1, surrounded by crawling roaches. Canada pushes forward into the nest of venomous spiders. The fans can feel it, the fear crawling under their skin, the darkness closing in, the laughter echoing from somewhere deep below. Tonight, survival belongs only to the fearless. Vietnam passes the mutant spider and conquers funnel 4. The crowd shivers. Every movement echoes like a heartbeat in the dark. The air feels alive, haunted by whispers no one can explain. Vietnam climbs the shadowed elevator, heading toward funnel 5. Each step up feels colder, as if the track itself is watching. A battle for survival unfolds. Everything counts now. One mistake means a lifetime in the clown's prison. Vietnam stays strong, even under the haunted lights. Canada struggles to keep up, knowing the price of failure is unthinkable. Canada receives strength from beyond, surging past Vietnam. Vietnam fades, weak and hopeless. With the clown as his only company, Canada wins and survives the track of death. The laughter returns, and Halloween claims another soul. Eight marbles have fallen into the eternal basement. Their screams can still be heard from above, but the track of death keeps 8 survivors, for now. Indonesia and Turkey open the show of horror. Let the quarterfinals begin, the shadows return, and the fear rises once again. If you haven't subscribed to the Fubeca Race channel, beware, you could be called. To play the game with no way out, the barrier opens, the marbles roll, blood warms, and the cold strikes deeper. This is Halloween on the track of death. The moon turns pale above the track. Shadows twist on the marble lanes. Whispers call from the depths. The night itself wants to play. Both marbles enter funnel 3, the pit of the venomous serpent. Indonesia pushes through to funnel 4. Turkey loses its breath. The power between the moon and the track resonates like distant stars, where the sun can never shine. Indonesia rises through the elevator of the hand, heading to funnel 5. Turkey climbs next, hoping to meet its rival again and fight for one more chance at survival. Turkey reaches funnel. For a moment, hope flickers, but the shadows move closer with every turn. Indonesia refuses to give in, fighting as if her soul could break free from the curse. No one wants to be dragged away by the clown, whose laughter slithers through the fog like a living thing. Turkey dives down in a desperate run for survival, but fate has already chosen. Indonesia survives, while Turkey screams echo into eternity, lost beneath the haunted marble track. Indonesia survives, and only 3 spots remain. Mexico and Canada are summoned once again. One will escape, the other will face a cruel fate in the clown's basement. The barrier opens, the marbles roll, and the track of death awakens for another battle.
This video with your friends.
They collide for survival in Funnel 2, where venomous spiders crawl along the walls, and every spin feels like a heartbeat made of fear. Neither wants to fall to the basement. They fight through Funnel 3, where the serpent waits, a cold hiss echoing through the dark. Mexico pushes forward, reaching Funnel 4, the path twisting tighter with every turn. Canada is close behind, refusing to vanish into the shadows. Canada closes the gap. The battle burns hotter. The tension feeds the track itself. Mexico surges toward Funnel 6, the final pit of survival. Both fight as if the night itself were watching, knowing that only one will rise, and the other will be swallowed by the darkness. Canada survives, and Mexico already knows its fate. The crowd falls silent. The lights flicker across the haunted track. The clown smiles from the shadows, adding another soul to his eternal collection. The basement whispers, "Once you fall, you never rise again." The United States and India are called once more by the voice from the darkness. The barrier opens, and only one will survive this round of horror. Funnel 1. Both enter the nest of roaches. India pushes forward and takes Funnel to among the spiders. The United States strikes back, passing India, trying to stay far from the clown's gaze. The United States descends, passing the mutant spider, racing into Funnel 4. The air grows colder. The fog wraps tighter around the track. The United States climbs the elevator, but danger waits above. The zombie's hand twitches, as if craving another victim. Every creak of the metal sounds like a heartbeat made of fear. India takes the lead, leaving the United States in despair, afraid of being dragged away by the clown. But the United States fights back, focused only on charging ahead into the final funnel. The crowd roars. The track trembles beneath the light of the blood moon. India dives in too, and survival comes down to the final funnel. The United States survives, and for India, only fear remains. The clown watches, and Halloween never ends on this track.
Subscribe to this channel.
This has been Fubeca Race, the Track of Death Halloween edition. Don't miss the next horror showdown. Follow Fubeca Race on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. Brazil and Japan are called to the track. They know what must be done to stay alive. This is not their first time facing the darkness. The gate opens, the lights ignite, and the marbles roll in desperation. Brazil advances fast, sliding into Funnel 2 with the spiders. The crowd feels the chill, the silence before chaos, and every heartbeat sounds like thunder in the fog. Brazil descends through the path of the mutant spider, where every shadow hides a whisper of fear. Japan's energy fades, drained by the cursed marble track. Brazil climbs the elevator, heading toward Funnel 5. Japan rises on the elevator of the hand, while Brazil drops into Funnel 6. The line between survival and eternal darkness grows thin. Brazil edges closer to survival. Japan begins to hallucinate. Visions of despair flooding his mind. The basement of souls calling his name. Brazil survives. And on the finish line, restless spirits reach out, trying to escape the fate that awaits below. The track breathes, and the night whispers. Halloween is far from over.
Players could not endure the pressure of Halloween. They are now trapped for eternity inside the clown's realm of darkness. For survivors remain, ready to face each other simultaneously on the track of death. Only one will walk through the door of escape.
Get ready for the final race with 4 teams.
Prepare yourselves for the grand finale. The gates open, the lights flare to life. For survivors stand, but 3 will never return home. Their destiny lies in the basement's shadow. Brazil and Indonesia in Funnel 2. Venomous serpents everywhere, sliding through the shadows of the track. Indonesia drops first, but that doesn't mean safety. The track hungers for fear. Brazil takes the lead, climbing the zombies' elevator. The gears creak like bones breaking. The air grows heavy, and something watches from the dark. The battle at Funnel 5 is certain. Each marble feels the pull of invisible hands, dragging them toward the basement. Indonesia breaks through, reaching Funnel 6 under the echo of screams. Brazil survives. The others fall into the darkness. This game is not for the weak, not for those who fear the night. 16 enter, but only one walks away from the track of death. The screams fade, the lights flicker, and the clown whispers to the audience, if you are watching in the dark, he can see you too.
game is over. The track of death falls silent. For now, to all who survived the fear, and to those still hiding in the dark, happy Halloween from Fubeca Race. Tell us in the comments which part chilled you the most. Until next time, keep your lights on.
so far. Iceland leading the pack for so long. But they had a downfall in the second half of this race. China and Japan will move on to the finals. Now it's time for semifinal B. Pakistan, the USA, Mexico, and Brazil. And they're off. Who will come out first? It's Brazil, being followed by Mexico, and then the USA. Pakistan in there as well. Brazil's able to exit that funnel first into the staircase, and they've got at least 4 stairs ahead of second place, who is Pakistan, and then Mexico and the USA will follow that as we go into the second staircase. Brazil almost already at the top of the staircase. They've gained some ground over Pakistan in that short little straight section. Pakistan now in this first yellow funnel along with Brazil, and now they're all in this first yellow funnel. Who will come out first? It's Brazil, and Pakistan has looked like they'll be able to come in at second. Mexico and the USA are neck and neck though, and I think the USA will be able to overtake, yes they do, into the second yellow funnel. And Pakistan, I think, has overpassed Brazil for first place in this yellow funnel. Yes they have. Now they're in first place. Who comes out in second? It's Brazil. Into the second to last blue funnel. And Brazil may be able to overtake here. Yes, they do. Into the final funnel they go. And here comes the USA. They may still be able to advance if they are able to pass Pakistan. And they actually get first place. A quick overpass by Brazil. And Brazil will advance as well. USA and Brazil, Mexico and Pakistan will be eliminated. A great performance by the USA. They were in third place. They go and pass Pakistan, get up to Brazil, and pass within a couple seconds of being in that funnel with Brazil. Luckily, Brazil was able to end the race as well, eliminated Pakistan and Mexico. So our final contestants will be China, Japan, the USA, and Brazil. Comment down below which one of these 4 countries you think will win the final match of this New Year's special. And they're off into the Plinko, and it looks like Japan comes out to lead, but it is Brazil now who is in lead as they all get jumbled up in this first orange funnel. Who will exit first? Neck and neck, but it is Brazil who comes out first, then the USA, then Japan, then China. And Japan and China both trying to be on the same stair, but China is pushed down a stair because this is a 1 marble per stair only type of staircase. They're all 1 step behind each other, being led by Brazil. USA and Brazil in the final yellow funnel. Now they're all in the final yellow funnel. Who will come out first and enter the second yellow funnel? It is the USA. Overpasses Brazil. And here comes Brazil right back though. A little bit of contact there. Let's see if they can come back and retake the lead. USA so close to the hole, and they're able to exit first into the rails, into the blue funnel they go, and this is for the win. Brazil coming as well. The USA trying to dodge, but they aren't able to. A hard contact from 2 marbles now, and they're all neck and neck in this blue funnel. And here comes China. Some hard hits there. China is able to get to the final funnel. Let's see if any other marbles can come up. Here comes Japan and the USA as well. China gets hit by the USA, and the USA might be able to take it, but no, it's Japan. Japan will be the champion of the New Year's special. China will come in second with the silver, and the USA with the bronze. Brazil won't finish on the podium. They'll be last in the finals, but still 4th place overall in the finals. What a crazy finish. Did you guess correctly on who would win the final match of this New Year's special? Comment down below. Now it's time for the podium ceremony for our 3 podium sitter marbles. It is Japan who comes out in first, China in second, and the USA in 3rd place. Congratulations to all 3 of these countries who came up and sit on the podium of this New Year's tournament. Happy New Year's, everybody. Don't forget to like and subscribe, comment down below, and stay tuned for more Fubeca's Marble Runs in the future. I'm Jeremiah, signing off. Until next time, this has been Fubeca's Marble Runs. Good day, everyone.